Chapter 242. Patriotism? You guys? Sorry, I don't get it at all. Xianxia's mouth twitched, and he looked at his sister. Is this your doing? His sister rolled her eyes. It's not me, it's Teddy. Oh, it's her, what's this? I don't know, it said that all the major chat groups have been adding such prefixes recently. So it's safe. Qin Bao Bao said. So it's safe. You're the most dangerous hidden danger, sister. Since the stock market, Xianxia, who was concerned about national affairs, suddenly understood. Oh, it must be because of the meeting. Sister Pei, how much are you going to invest? Xianxia silently added the prefix to himself. We are the successors of communism. Invest less, just 100 million. Nanman Pei replied, still with the same prefix. Xianxia's head was full of curses, and he didn't know what to say. She calmly spat out, 100 million, still with the same prefix. Oh no, definitely the former, but the latter, he would never dare to complain. To be honest, I can't eat it. Xianxia sent a cute, tearful emoji. Now the company has 100 million, and there are only 2 people in the stock market. If we add another 100 million, we will have indigestion. There was no reply for a long time. Nanman Pei said, well, I have a professional stock market team under me, and they only know how to trade stocks. They can't help with the other businesses of the investment company. How about we merge them with you? Xianxia's eyes lit up. How's the standard? 50% profit in 3 months. It's not bad. Nanman Pei said, can't compare with you. Xianxia had 48 million in capital and a net profit of 100 million a month, more than 200% of the profit. If such a strong record was spread out, it was estimated that it would be shocked again and again. Now, the outside world knew about his little goal, but there weren't many people who knew that he had really achieved it. They could be counted on both hands. Sister Pei is so good. Sister Pei is so sweet. Xianxia sent a touched emoji. Suyu, virtue, supercilious. Qin Bao Bao, rolling eyes. Wang Zijin, rolling eyes. Nanman Pei said, my treatment is quite good. If I go to your place, there's no reason for me to lower it, right? Xianxia ignored the complaints of the 3 women and typed excitedly. You talk to Suyu about this. I don't care about the company. Suyu, you're in charge. Suyu sent an aggrieved expression. You see, I shouldn't have agreed to work with him at the beginning. He didn't care about anything in the company and left it all to me. Qin Bao Bao. Then leave the group and sell your shares. Suyu, shut up. It's none of your business. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to tear into each other again, Xianxia had no choice but to step in to ease the situation. He hurriedly said, stop messing around, or else I'll leave the group. Then you can leave. Please leave. Am I thinking too highly of myself? The air conditioner in the car was blowing hot air. They were dawdling for a long time, and the sister was a little hot. She grabbed the hem of the white loose sweater, straightened her waist, and took it off. She was wearing a V-neck pure cotton shirt inside, the kind that was tight, so the sister's great chest was exposed in front of her brother. Xianxia quietly glanced at it. In other words, the facial cleanser in the winter was very unreal. When will summer come? He was looking forward to it. Old driver, let's go. The sister urged. I'll take you to kindergarten. Xianxia started the car. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the Royal View Mansion community. It was backed by the Huangpu River, right by the World Financial Center, and a few kilometers away was the famous Thompson First Class. Houses were luxuries, and the houses in Shanghai were the luxuries of luxuries. Nowadays, houses had long been separated from the essence of living. I thought you would choose a villa. Xianxia looked up at the towering residential buildings. Apart from the villa, Royal View Mansion and Thompson First Class belonged to the top community. As a local, Xianxia's reputation was like thunder to his ears. He had heard a lot about him. After the car was parked, Xianxia opened the door and got out. Qin Bao Bao put on her outerwear, tidied her messy hair, put on her sunglasses and mask, and jogged over to her brother, holding his arm. The 2 walked side by side through the first gate of the community, then turned into the reception hall. Without a guide, they could not enter the second gate, which led to the real community. Hello, I'm looking for Manager Su. Qin Bao Bao said to the receptionist. The young girl in the business suit sized up Qin Bao Bao suspiciously. She was a little curious about her mask and glasses, but she quickly understood that she was probably a small-time celebrity. She had worked in Royal View Mansion for many years and had seen many rich people and celebrities. Then, her gaze fell on the man beside her. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly screamed. Tall and slender figure, handsome face, eyes as bright as the stars, and a temperament without any distinguishing features. She couldn't be wrong. This was Xianxia. She was Xianxia's fangirl. Every few days, she would run to Xianxia's Weibo and shout, "I want to have your babies." Xianxia, who had no temperament to speak of, made a shushing gesture to her. The girl immediately covered her mouth, her face flushed with excitement. Wait a moment. I'll go get Manager Sue." Before she left, she looked at Xianxia reluctantly. After her figure disappeared, Qin Bao Bao looked at her brother, aggrieved. "I'm not a celebrity, you are. Little fool, I'm a man behind you," Xianxia said. The sister felt that his words were weird, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. "Don't say weird things to sister." She pinched her brother's waist. Soon, an NPC named Manager Sue appeared. He was a lean, middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, and his hair was waxed. "Miss Qin, Mr. Qin." He shook hands with the siblings and made an inviting gesture. "Come with me. I've been waiting for you." Xianxia immediately understood that the sister didn't buy the house on a whim. She must have planned it for a long time. The NPC manager, Sue, led them into the real estate and talked to Qin Bao Bao. "There are 3 houses that meet your requirements. The cheapest is on the 10th floor, and the most expensive is on the top floor. They've never been moved in before. Which one do you want to see first?" Qin Bao Bao said directly, "The one on the top floor." Xianxia was stunned. "No one is moving in? Then wouldn't we have to?" He swallowed the word renovate. This kind of high-end luxury house wouldn't be sold as an empty shell like an ordinary building. The renovations were ready-made and were of the highest quality. Manager Sue led them to the top floor of a building, entered the password, and pushed open the door of Shanghai's top luxury house. Even though Xianxia and his sister had stayed in a 5-star hotel before, they were still stunned by the luxurious suite in front of them. A 5-star hotel couldn't compare to this, unless it was a presidential suite. However, he had never stayed in a presidential suite before, so there was no way to compare. Nevertheless, the reputation of the presidential suite was like thunder in the underworld. It was the first choice for the opening of a female novel. The naive and sweet female protagonist accidentally entered the presidential suite and was taken by the domineering CEO inside. Everything started from the presidential suite. The European-style renovation style made every corner of the house exquisite. The crystal chandelier in the living room made up of 18 light bulbs gave Xianxia the impression that it was awesome even though he didn't understand it. The NPC manager, Sue, showed them around the suite. The living room was bigger than Xianxia and his sister's nest, and the bathroom was bigger than their living room. The most impressive thing was the 10-square-meter bronze bathtub. Damn, it was big enough for Xianxia to paddle and swim in. The balcony was also amazing, but it wasn't the kind that could only be used to dry clothes. It was more than enough to set up 10 tables of mahjong. It had a sea view. This house was sold when it was opened. The buyer used it as an investment, so it hasn't been moved in yet. However, we regularly arrange for cleaning and maintenance, Manager Sue said. The total area is 580 square meters, and the price per square meter is 170,000. The mathematician Xianxia calculated the total price, 98,600,000. "Oh my God," his sister smiled. "Ace, do you like it?" Xianxia nodded. "It's not bad." Qin Bao Bao smiled. "It's good that you like it. I'll bring you here to sign some other day." "Okay, everything is in a sack." Xianxia stared. "Why'd I have to sign? Aren't you the one buying the house?" "I already have a house. I want to buy a second one, and the down payment is 70%. The house will be under your name, and the down payment is only 50%. The house they lived in was given to Qin Bao Bao by her parents the year she graduated. A house worth more than 90 million, with a down payment of 70%. With their current financial situation, they couldn't afford it even if they sold everything they had. Wait a minute. Even if it's 50% down payment, it'll still cost more than 40 million. Do you have the money? Xianxia reacted. The first house only required 30% down payment, but the government made some adjustments this year, and the down payment was increased to 50%. I only have 7 million. Qin Bao Bao threw him a starry look. A's will pay for the rest. Damn, I was wondering why you suddenly dragged me here to look at the house. We'll live in this house from now on. His sister threw him another starry look. If it weren't for the annoying NPC, Xianxia might have enjoyed his sister's kiss as encouragement. Anyway, you have money now. His sister continued. You can't lose money by buying a house, right? Xianxia nodded. But we still want to look at the other 2 houses, Qin Bao Bao said. No problem. Manager Su hesitated. I want an autograph, if it's convenient. Qin Bao Bao didn't expect him to be a fan. She smiled like a goddess and said, sure. No, you misunderstood. Manager Su waved his hand and looked at Xianxia. I want Mr. Qin's autograph. My daughter likes you very much. I want your autograph to please her when I get home. Xianxia smiled. Of course, no problem. Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 243. Buying a house is not buying clothes. If you like it, you can pack it up and take it away. Today, they just came to look at the house. After seeing the other 2 houses, his sister's phobia came back. She didn't know which one to buy. Manager Su said, Miss Qin, go back and think about it. In fact, 2 of the 3 houses are owned by the same owner. Don't worry. Xianxia asked in surprise. Are they all speculating in real estate? Manager Su nodded. I heard that the owner is a big businessman in Wen City. When Royal View opened, people in Wen City bought more than 10 houses. So rich. The siblings planned to come back later because Xianxia told his sister that the company didn't have much money now. Even if Nanman Pei wanted to invest 100 million, the total assets were only 200 million. It was impossible to buy a house with 40 million. When his sister went downstairs, she touched his head. Brother, you have to work hard to make money. Anyway, the stock market is like picking up money. Last time I saw the news, a guy bought the stock 4 or 5 years ago. Now it's skyrocketing, and he has one more house. When it's rising, people are happy. But when it's falling, how many people jump off the building? Xianxia sighed. The bull market is really like picking up money. If you can withdraw as soon as possible, you can definitely make money. But how many people can do that? If you withdraw, you will find that the next day it's reaching the upper limit, and the third day it's reaching the upper limit. It will feel like your money has been robbed. Amateur or individual investors may withdraw, but veteran investors and professional stock speculation teams will certainly not stop because they rely on stock speculation to make a living. When this bull market is over, many people will lose blood. After saying goodbye to Manager Su, they were about to go home when they suddenly heard a surprised voice. Qin Bao Bao, meet an acquaintance? The siblings looked back blankly and saw a handsome young man in a casual suit. Beside him was a female companion holding his arm. When Qin Bao Bao turned back, the young man pushed his female companion away and ran overexcitedly. Let's go. Qin Bao Bao cursed. F***CK. She pulled her brother and turned to leave. What's wrong? Xianxia was surprised by his sister's reaction. He guessed that the guy was one of his sister's admirers. There was nothing strange about it. Ever since he was young, his sister's admirers were as numerous as the carps crossing the river. Even the 300 Spartans did not have as many admirers as her. In kindergarten, there was a guy who wanted to kiss her, but she pushed him off the slide, and he fell to the ground with his head bleeding. His sister had always been cold and arrogant in front of her pursuers. Why are you panicking now? This is a piece of King Dogskin plaster. Let's go. Qin Bao Bao cursed. Bao Bao, don't go. That guy left his female companion behind and strode over, blocking their path. Why did you leave as soon as you saw me? Am I that annoying? He looked hurt. Young Master Feng, we're not close. You're not allowed to call me Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao said. I gave you 999 roses. We are old acquaintances. Young Master Feng only had eyes for Qin Bao Bao. His gaze was deep and affectionate. Are you free tonight? I will treat you to dinner. Sorry, I'm not free tonight. I have to accompany my brother. Qin Bao Bao said angrily. She wanted to say, I have to accompany my boyfriend. But considering her and Xianxia's popularity, it was not good to continue pretending to be a couple. Everyone knew that they were brother and sister. Ah, brother-in-law is here too. Young Master Feng seemed to have just noticed Xianxia, so his smile had a hint of flattery. I also want to treat brother-in-law to dinner. Xianxia was speechless for a long time. F***CK. Who are you, bro? You keep calling me brother-in-law. Do you believe that I will beat you up on the spot? Young Master Feng, right? Hello. Xianxia looked at the lonely and beautiful woman. Is that your girlfriend or sister-in-law? No. Young Master Feng denied immediately. He looked at Qin Bao Bao and said seriously, just a normal friend. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. I don't care what your relationship is. Even if it is not a proper relationship, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Bao Bao was really annoyed by him. This guy in front of her was called Feng Tianming. He was the bad friend of Star Art's CEO, Huang Yizong. They met at a cocktail party. Since then, young Master Feng started to pursue her crazily. Everyone would send a bouquet of roses to Qin Bao Bao's office, regardless of whether she was there or not. It was said that in order to pursue her, he even bribed the front desk of Star Art. As long as Qin Bao Bao did not have any work and happened to be in the company, young Master Feng would be like a shark that smelled blood. He would aggressively rush over and shamelessly treat her to dinner. Because he was CEO Huang's friend, Star Art's door was always open to him. He was more annoying than a dogskin plaster. The goddess was so cold, but young Master Feng was not discouraged or discouraged. He was already prepared to fight a protracted battle. In fact, the more Qin Bao Bao rejected him, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit and the dignity of an experienced driver. Young Master Feng enjoyed it. As a rich second generation with good looks, young Master Feng did not lack women around him. However, he and the experienced driver Huang Yizong had gone to countless clubs and shaken countless beds. Until now, he had never met a woman that he was willing to grind an iron rod into a needle. Even if she started to act like an ice beauty, with young Master Feng opening the way, after a few rounds, she quickly revealed her true colors. She kept saying, "Hubby, I love you. Hubby, I miss you." Only Qin Bao Bao was different. She was not an ice beauty, but she was even harder to pursue than an ice beauty. The first time they met at the cocktail party, young Master Feng only felt that this woman was very stunning. He had seen countless women in the flower field. He had met someone with a figure like Qin Bao Bao. Someone with this appearance was rare, but he had met someone before. Anyway, young Master Feng had never met someone with this appearance and figure. Young Master Feng asked his pap friend Huang Yizong in private, "Qin Bao Bao is too hot. Did you get her?" Huang Yizong's reply was, "This woman is different from those female celebrities. She is not willing to sell her body for a promotion." When young Master Feng heard this, he immediately had a good impression of Qin Bao Bao. He sent someone to investigate Qin Bao Bao's past. Other than the company's private rumors about her and President Huang having an affair, there were no other rumors. In other words, this was a very clean and high-quality woman. Young Master Feng had been pursuing Qin Bao Bao for about a month. Whether it was money or flowers, it seemed that this woman could not be moved. She was harder to conquer than he imagined. "One day, I will be your son." Young Master Feng secretly swore countless times in his heart. "Bao Bao, please give me a chance. I am sincere. Don't ask me how deep I love you, how much I love you. The sun represents my heart." Young Master Feng did not care about the expression of his female companion and Xianxia beside him. He said these mushy lines. "Goodbye." Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. "Don't. I know you find me annoying, but I only want to have a meal. After the meal, I will not pester you." Young Master Feng said. Things like principles had to be nibbled away bit by bit. If he made this mistake, the success rate of the next meal would be greatly increased. Such a humble style of speech was really not suitable for him, young Master Feng. At first, he wanted to be a domineering president. Didn't all women like this? He drove a luxury car worth millions, wore a well-ironed suit, walked in front of the female lead indifferently, and said coldly, "Woman, come with me. Woman, you are playing with fire." The female lead said no, but in their hearts, they were overjoyed. However, Qin Bao Bao was not like this. He still remembered the first time he leaned on his Maybach and said domineeringly to Qin Bao Bao, who was coming home from work, "Qin Bao Bao, have a meal with me. Don't reject me." Young Master Feng gave his own lines full marks in his heart. Qin Bao Bao was not like most of the female leads, who would blush out of humiliation and anger, and then put on a very angry and dismissive attitude. She said coquettishly, "No way, who are you?" Qin Bao Bao looked at him at that time and said 2 words, "Idiot." From then on, young Master Feng knew that the domineering president style did not work on her. "Wow, host, your psychological desire has been detected." Qin Zhe, who was watching from the side, suddenly heard the system's voice. "It is quite unpleasant." Qin Zhe frowned. "What mission are you going to give me?" He was very unhappy with this guy who kept pestering his sister. But if he wanted to talk about his psychological desire, could it be the impulse to beat him up? If the system gave him such a mission, he would be in a difficult position. It's not to beat him up. The host's psychological desire is to help his sister get rid of this annoying guy. The system said, "Wait a moment, calculating the most reasonable and effective mission." Why do I feel that after the upgrade, the system has become even worse? A few seconds later, the system's mission appeared. "Ding, please act like a qualified sister complex in front of Feng Tianming. Make him see you as a thorn in his side and change his target to help his sister get rid of this sticky candy. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 200 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount." Act like a sister complex? Me? System, come out. I promise I will beat you to death. Chapter 244. "I think it's better if you let me beat him up," Qin Zhe cursed in his heart. "How do I act? I don't know how to." System, funny face, you don't need to act. Just act as yourself. Qin Zhe, system, I'm in your head, so I can capture your brainwaves. So I know what you're thinking. Qin Zhe, then why did you say act? You're so low. System, so I can save you some face. Qin Zhe, anyway, I won't admit that I'm a syscon. If the system was a real thing, Qin Zhe would consider destroying it. Luckily, the system wasn't a real thing. No one knew except for the system. This mission seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. How does one qualify as a syscon? A mild one? A perverted one? How could he quietly expose his sister complex in a limited time? He had to let this young Master Feng know about it. He turned to his sister and said, "Woman, you're playing with fire." Then he would force a kiss on her lips. No, that would be too evil. Although the effect was good, he would probably be slapped by his sister, which would be difficult to clean up. The best way was to let Feng Tianming know that he was a syscon, but at the same time, a normal syscon. Well, there are many people with all kinds of syscon nowadays. He could manipulate his syscon. Sister, why is this person like this? He's so shameless. Qin Zhe showed a face of disgust, but he didn't forget to glare at young Master Feng. Young Master Feng, I don't have any feelings for you. Please don't look for me in the future. Qin Bao Bao couldn't remember how many times she had repeated this sentence. She held her brother's hand and said, "Ace, let's go." Qin Zhe obviously couldn't let his sister go. "I haven't even started my performance. Why should I leave?" So he said loudly, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're good enough for my sister? I'm warning you, don't bother my sister anymore. Do you believe that I'll beat you up?" The first step of a sister complex was to show extreme aggression and contempt to any man who wanted to be her brother-in-law. Luckily, there was no trash can nearby. Otherwise, Qin Zhe would have let this young Master Feng know what it meant to tear a trash can apart with his bare hands. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Wow, Ace is so domineering. I like it. Young Master Feng was also stunned. This person was fine just a moment ago, with a gentle expression. Suddenly, he turned from a little white rabbit into a furious lion. Young Sir Feng wasn't a pushover either. Grand Emperor Shroud Heaven had never been weaker than anyone, so how could he possibly be afraid of a mere threat? Smiling coldly, he said, "Who do I think I am? I'm your brother-in-law." After saying that, young Master Feng saw extreme anger and jealousy in that guy's eyes. That ferocious look was as if he wanted to eat him alive. Jealousy was an illusion? I dare you to say that again. Xianxia approached young Master Feng, using his height of 183 meters to exert pressure on him. Hey, Ace, calm down. Qin Bao Bao was dumbfounded. What was wrong with her brother today? She felt that something was wrong. Xianxia turned his head and showed a gentle and harmless smile in front of his sister. Okay, I'll listen to my sister. I like my sister the most. The second step of his sister complex was to act like an obedient and sensible child in front of his sister, but be fierce in front of others. Qin Bao Bao shivered. She looked at Xianxia with a different gaze. Young Master Feng narrowed his eyes. He felt that he had guessed something. The smile on his face became colder. Your sister will have a boyfriend sooner or later. Are you going to hide it? Even if I don't pursue her, someone else will. I won't allow it. Xianxia's face flashed with panic, as if he had said something wrong. He paused in panic, and his face turned red. The third step of his sister complex was to show extreme possessiveness towards his sister. Young Master Feng cursed in his heart. So this guy was a sister complex. A damned sister complex. The host has good acting skills. The system gave Xianxia a thumbs up. While young Master Feng and Xianxia were staring at each other, Qin Bao Bao suddenly asked agitatedly, "What won't I allow?" Xianxia was speechless. Young Master Feng was speechless. Damn, I forgot that a certain guy was also psychologically shady. Xianxia managed to keep himself together. He said seriously, I won't allow this kind of oily and powdery-faced, rich second generation to get close to my sister. Qin Bao Bao smiled dotingly. Don't worry. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He was glad that he was quick-witted. If he had said, I won't allow this kind of brother-in-law to exist, someone's brother complex would have been exposed. Young Master Feng saw this scene and thought, because his sister dotes on him and his sister is so beautiful, her brother has become a sister complex? He felt that he had found the truth. I have to think of a way to deal with him. Otherwise, this guy will make things difficult for me to pursue Qin Bao Bao. But in the female novels, there was no mention of the female lead having a brother complex. Even if there was a brother, he was just an innocent and naive person. He was just waiting to cause trouble, and the male lead would jump out to save him. How troublesome. How should I deal with this kind of person who has a sister complex? Young Master Feng instantly changed his goal from pursuing Qin Bao Bao to correcting Xianxia's wrong view of love. He said, Qin Bao Bao, I'll ask you out another day. I have something to do today, so I'll take my leave first. Qin Bao Bao was confused. This guy isn't going to be a dogskin plaster anymore. Why is he so straightforward today? Young Master Feng said goodbye and walked towards his female companion. His female companion immediately smiled sweetly and wanted to hold his arm. But young Master Feng rejected her. Although he was experienced, he couldn't let Qin Bao Bao see him. This woman's character was just an ordinary friend. As for his female companion's feelings, he didn't care. Anyway, she was a woman who was after money. He believed that she wouldn't feel jealous. Wait a minute. Qin Bao Bao suddenly called him. Young Master Feng was stunned. Since she was so happy, did the plot turn around? Like in TV dramas and novels, when the male lead is disappointed, the female lead suddenly changes her mind and agrees with him? Qin Bao Bao smiled and said, Young Master Feng, do you live here? Young Master Feng said, No, my friend lives here. I came here to play. Young Master Feng, take your time. We'll leave first. Qin Bao Bao smiled. Then I'm relieved. Both parties parted ways at the entrance of the district and got into their respective cars. In the car, young Master Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. He asked his exquisitely dressed female companion beside him, By the way, in those novels you read, how do the male leads deal with the older sister-obsessed man? Female companion. Let's change the question. Young Master Feng pondered and said, How do you think a young man with dangerous thoughts should be saved, or rather, corrected his wrong complex? Female companion. She didn't understand what he was saying at all. Useless thing, other than shaking your butt. What else can you do? Young Master Feng said angrily, Go home and eat chicken. His female companion looked wronged and confused. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is 200 points. The system's voice sounded. What happened to you just now? Qin Bao Bao stared at her brother with amorous eyes. You felt weird. I was just cooperating with a certain guy with no integrity to put on a show. Qin Zhe sighed. After saying that, his sister gave him a karate chop on his head. It hurt like hell. Who are you saying has no integrity? His sister was angry. No, I'm not talking about you. Qin Zhe hurriedly explained. Feng Tianming? No, he's just a nobody. Who cares about him? Another karate chop. Then it's me. I'm so tired, I don't feel like talking. Qin Zhe started the car. His sister glared at him angrily for a while. Then, she sat up straight and looked straight ahead. Suddenly, she glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She wanted to say something, but hesitated a few times. Finally, she said softly, "Aze, do you hate that Feng Tianming? He's just a nobody." Not really. I just don't like him. Then why don't you like him? Is it because he's chasing after you? Yes. Qin Bao Bao felt sweet in her heart. She smiled charmingly and quickly hid it. Then she asked, "Why are you unhappy that he's chasing after you?" "Because you're unhappy, so I'm unhappy too." Qin Zhe coaxed his sister. "Anything or anyone that makes you unhappy should be destroyed by me." Although she enjoyed her brother's flattery, Qin Bao Bao was still a little disappointed. She was waiting for another answer. This guy wasn't like this just now. "Aze, are you angry with your sister? She dragged you here without your consent for such a big thing. She even made you pay for the down payment. Isn't it bad to be such a willful sister?" Qin Bao Bao said as she carefully observed his expression. "Don't you know whether you're bad or not?" "No, the house is under my name. It's mine. I still have to thank you for helping me pay for it." Qin Zhe was beaming with joy. Qin Bao Bao felt like vomiting blood. "In the future, if any girl catches your eye, I'll bring her here. It's much more effective than confessing with flowers and fireworks. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Excited my ass. Don't even think about it." Her hand chopped Qin Zhe's head like raindrops. The elder sister's movements of brandishing her hand blade were big and wide, surging with waves. Qin Zhe quickly parried and smiled devilishly. "Little fool, I'm just joking with you. If his sister wanted to buy a house, not to mention 40 million, Qin Zhe would be willing to pay 400 million if he had the money. After college for 3 years, he ate, used, spent, and sometimes played with his sister. If his sister wanted the moon in the sky, Qin Zhe would find a way to get it. She put aside the idea of buying a house until Qin Zhe had enough money. Qin Bao Bao didn't want to partner with her brother. She wanted to work hard to earn money and put the house under her name. She didn't want the little red guy to bring a coquettish bitch back to make her feel uncomfortable. At noon the next day, Bao's investment company welcomed its first batch of employees. Nan Man Pei's stock trading team moved into Baoza. Compared with Su Tong, who started from scratch, Nan Man Pei was a real capitalist. For a successful capitalist, professional knowledge and technical level were all illusory. The only thing that mattered was the overall situation and a keen sense of the market. As for the super capitalists, they could even eliminate the market's sense of smell. They could spend money to hire think tanks and let those guys give them advice. What was indispensable was the overall situation. This was what Nan Man Pei appreciated most about Qin Zhe. It used to be, but now it was a little different. This guy had changed his career to a technocrat. There were not many people in this team, 7 people. The 2 guys in the lead were the middle-aged man with a big belly called Jiang Jinhua and the tall man with a mole on the corner of his mouth called Wang Wuqing. At noon, they were invited to have lunch in a restaurant. Nan Man Pei's 100 million investment was all in 9 securities accounts. After Qin Zhe saw the delivery list and the shares, he grabbed his mobile phone and called Suyu. "Inform everyone that there will be a meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon." Chapter 245. There were only 2 meeting rooms in Baoza's office. The largest one could accommodate 20 people, but now half of it was occupied. The company has just started. If you have any questions, you can directly look for President Su. If it's not business-related, I generally don't care. Qin Zhe glanced at the crowd. "If you don't have any opinions on my decision just now, then everyone is dismissed." The content of this meeting was very simple. Arrange everyone's positions. Li Linfeng would be the manager of the investment department. Wang Wuqing would be the manager of the second department, and Jiang Jinhua would be the manager of the third department. Then, each department would be given 50 million yuan, and each manager would be assigned to subordinates. This was Su Yu's idea. The previous team would be destroyed, which would be beneficial to the unity and harmony of the company. This decision was meaningless for the new investment group. They would maintain the consensus of boss's words are right. We will listen to the boss. The second thing was that Xianxia would overturn all the investments of the investment group and ask them to withdraw all the funds. Then he threw out his own plan and said in a boss will take you to play tone, in the future I will send you the investment plan on a regular basis, and you will improve it. The investment group was meaningless, and they would maintain the consensus of boss's decision is right. Sister Pei is really good at teaching. I really want to ask her about her teaching methods. That, President Qin, President Su, and everyone. Chen Guang raised his hand and said weakly, "Thank you for your trust, President Qin, for being willing to give me 10 million yuan to operate." Seeing everyone looking at him, Chen Guang's face was filled with grief and indignation. "But you can't forget that I'm the only one in the futures department. I hope the organization will not give up on me and quickly recruit people." Xianxia looked at Su Yu, and Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. Xianxia said, "Yes, old Chen, you have been in this industry for so many years. You should know some friends, right? You can poach people yourself, and the company will open the door to welcome talented people." Chen Guang thought sadly, "I will probably be in the HR department for a while." The meeting ended. Xianxia stepped into his office, and Su Yu threw him a document. "This is the company's income these days. It's not bad. How much do you plan to leave in the company's account?" Su Yu pulled out a chair and sat down. "You spent all your 6 million? Xianxia was stunned. "No, there's no rush. Let's invest in the stock market first. By the way, give me a glass of water." "Can't you pour it yourself?" Su Yu glared at him. "Just do it when I tell you to. Don't talk so much nonsense. Have some awareness as a secretary." Xianxia knocked on the table discontentedly. "Oh, so you came back with 2 glasses of water. I also want to tell you about employee benefits. Don't look at these details as they are not important. They are very useful to unite people's hearts. It's up to you." Xianxia held his phone and chatted with Sisters away. "Hey." So you glanced at him with dissatisfaction. "Wang Zijin is your girlfriend? It's none of your business." So you looked resentful and hummed. "She's your sister's best friend. Gee, it's good to have a beautiful sister. It saves a lot of effort to find a girlfriend." Xianxia and Wang Zijin talking about random things. Wang Zijin had a habit of chatting. After 3 sentences, there would be a comical scene. "Don't chat first. Let's talk about business." So you knocked on the table. "Now there are 9 people in the investment department, including you. One person is in charge of 3 accounts. The funds that can be manipulated should be more than 200 million. We can issue projects to attract investment." "I think so too. Do you have any experience in this area?" Xianxia asked. "No, when it comes to collecting profits, the funds are given by my father. It saves trouble. Let me think about it." Xianxia chatted while dealing with Su Yu. "Boss Qin, you talk first. I'll leave." Su Yu curled her lips. "Oh." After she left, Xianxia pulled out the document and looked at it. Employee benefits. 500 red envelopes for birthdays, gifts for holidays, marriage. It's very detailed. By the way, Teddy's birthday seems to be in the middle of the month. As the boss, I have to prepare a gift. On the other side, Li Linfeng, Chen Guang, Wang Guqing, and Jiang Jinhua were sitting in the small conference room, chatting and smoking. Old Wang used to work in a securities company. Li Linfeng exhaled smoke. The company was small, but it had its advantages. There was no messy faction fighting. Boss Su had the final say in the whole company, and Boss Qin was just a bystander. The funds were evenly distributed, and there was nothing to fight for. Several of his own middle-level managers could also avoid a lot of intrigue. Not as lucky as you. I entered the stock market in 1992 and went through ups and downs. When I made money, I bought a car and a house. When I lost money, I sold the car and the house. Later, I thought that I couldn't be an individual investor anymore. So I began to mix in a private equity company. Personal risk was reduced, and so was the income. Wang Guqing sighed as he talked about the past. He touched his matchmaker's mole. Later, I figured out that working for the big boss was the right way. The stock market was too deep, and I made a lot of money from watching the bull market. But as long as you don't withdraw, sooner or later, you will be stabbed. Old Wang is a professional, and I'm a newbie. Jiang Jinghua had a cigarette in his mouth. Before I entered the industry, I was working for the poor. My monthly salary was just enough to feed my family. A few years ago, I was brought into the stock market by a friend, and I've been there ever since. He said sadly, my salary didn't reach 8,000. I'm useless. I'm a burden to the country. Oh, this was a sad story. Li Linfeng and the others didn't know how to comfort him. Jiang Jinghua sighed. Now that I'm working for Boss Qin, are we going to take off? Of course, absolutely. The #1 stock god in the industry. The founder of the small goal of making 100 million. Everyone gave an affirmative answer. Xianxia returned home at 4 in the afternoon. Qin Bao Bao was at home, enjoying her last day of vacation. There was a plastic plate in front of her chest, and on the plate was a bunch of purple grapes. She was as steady as Mount Tai. Sister was eating grapes while watching a movie. She spat out grape seeds from her rosy little mouth. Xianxia took off his leather shoes and suit, and picked a grape from his sister's chest. Sweet. Sister's grapes are sweet. I want to watch a movie with Sister Ziwei tonight. Not allowed. Oh. Xianxia picked grapes from his sister's chest again. Then I'll buy some meat Ganoderma. Meat Ganoderma? Good stuff. It can cool down. Xianxia reached out to his sister's chest, but was slapped away by his sister. I'm not giving you grapes. Xianxia forced himself to eat his sister's grapes. She kicked him a few times angrily. Go buy me a bunch. You've eaten so much. Aren't grapes meant to be eaten? Xianxia held his sister's white and tender foot. You're behaving atrociously now that your leg has recovered. Are you going to have a concert at the end of the month? Yes, the company is helping to prepare. It's the project Huang Yizong set up before his honeymoon. I still have a lot of work to do. I have to finish it before the concert, Qin Bao Bao said. After they bought the house, they would let Wang Zijin live here alone. As for her black-hearted brother, well, they could barely accommodate him. After all, he still had to do the housework. Sister, I have a favor to ask of you. Xianxia suddenly showed a flattering smile and warmly massaged his sister's shoulders. Well, I'll let you live with me. Qin Bao Bao narrowed her eyes, enjoying her brother's service. Qin Bao Bao was planning to leave Wang Zijin, who was both a wolf in the house and a third wheel, here after they bought the house. But she was afraid that after they bought the house, her black-hearted brother would say, Sister, you can live there. I'll stay here. With her brother's personality, he would definitely do this. She would let him pay for it and transfer the house to his name. Then, he would definitely come over. No, my company wants to get investors. You have a lot of celebrity friends, and they're all rich. Help me ask if anyone is willing to invest. Oh, then I'll help you ask. You're eating my grapes again. Qin Bao Bao slapped her brother's hand. The grapes immediately fell from her neck and rolled all the way to her deep cleavage. Because the living room was air-conditioned, she was wearing a loose, unlined shirt. It was not tight. Qin Bao Bao subconsciously reached out to grab it, but the grapes rolled even deeper. It was cold and gave her a layer of goosebumps on her neck. It's so cold, Sister shouted and dug. Xianxia glanced at her chest. It was empty. He had a mental breakdown. Qin Bao Bao did not take out the grapes that had sneaked into her body from her collar. They slid out from the hem of her shirt. Sister threw the grapes into the trash can and said, I hate you. You can't blame me. Xianxia stared at the happy grapes in envy. It's your fault. Qin Bao Bao punched him with her small fist and protected the grapes in front of her chest. I'll help you ask. Su Yunhan should have a chance. If she was a sister with backbone and a temper, she would not have bothered with him at this time. She would have given him a cold shoulder and forced him to admit his mistake. But Qin Bao Bao never had a backbone in front of her brother. She was a paper tiger. She immediately contacted her celebrity friends for him. Sister Su, my brother opened a private equity company. Are you interested in investing? Chapter 246. Compared to open and transparent public offerings, private equity was less regulated and had more freedom and flexibility. However, there were also bottom lines and disadvantages. For example, they could not sell in public and could only solicit investments themselves, just like Xianxia was doing now, looking for celebrities and tycoons to buy the company's funds. Of course, they could also solicit investments from their circle of friends and social media. They believed that the majority of netizens would be very willing to invest in the stock god, but netizens were not qualified investors. There were rules that stated that only rich people who could take a bigger risk could buy a private equity fund. There was also a bottom line. The number of investors could not exceed 200, and the funds could not be transferred to personal accounts. Otherwise, it would be illegal fundraising. If it reached a certain scale, they would be shot. Su Yunhan quickly replied, how do you want to invest? After receiving the reply, Qin Bao Bao turned to look at her brother. She did not understand either. Xianxia thought for a while and did not want to explain too professionally and academically. He said, just say that you are helping her to invest in stocks and collect management fees. If she agrees, we could discuss the details of the company. Also, at least 3 million yuan. Qin Bao Bao passed on her brother's words. If you know any friends who want to invest in stocks, you can help me advertise. My brother said that private equity cannot be publicized or advertised. Su Yunhan replied with an okay hand gesture, then took a screenshot and sent it to a celebrity group. Celebrities had their own circles. Su Yunhan had been in the entertainment industry for so many years, so she did not need too many celebrity friends. Su Yunhan, Qin Bao Bao's brother, has opened a private equity company and is looking for investments. Interested friends can contact him. Yes, I want to invest some money. Do you have friends who know the industry? Are they reliable? Li Rongxing replied, wow, Xianxia has opened a company. Huang Yuding, amazing, his stock trading skills are really high. Last time, he said on a live broadcast that infrastructure stocks will be popular. In the past few days, several infrastructure stocks have reached the upper limit. Xianxia, Xianxia, my favorite little fresh meat. Zhang Jinyan, you like his songs, right? Do you want to ask him for a song? Xianxia, yes, but it's very difficult to get his songs. My management company has been trying to contact him for a long time. I'm not asking for much, just songs like Invisible Wings. Xianjiaji was a second-tier singer in the mainland. She was beautiful and her voice was clear and melodious. People on the internet often said that if she sang Invisible Wings, it would definitely be better than Qin Bao Bao. Huang Yuding complained, you're not asking for much. I met Xianxia a few times, but my agency hasn't managed to give me a song. Then, many singers spoke up one after another, complaining that Xianxia was so heartless that it was difficult for him to book songs. Yinhan, you have a good relationship with Qin Bao Bao. Help me book a song. Qian tried frantically Su Yunhan. If I can get a song, I'll return it to you. I'll keep it for myself. Hey, don't go off topic. Where's the investment we agreed on? Su Yunhan felt stifled. Huang Yuding, Old Yao. Old Yao is an old stock investor. Let's ask for his opinion first. A few minutes later, Old Yao appeared. Huang Yuding, I hired a professional team to help me invest in the stock market. It was quite profitable in the past, but this month's profits have been poor. This is the rational period of the bull market, and there won't be a situation where whatever you buy will rise. So please be careful with your investments. Xianxia's ability in the stock market has always been rumored, but we've never seen it for ourselves, right? The most famous one is Black Donkey Technology. There's nothing else. Of course, my opinion is only for reference. Only then did everyone remember that Xianxia's title as the god of stocks was exaggerated by the netizens. They only knew that Xianxia was good in the stock market and was very famous. But as for how good he was, no one had any idea. Li Rongxing, Old Yao is right. My mom lost more than 100,000 renminbi this month. Her heart hurts a lot. Xianxia, you can lose so much money in the bull market. Old Yao, you can also lose money in the bull market. There are so many stocks, and not all of them rise. There are also changes in the price within the same day. That's why it's taboo to buy high and sell low. Zhang Jinyan, Old Yao, please guide me. I made some money last month, but I lost all of it this month. Huang Yuding, I also bought some stocks. I didn't make any losses, but I didn't make much money. Let's just leave it there. Now that the trend is rising, choose a good stock, and you will definitely make money in a few months. Su Yunhan. The celebrities in the group started to discuss their stock market achievements. Some of them made money, some of them lost money, and some of them did not invest in the stock market. All right, they went off topic again. Suddenly, a netizen popped up. No, Xianxia is very good in the stock market. I remember that Yin Han made a lot of money playing with him, right? Xianxia, and how much? Netizen. At least a few 100,000, right? Su Yunhan. Old Yao. A few 100,000 is not bad. She earned some pocket money. Huang Yuding. Not bad, not bad. She's better than me and better than me. Xianxia. Io, not bad. Su Yunhan sent a string of ellipses. Li Rongxing. Not even a few 100,000? Su Yunhan sent another string of ellipses. The active celebrities in the group were all talking at once. Not a few 100,000, but at least a few 100,000. After all, it's Xianxia. That's not necessarily true. It depends on how much Yin Han invested. How can it be a few 100,000? You guys are so funny. You're just following Xianxia to invest in the stock market. It's not like you're asking Xianxia to invest in the stock market. I have a friend who is in private equity and occasionally recommends me to invest in a few stocks. After half a month, he only made a few tens of thousands. But I didn't invest much. Su Yunhan looked at the discussion and wondered if she should tell them the truth. Would it hurt them? Would it seem that she was too pretentious? But since she had promised to help Qin Bao Bao get investors, she should tell them the truth. This group of idlers was happy to earn a few 100,000. Su Yunhan replied, 5 million. Someone immediately replied, 5 million? You're really willing to invest. So, you only earned a few 100,000 with so much money. Su Yunhan. No, I invested in the stock market with Xianxia at the beginning of October and earned 5 million in 2 months. 5 million? 2 months. The celebrities were silent. 5 million in 2 months. In the eyes of the A-list and B-list celebrities, this was not a lot. They could earn a few 100,000 or even a few million just by shooting an advertisement or doing a commercial performance. But Su Yunhan's 5 million was earned by following a big shot. She earned 5 million without using her brain or effort. Su Yunhan sent a tired emoji. It's quite tiring to invest in the stock market by myself. I have to go online every day to see how much the stock market rose today and how much it will rise tomorrow. It's so tiring. Old Yao, Zhang Jingyan, Huang Yuding, Xianxia. Don't say anything else. Qin Bao Bao's phone number, give it to me. Li Rongxing. Qin Bao Bao's phone number, give it to me. Huang Yuding. Qin Bao Bao's phone number, give it to me. Old Yao. Qin Bao Bao's phone number. I want it too. Melon Eater 1. Give it to me. Melon Eater 2. Give it to me. Melon Eater 3. Give it to me. Old Yao. Don't you have a friend who specializes in the stock market to help you? Old Yao. I was wrong to be pretentious just now. I apologize. While eating, Qin Bao Bao's phone was bombarded with calls. Whether he knew them or not, the celebrities called him personally. He had only eaten a few mouthfuls when he received more than 10 calls. Li Rongxing, will give you money. Huang Yuding, will give you money. Zhang Jingyan, will give you money. Melon Eater, will give you money. Qin Bao Bao patiently explained to everyone, don't look for me. I'm just helping with the publicity. If you're interested, you can contact this number. She's my follower. If you have any requests or problems, just look for her directly. Don't be too polite. Then Su Yu's number was given out. Soon after, Su Yu exploded in the group. Qin, come out. I promise to beat you to death. A series of boiling with anger emojis. I'm helping you to get investment. You're welcome. Qin Bao Bao replied. You bastard, can't you let Xianxia handle it? It's funny. Xianxia is my brother. As a sister, I love my brother. Why bite me? It's after work now. Why are you throwing it to me? I'm answering the phone when I go to the bathroom. You black-hearted maggot. The two people scolded in the group, and all kinds of dirty and not dirty words flew all over the screen. Wang Zijin bit her chopsticks and watched her best friend, and Su Yu scold each other with relish. Then she glanced at Xianxia, who was eating at the same table. He was looking at the screen with a strange face and was shocked by the rich practical experience of his sister and the secretary. There seemed to be a sound of image collapse. Wang Zijin thought that the two idiots forgot that Xianxia was also in the group. Hey, I won't remind them. I might as well scold them more fiercely and shrewdly. At this time, I should jump out to be a peacemaker and brush up a wave of good feelings. But when Wang Zijin saw the lurking Nan Man Pei, she suddenly realized that she couldn't jump out and had to be silent. Otherwise, when the two women reacted, they would criticize her. Chapter 247. The next day, 6:30 in the morning. Xianxia got up on time. After achieving his small goal of making 100 million, he didn't have to stay up all night. Only with a normal biological clock can he have a healthy body. People who stay up all night to cultivate will reach the sky earlier than ordinary people. Recalling that time, he was mentally and physically exhausted. The last time he was bitten by Liang Zhui was during the college entrance examination. At that time, the old man roared in his ear every day, "The college entrance examination is coming soon, but you are sloppy all day. There is no hope for Fudan University, but you have to go to the University of Finance." The local cutoff was so low. Then he sent his daughter to stay up all night to tutor his son, but his daughter pretended to be serious in front of her father, but in front of her brother, she was not serious at all. In addition to tutoring, she used her feet to tease her brother, think about other people's systems, all kinds of awesome. The protagonist makes money lying down. Look at him, for a mere 100 million. He was tired half to death, forced to play with leverage, and almost overturned the car. The system is low. The host suffers. The handsome man suffers. Xianxia lifted the quilt and stretched his limbs on the bed, wearing only a pair of boxers. He looked down at his tent and sighed again. Every day at 6:30, his cock was hard. What do I need this iron rod for? Xianxia's voice came from the room, and Wang Zijin, who was brushing her teeth in the bathroom, rolled her eyes fiercely. After finishing the morning exercise at 8 o'clock, she took a shower, had breakfast, and then Xin Bao drove her best friend and brother to work. He arrived at the company at 9:30, half an hour late. Anyway, he was the boss, and he was capricious. Only Su Yu would occasionally complain about him. Of course, the others dared not complain about the CEO. Having said that, the company should recruit a receptionist. The receptionist didn't need to be too professional, but she must be beautiful. The word vase was tailor-made for the receptionist. Passing by the conference room, he found Su Yu receiving clients, a man and a woman, dressed very professionally. The woman heard the footsteps and looked sideways. When she saw Xianxia, she was overjoyed. "Miss Qin." Xianxia recognized her face. She was Su Yunhan's manager. He used to know that her surname was Bai, but after hearing Su Yunhan call her sister Bai, he found out that her name was Bai Jia. Bai Jia worked in the entertainment industry, so he called Xianxia Miss Qin instead of President Qin. Many celebrities subconsciously treated Xianxia as someone from the entertainment industry. Hello. Xianxia shook her hand. Sister Su didn't come? Run the announcement. The two big shots had a thunderous reputation. Yes, I'm here today to deal with some matters on your side. I'll be flying back in the afternoon. Bai Jie smiled and said, Yunhan plans to invest 7 million. For a B-list singer, 7 million was not a small sum. I'm Huang Yuding's agent. Miss Qin, you can call me Ao Bin. The middle-aged man stood up and shook her hand. Xianxia hurriedly shook hands and invited the two big shots to take a seat. Ao Bin said, Miss Qin, Tang Zi is going to invest 10 million. Bai Jie said, Wow, how generous. Ao Bin said, We still believe in Miss Qin's level, but we have a presumptuous request. Xianxia said, Let's hear it. Ao Bin said, We want to ask Miss Qin for a song. Can we ask for the highest price? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, No problem. Tell me your request later, and I'll write it down for you. Ao Bin was overjoyed. Thank you, Miss Qin. Xianxia planned to find a song that was not suitable for his sister to sing. Next, Su Yu and the two managers discussed the details of the investment. They left at 10:30, and Xianxia personally sent the two big shots out of the company. Abin and Bai Jie left Bowser Investment. Bai Jie said sourly, "We got a song for you. If we had known earlier, we would have invested 10 million. Abin smiled proudly and took out his mobile phone to send a message to Huang Yuding. Tengzi, the agreement has been signed, and I saw Xianxia. Huang Yuding quickly replied, "Did you make an appointment?" "Yes." Huang Yuding sent a series of applauding emojis. "In fact, our current manpower is still not enough. It's difficult to control more than 1 billion yuan per person." Xianxia returned to the conference room and lit a cigarette. "I'm already recruiting people. There will be a group of interviewers coming today. I'll let several managers take charge." Suyu waved to disperse the smoke and frowned. "Take advantage of the bull market to make a profit. Otherwise, with our little property, we will make the company bigger. I don't know how long it will take. But the bull market will not last too long." Xianxia squinted. "At present, the market is still in a benign state and will not collapse. I will keep an eye on it." Suyu said. She was a professional in this regard. Xianxia was more pessimistic. "Not necessarily. The domestic stock market is not like foreign countries. It may collapse one day. My father said that when you invest in stocks, you must be ready to run away with money at any time." 3 batches of investors were welcomed in the morning, all of whom were agents of stars. Suyu was in charge of the negotiations. Xianxia sat aside as a spectator. In fact, he just needed to sit there. The stars invested for him. He was a symbol. When they saw him, the agents would feel at ease. Unfortunately, the names of several agents were very mediocre. They were not as amazing as Abin and Bai Jie. Xianxia was looking forward to whether he would meet Ho Long Dao or Ziyun. At noon, he asked Suyu, the vice president and secretary, to help him order takeout. The two ate in Xianxia's office. Suyu ate very elegantly, lowering her head and taking small bites. From Xianxia's point of view, her eyelashes were particularly thick and strange. "Can you not order Hunan cuisine?" Xianxia lifted her long bangs and tucked them behind her ears, lest they fall into the food. "Then I'll order Hunan cuisine tomorrow." Suyu's face was slightly red. "There's one more thing." Xianxia pulled out a piece of tissue and wiped his mouth. He was about to smoke a cigarette. "No, a cigarette after the meal. Can you not quarrel with my sister? You don't play games anymore. How can there be so much hatred?" Suyu curled her lips. "I don't like her. She doesn't like me. That's it. Don't quarrel, unless you let her apologize to me." "Are you kidding? If I say this, you will be fine, but my sister will probably explode. Don't think about kissing in this life." He thought, in fact, Suyu still wanted to quarrel with Qin Bao Bao. Suyu was the best at this kind of operation to make her presence known. She grabbed Qin Bao Bao and refused to let go. One of the reasons was the shame of being beaten up, and the other was the outbreak of the masochist attribute. The masochist who lacked love wanted to make her presence known all the time. Just like the lyrics of the song, "The quieter you are in the crowd, the more you will be ignored." "I'm going to stir up an accident. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it." Xianxia's cell phone on the table rang. Suyu poked her head over and saw the caller ID. "Sister." "Sister." Xianxia picked up the phone. "Ace." Suyu was bullied at school. Bao Bao's tone was a little anxious. "What happened?" Xianxia was stunned. She was bullied by a few female classmates. "Mom just called me to tell me. It's not the first or second time. There are a few girls at school who always bully her. This time, the situation is more serious. Her head was broken, and she was just bandaged at the hospital. Aunt went to their school to reason with the teacher, but it seems that the girl who hit her has something to do with it. I can't tell you the details over the phone. I'll come and pick you up. Let's go to the school to take a look." After a pause, her sister sighed. "Aunt has a heart too. There's no man at home to support her." Xianxia hung up the phone and frowned. Suyu was his cousin, his uncle's daughter. In this kind of situation, a man should come forward, but his uncle was a little unreliable. His aunt must have called the sibling's mother, and his mother called Qin Bao Bao, and then Qin Bao Bao called him to solve it together. "What's wrong?" Suyu asked. "Some family matters, Tai." "Suyu, I have something to do later. I won't go back to the company today." School violence. These words appeared in his mind. Chapter 248. Qin Bao Bao drove to Zhongjin building. She glanced around and saw her brother standing at the entrance of the building. He seemed to have been waiting for her for a long time. She put on her sunglasses, lowered the window, and waved at her brother. Qinze noticed it. He had seen the little red horse the moment it appeared. "You're driving so fast? You haven't even arrived in half an hour. Get in the car. Don't just stand there," Qin Bao Bao urged. "I'm waiting for someone." Qinze said, "I've informed Sister Zhuwei." "Aya, what are you talking to her about?" Qin Bao Bao said angrily. Her cousin was bullied. It was a family matter. Even though Wang Zijin was her best friend, she still felt awkward. Of course, she had to call her. Sister Ziwei was much better than her when it came to pranking people. "My sister is scheming and doesn't talk much." After waiting for another 10 minutes, Wang Zijin arrived. She was riding a little yellow car. Her waist was straight, her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her oval face was dignified and beautiful. Qinze waved at her, just like how his sister waved at him just now. Wang Zijin's little yellow car stopped beside the car. She leaned on her left leg and smoothed her hair with her right hand. "What's the matter? What happened?" Her workplace was not far from Zhongjin building. It was a 20-minute ride. Wang Zijin liked little yellow cars. As long as it was not too far away, she would ride it. It was a pity that the little yellow car did not have a back seat. Otherwise, Qinze would ride it and take Sister Ziwei for a ride. "Get in the car first. I'll take you there." After her brother and her best friend got into the car, Qin Bao Bao started the car and sped into the traffic. Hey, slow down. Don't speed. You'll flip the car." Qinze was shocked. "Don't you know that the investigation is very strict now?" "Who cares?" Qin Bao Bao ignored him. Their destination was Jian and high school. On the way, Qin Bao Bao told her what she had heard from her mother. Su Yu was their cousin, the daughter of their uncle. She was 16 years old and had just started her first year in high school. A few months ago, Qin Ma had happily called the siblings and said, "Ye has been admitted to Jian in high school." School violence happened in such a key high school, and it was among the girls. Actually, it wasn't strange. School violence mostly occurred in middle school, especially in middle school, followed by high school. Once they reached university, they matured mentally and their awareness of the law increased. Violent incidents were rare. The cause of the incident was jealousy between two girls. She was very beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a devilish cousin, she would probably be the most outstanding girl in Qinze's generation. The girl who took the lead is called Wenwen. Because her boyfriend secretly wrote a love letter to Ye, she couldn't take it anymore. Today, she brought people to block Ye in the dormitory and beat her up. Her head was injured. Annie received a call from the hospital asking her to pay the medical fees. Only then did she know that her daughter was bullied in school. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, "In fact, this isn't the first time this has happened." Once, Annie saw bruises on Ye's body and asked her what happened. She refused to say anything. After beating someone up, she still has to pay the medical fees herself. How could she do this? The school didn't do anything? Qinze frowned. The dean is a relative of the female high school student, Wenwen. He took sides and said that since it was a fight, both of them were responsible for it. They had to pay part of the medical fees themselves. If they were to be punished, both of them would be punished. Annie went to the school to make a scene. It was useless to call the police. The police would let the school deal with it. The police wouldn't intervene unless it caused great physical or psychological trauma to the students. For example, in recent years, there were frequent incidents of tearing clothes and taking nude photos. Only then would the police intervene. Netizens criticized that children nowadays were becoming more and more violent. In fact, they were like this in the past. It was just that the internet wasn't developed at that time, and everyone didn't know about it. Moreover, children nowadays had more ideas, such as tearing clothes and taking nude photos. In the past, children didn't have so many tricks up their sleeves. They only knew how to fight. Uncle doesn't come home all year round. Cousin is still young. Ye couldn't find anyone to stand up for her when she was bullied in school. Qin Bao Bao sighed. "Fortunately, I have A's. A's is the best." Wang Zijin was at a loss. What does this have to do with Qinze? Qinze sighed. Don't talk about it. It's an unbearable past. However, Qin Bao Bao started the conversation. She was quite excited and said, when I was in junior high school, there were quite a lot of hooligans. Probably because they were influenced by the movie Young and Dangerous. They didn't want to study and just fooled around all day. They weren't ashamed of it. Instead, they were proud of it. There were always hooligans who pestered me. They didn't dare to touch me, but they liked to let their underlings call me sister-in-law. They learned from the young and dangerous and spread the word Qin Bao Bao is my woman, and Qin Bao Bao is under my protection in school. And then Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe. And then A's was promoted. We went to school together, ate together, and went home together. Little hands holding little hands. Qin Bao Bao's smile widened. And then I was beaten up. Qin Zhe covered his face. They thought that I, a freshman, had snatched their sister-in-law. In the underworld, if the big brother's woman was snatched, the underlings would risk their lives to get back at him. Then why don't you explain? Wang Zijin said, amused. Why should I explain? Qin Zhe sneered. Let them pester my sister again? What's there to be afraid of a bunch of traitors? The more cowardly you are, the more ruthless they will bully you. I wasn't afraid of them at all. I stood in front of the mirror and said to myself, Qin Zhe, no one can bully you in the future. Then I took a utility knife and made a cut in my palm. From then on, I was possessed by a big boss and could easily beat up 10 people. No matter how many people came, I would fight them to the death. What a fantasy! Wang Zijin was dumbfounded. Qin Bao Bao laughed so hard that she almost couldn't hold the steering wheel properly. Don't listen to his nonsense. I stole 200 yuan from my family and gathered a group of people from the first grade. There were about 50 of them, and each of them was given 3 to 4 yuan. Then A's made an appointment with a third-grade hooligan and had a fight on the school lawn after school. He and that third-grade hooligan fought one-on-one. Hundreds of people surrounded them. What happened after that? Wang Zijin asked. After that, the teacher came and chased all of us away. A's was even punished with detention. That guy had committed a lot of evil deeds and had a lot of punishments. He was expelled from school. Qin Bao Bao smiled and said, after that, everyone knew that I was the woman of the first-grade big boss. No one dared to harass me anymore. As she spoke, Qin Bao Bao said softly, but he transferred schools in high school because his grades were too bad. If he didn't have so many things to do and studied hard, A's would definitely be able to stay in Fudan University affiliated high school. Qin Zhe remembered that after the middle school exams, his grades were not good enough and he did not get into high school. After the results were out, his sister cried a little. They arrived at Jian and high school. The little red horse stopped at the school gate. Don't go in, it's not convenient. I'll deal with it. Qin Zhe reminded his sister and opened the door to get off. There might be a conflict later. At the very least, there would be a quarrel. Qin Bao Bao was now a public figure, and it was not suitable for her to be involved in these things. Later on, the media would make headlines like, shocking, Qin Bao Bao is so arrogant that she stands up for her relative, or Dear Bao Bao speaks nonsense in high school. Demand for students to be punished severely. If the yellow mud fell on the crotch, it would be impossible to wash it clean. Then I'll go and join in the fun. Wang Zijin got off the car. At the school gate, the guard stopped them from entering. The old man on duty questioned, Who are you looking for? The school does not accept outsiders. Qin Zhe glanced at the tag on the old man's chest. Oh, surname Qin. Same family. We're Su Yu's family. She was bullied in school, and we came to take a look. Qin Zhe said. The guard, Uncle Qin, was not surprised. He took out the foreign student registration form and said, Register. After Qin Zhe and Su Yu boarded the plane, he gave them a small tag hanging on their chests. Qin Zhe followed Uncle Qin's instructions. After a few turns, he found the school administration building. In the dean's office on the 6th floor, he saw his aunt, Li Ru. She was not from Shanghai. She was from Suzhou and had the delicate features of a Jiangnan woman. His cousin, Su Yu, was also there. She sat beside her mother. Her head was wrapped in a white veil. The young girl's delicate and pretty oval face was somewhat pale. She looked downcast and depressed. The mother and daughter did not look alike. His cousin inherited her looks from her father, Xianxia's uncle. Speaking of his unreliable uncle, he was a famous handsome man when he was young. Xianxia had seen his uncle's photo when he was young. In the photo, his uncle had a sculpture-like handsome face. He wore jeans and a flowery shirt that were very popular in the 70s. He had long, thin, curly hair like a rock and roll youth. He also had a pair of flirtatious eyes that could kill grandmothers and grandmothers. It was obvious that the saying that nephews looked like their uncles was false. When his aunt saw Xianxia come in, her eyes lit up. She looked around and asked, "Ace, where's Bao Bao?" I asked her to stay outside. Xianxia looked at his cousin. "Suyu, are you okay?" His cousin looked at him with her clear eyes. After a while, she looked away and shook her head. For some reason, Xianxia disliked his uncle. As a girl, she was sensitive and delicate. Therefore, Suyu was not close to her cousins. "Where's the dean?" His aunt gritted her teeth. "He left half an hour ago and left us here. He can make trouble if he wants, even if it's dark." Chapter 249. Children were the flesh and blood of their parents. When the husband was not at home, the mother had to stand up for her daughter. After the aunt knew that her daughter was often bullied in school, her heart was almost broken. She put down her work and rushed to the hospital. Fortunately, it was not a serious injury and did not require stitches. However, because it was not a serious injury, she was often left alone. After her daughter treated the wound on her head, the aunt rushed to school with her daughter angrily. She was prepared to be furious with the other party's parents, who knew that they did not come at all, or rather, they were too lazy to come and deal with it. Because the dean was a relative. With connections, who would care about you? Annie went to look for the school's leaders, but they gave her a perfunctory answer, especially the dean of academic affairs. He said bluntly that this was a fight, and both parties were responsible. Of course, Sun Wenwen was more responsible, and the school would warn her. Then, of course, there was no then. They did not even mention compensation. Punishment, you say? The school had its own rules. She had to go through the process. There would be punishment in a few days. In short, drag it out first. As time went by, the matter would fade away. You want to make a scene? Sure, you can try. After all, Jinan is a key high school. If you dare to make a scene, we will find a reason to expel your daughter. You don't know how many people want to enter our school. This concerns your daughter's future. Think about it carefully. You want compensation? You have to negotiate with the parents. The school will at most be responsible for mediating. Call the police? The police would not care. You did not lose an arm or a leg. They did not tear your clothes to take nude photos. Besides, there was a law protecting minors. The police could not do anything. The aunt was not satisfied. She stayed in the office. The dean was also angry. He said, "You can stay as long as you want. The school does not need you to tell us how to deal with it." The dean of academic affairs left without another word. After hearing the aunt's words, Xianxia understood. Official skill, great delaying skill. It was one of the two great skills on par with the great teleportation skill. The latter was commonly known as kicking the ball. When he was stabbed by someone with a small knife, that black-hearted guy wanted to use the great delaying technique in a futile attempt to drag the Qin family to death. Xianxia and Wang Zijin looked at each other and said, "Let's go to the principal." Wang Zijin nodded. The four of them arrived at the principal's office. Xianxia knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside. "Come in." It was an office that was not luxurious, but the furnishings were very exquisite. The pot-bellied principal, who had a strong bureaucratic temperament, was sitting behind his desk. Behind him hung a book, Teach and Educate. "You are." The principal looked at them in surprise. "We're Suyu's family members. She was bullied by her classmates in school." Xianxia pointed at Suyu's head and said in a deep voice, "The academic affairs master has gone too far by abandoning her parents. We need an explanation from a school." The principal pushed up his glasses, crossed his fingers, and placed them on the desk. He said in an official tone, "That's true. The academic affairs master is also busy and has gone to deal with some matters. The school will definitely deal with this matter. Don't worry." His aunt said angrily, "Then why don't you deal with it? Where are Sun Wenwen's parents and Sun Wenwen? I've been in school for so long, but I haven't seen them. I want to ask her why she keeps bullying my daughter." The principal said, We've already called Sun Wenwen's parents, but they're busy and don't have time to come over for the time being. All right, it was greater teleportation and great delaying again. We're all busy. Who isn't? This doesn't seem to be a reason. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Anyway, we'll deal with this matter. You can go home and wait for the news. The punishment won't be out immediately. Parents should understand the school. The principal also said in a deep voice. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't leave. His aunt sat on the sofa, her eyes red. Last week, my daughter was bruised all over. I knew it wasn't a good thing. Now it's worse. She beat her up like this. If you really did something, my daughter wouldn't have been bullied again and again. Call that Sun Wenwen over. I want to ask her what you did to offend her. Why did she bully her like this? Look at you. You're so agitated. How do you want a school to deal with this? Oh, call Sun Wenwen over. You might have a conflict again. Go back. The school will deal with it. The principal's delaying technique had already reached the level of perfection. Xianxia knew that even if he made a scene, it wouldn't end well. You come out with me. Xianxia waved at the door. The little girl hesitated for a moment. She bit her lips and followed Xianxia out. At this time, it was the break between classes. The students were outside playing in the corridor. The laughter of young boys and girls could be heard everywhere. JK was young and lively. JK's body was light and soft. JK's charm, homonym, was not inferior to lowly homonym. Unfortunately, Xianxia's hobby was a little special. He didn't have any feelings for girls younger than him. If you don't have a D, you should at least have a C. If you don't have a C, can you still be considered a woman? Women should have a big chest. Why did you come out? So you said in a muffled voice. Everyone around her was looking at her. It made her feel very embarrassed. Xianxia looked at his cousin, who he had a very ordinary relationship with, and said, Why did Sun Wenwen bully you? So you didn't say anything. Xianxia stopped and patted her head. He said softly, Your dad isn't here. Aunt has to take care of you and your brother alone. She has to go to work and take care of Grandma at home. It's been hard on her. Su Yu's eyes reddened. Since cousin is here, he has to stand up for you, right? When I was young, Uncle was actually very good to me. So you bit her lip. Sun Wenwen's boyfriend kept pestering me and wrote me love letters. She brought people to bully me. In the morning, they made me kneel. When I refused, they beat me. Understood. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He took out his phone and made a call. A few minutes later, a beautiful girl came out of the school building. She had a ponytail, almond-shaped eyes, rosy cheeks, and a figure like a willow bud. The girl walked over with light steps. Without saying anything, she rolled her eyes and said crisply, Why did you come to our school? So you knew this girl. She was Pei Ziki from the second-year class 4. The reason why she knew her was because besides being the school goddess, Pei Ziki was also one of the big sisters in the second year. She was surrounded by a group of rich second-generation officials and officials. She could do whatever she wanted in the school. So you couldn't understand the ups and downs of their world. In comparison, Sun Wenwen was a tyrant in the first year of high school, but in front of them, she was just a cat or a dog. Suyu was the goddess of the first year of high school, but compared to Pei Ziki, she was an ugly duckling and the other was a white swan. How did cousin know Pei Ziki? I miss you. Xianxia laughed. Pei Ziqi sent a kick flying towards Xianxia. Xianxia dodged and said, There's something I need your help with. Li Donglai studied at Fudan University affiliated high school, while Pei Ziki studied at Jianan High School. The siblings were born to be opposite. There were many key high schools in Shanghai, but there weren't many either. It was a coincidence that his cousin was in the same school as her. What's the matter? Pei Ziki asked. My cousin. Xianxia pointed at Suyu. I know. She's very famous in the first year of high school. Pei Ziki glanced at Suyu proudly, like a white swan looking at an ugly duckling. There's a girl who always bullies her. Her name is Sun Wenwen. She seems to be a relative of your school's dean. The school favors her, and the police can't be relied on. Can you help her vent her anger? Xianxia told him about his cousin. He couldn't use his power to oppress others. If he wanted to show off in this society, he had to rely on himself. He wasn't a big shot yet. He had only gotten the system 4 months ago, and it was still a low-level system. But don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have connections with the school. Xianxia had at least 10 ways to get rid of her. Anyway, as long as she didn't lose an arm or a leg, she would be fine. Anyway, as long as they didn't take nude photos and abuse her. In that case, I'll do the same to you guys. This was called giving her a taste of her own medicine. You should look for Chun Qingyuan for this kind of thing. She's the big sister. She has a lot of underlings under her command. Pei Ziki said angrily. She's also in this school. Xianxia was stunned, and then his expression became strange. Chun Qingyuan still couldn't forget about him. She bombarded him with text messages every few days. Recently, she became bolder and would call him occasionally. Xianxia said, "You're still young. Don't think too much. Study hard." He almost told her, "I'm not interested in JK. I'm a shameful lover of depression. You're a good girl, but we're not suitable." But Chun Qingyuan didn't understand. Even if she did, she pretended not to understand. She was stubborn. Young girls were full of longing for love. At the same time, they were more stubborn than adults. They weren't so materialistic and rational. If I like you, I like you. If you treat me like a good person, I'll die in front of you. Maybe she even hoped that Xianxia would cruelly reject her, so that they could have an unforgettable love. It was so annoying. Don't talk nonsense. Help or not, just say it. Xianxia urged. If I don't help, will you look for Chun Qingyuan? Pei Ziki probed. No. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Then wait a moment. I'll call a few people. Pei Ziki turned and went back to the school building. Grade 1, Class 6. Sun Wenwen sat in her seat, surrounded by a few sisters, or rather, henchmen. She looked somewhat delicate and pretty. She wore light makeup and didn't dye her hair, but she took care of it carefully. Coupled with the branded clothes, she instantly exuded an aura that was different from ordinary girls. In the eyes of the boys, she was particularly dazzling. Girls before university were more simple and clean. Occasionally, one or two girls who wore short skirts and makeup would become popular in the eyes of the boys and flirtatious sluts in the eyes of the girls. 1-1. Suyu hasn't returned to the classroom yet. I heard that her mother is here. Will we be punished? What if her mother causes trouble in school? What are you afraid of? 1-1 is the dean's relative. Don't worry. The girls are all talking at once, discussing animatedly. Sun Wenwen leaned against the chair and crossed her legs. She was calm. What are you afraid of? She won't dare to do anything. This time, I'll break her head. Next time, I'll make her kneel. She glanced at the henchman beside her. It's just a small matter, and you're all so scared. If her mother comes, then so be it. That bitch, let's go to the school gate today after school to block her. Don't think that she'll be fine just because she called for her mother. Her mother won't stay in school. The girls were relieved and echoed. I've been unhappy with her for a long time. So what if she's pretty? How dare she steal our Wenwen's boyfriend? She should be taught a lesson in front of the boys. Let's see how she can seduce men in the future. At this time, a group of people rushed in from outside the classroom. There were boys and girls, all of them from other classes. They seemed to be second-year students. The students in the classroom all turned their heads to look at the group of uninvited guests who were coming in menacingly. Which one is Sun Wenwen? The beautiful girl in the lead knocked on the table arrogantly. Chapter 250. In school, the two most glorious things were, first, at the spring festival party, in front of all the teachers and students, showing off an 8th grade piano performance. Second, with a group of henchmen, breaking into a classroom and in the stunned eyes of the students, saying arrogantly, "Come out. I promise to beat you to death." TSK, TSK, TSK. In the past, Xianxia had always wanted to use this method to show off in school. In the 9-year compulsory education, 3 years of high school, and 4 years of university life, Xianxia's most glorious moment was probably in the second half of the first year of junior high school, when he led the henchman bought by his sister to fight with someone on the school lawn. But at that time, the feeling was not good at all, because the henchmen were fake, and they had agreed to a one-on-one fight. Xianxia and that guy used all kinds of martial arts to decide who was the most beautiful girl on campus. Dozens of people watched, and it felt like humans watching monkeys fight. The onlookers feasted their eyes, and the two monkeys fought to the death. It was not exciting at all, and he felt that he was too low. Looking at Pei Ziqi's dazzling entrance and becoming the focal point of the students, he felt that if he was younger by 5 or 6 years, he might have been thinking about this girl for a few years. After he graduated from high school, he would have gone his separate ways. Years later, he would still remember the days when he was young. She was like a proud and domineering little swan who had left a deep mark in his heart. The students in the classroom looked sideways at the sophomore who arrogantly broke into their territory. Sun Wenwen understood. When she saw Pei Ziqi, she also saw Su Yu in front of the crowd. Su Yu stood quietly, and her head was still wrapped with a white veil. Sun Wenwen grabbed her hair and slammed her into the corner of the table. She was here to take revenge. She was here to get back at her. I am. Sun Wenwen stood up. Although she was a little scared, she still stubbornly looked at Pei Ziqi. If she had encountered such a situation in private, she would have admitted defeat. However, in front of so many people and so many classmates, if she admitted defeat, she would never be able to raise her head again in the future. Using a very popular saying, I don't care about my face. Sun Wenwen was slightly taller than Pei Ziqi. She thought that there would definitely be a glare later, and she would have the upper hand. However, Pei Ziqi didn't play by the rules. She didn't stare at him for a few minutes or curse him like a shrew. She walked over and gave him a tight slap. Pa! A loud and clear sound was heard. Everyone in the classroom heard it. Some were angry, some were surprised, and some were excited. Sun Wenwen was mad. She was the little princess of the family. Her parents were rich and had connections. She could walk sideways in junior high school. In the past few months after entering high school, she was still able to walk sideways. Although they had heard of Pei Ziqi's name, the newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger, and the new student was never afraid of the old student. Pei Ziqi's followers were all professionals. When they saw her move, they rushed over and surrounded Sun Wenwen. Sun Wenwen immediately gave up the idea of fighting back. She felt that as long as she made a move, she would be surrounded by a group of people and die miserably. As for her henchmen, they were huddled at the side, trembling. What right do you have to hit me? Sun Wenwen glared at Pei Ziqi. Pei Ziqi raised her hand and slapped her again. Why did I hit you? Don't you have any idea in your heart? I don't accept it, Sun Wenwen shouted with red eyes. Pa! Pei Ziqi slapped her again. I don't care if you accept it or not. Sun Wenwen's white and tender cheeks were red. Outside the window, Xianxia's eyes were full of appreciation. He didn't expect that a woman's cat fight could be so hot. It was completely different from what he thought in his heart. Do you know why I hit you? I don't know. Pa. Do you know now? I don't know. Pa. What about now? I know, Pa. Sun Wenwen covered her face and cried. She choked and said, I already said that I know, but you still hit me. Pei Ziqi sneered and said, I'm happy. She turned her head and waved at Su Yu, who was outside the crowd. The crowd parted to make a path. Su Yu hesitated for a moment and chose to face it. Slap her, Pei Ziqi said. Sun Wenwen glared at Su Yu fiercely. This would be a perfect counterattack, a beautiful turnaround, if only Su Yu could slap him in the face. But when it came to it, she hesitated. She was just a very ordinary girl with an ordinary family background. She was even a little poor, so it didn't matter. The only thing she could be proud of was her cousins from her aunt's family. But her cousins didn't like her family. Her cousin was beautiful and proud. Her cousin looked gentle, but in fact, he deliberately kept a distance from her family. Su Yu turned her head and glanced at the corridor outside the window. She saw her cousin who she liked when she was young, but hated when he grew up. She saw the gentle smile on his face. She saw him give her a thumbs up. Pa! Su Yu slapped her hard. All of a sudden, she seemed to have opened a new world and unlocked a new position. She felt better than ever. All her resentment and anger were vented out. She raised her hand again and slapped Sun Wenwen hard on the face again. Sun Wenwen was completely dumbfounded. Does it feel good to bully others? Pei Ziqi asked her junior. Yes. Su Yu nodded hard. We'll continue to bully her another day. Pei Ziqi looked at the crying Sun Wenwen and said word by word. Su Yu, I'll protect you, understand? Sun Wenwen didn't say anything and just cried. Perhaps she was using silence to fight back and save her last dignity. Pei Ziqi slapped her. Understand? Understood. A good show or a farce was over. Pei Ziki led her people out of the battlefield. Sun 1-1, who was mentally and physically exhausted, lay on the table and cried. It would probably leave a shadow in the girl's heart, but not too deep. After all, I didn't take off your clothes or make you kneel. You even made my cousin kneel before me. Xianxia didn't pity people who bullied their classmates for fun, even if she was a girl. If he could, he would rather go in and slap her himself. But if he hit her, it would be different. The school could openly call the police, and the police would arrest him in a small dark room. He stood guard in the corridor, watching the show and preventing students from sneaking out to call the teacher. Most of the students were watching such a good show in the class. But 3 students, 2 boys and 1 girl, went out. The girl was blocked by him and glared back at him fiercely. The man was unconvinced and wanted to resist, but Xianxia sent him flying with a kick. Then one of the boys said in a choked voice, "I just want to go to the toilet. Class is about to start." "Accidental injury. Cousin," so you called out in a soft voice. "Well done. If you have any problems in the future, look for me." Xianxia patted her head. He thought to himself, girls are better. Girls are willing to let you pat their heads, unlike his family's maggot. If you pat her head, she will definitely pat you back. Otherwise, she will explode. Xianxia asked for it. His sister was very willing to play the role of the girl in front of him, but he had to say the story of patting a dog's head with a smile. Suyu nodded, and the tears that she had been holding back for a long time fell down. She pressed her head against Xianxia's chest and cried. Pei Ziki dispersed the group of lackeys and stood aside, watching quietly. She curled her lips in disdain. "Qingge," an excited and joyful voice sounded. "Damn, she's here." Xianxia's mouth twitched. On the other side, in the principal's office, Annie didn't intend to leave until she got justice for her daughter. She didn't study much, but she was still a junior high school graduate. When her children encountered such things, the parents couldn't be soft. Otherwise, the school wouldn't pay attention and the child would continue to be bullied. In the long run, it would cause irreparable psychological damage. Serious cases might lead to depression and even suicide, especially with her daughter's stubborn personality. Wang Zijin stayed by her side, comforting her from time to time and wrangling with the principal. The principal was experienced in dealing with 2 girls. He was very stable and didn't show any anxiety or impatience. Usually, when parents came to the school, no matter what, since they sat down to talk, tea should be served. This was basic etiquette, but the principal wanted to ignore them. Such small details, if one was a veteran in the system, they would understand. Eviction order. "Auntie, don't worry. Ace will handle it well." Wang Zijin patted the back of her aunt's hand. "They've been out for so long. I wonder what they've been up to." Auntie nodded her head. To be comforted by a stranger and addressed as Annie made her feel weird. If it was Bao Bao, it would be more reasonable. Speaking of which, she didn't know what relationship this girl had with Ace. Girlfriend? Impossible. Impossible. If Ace had found such a beautiful wife, his big sister would have called him long ago. How could that little rascal have such a beautiful girlfriend? She should be Bao Bao's friend. What do you think we should do? The school doesn't care. I heard that Sun 1-1 is a relative of the academic affairs master. No wonder the school is biased. Auntie said deliberately. "Look at what you're saying." The principal sipped his tea. "Why would the school be biased? The school will deal with it fairly. You guys are too anxious to leave." Wang Zijin consoled. "This is a society that values relationships. There aren't many people who would side with reason." Auntie said angrily, "This matter isn't over. Your uncle and I can't bear to hit her. We can't take this lying down." Annie didn't mind her slip of the tongue. She reluctantly treated her as her nephew's girlfriend. Wang Zijin glanced at the principal, who was sitting majestically and unmoved like a mountain. She said indifferently, "The school is biased. Let's report it to the higher-ups. There will always be people who won't be biased." The principal looked coldly at the 2 women, echoing each other. He had a gentle smile on his face, but he was disdainful in his heart. Biased? Shielding? She sounded so wronged as though she had been wronged. Report it to the higher-ups? Why don't you go to the higher-ups? Isn't it just an ordinary fight between students? Furthermore, the school wasn't biased. They just used the great delaying technique. What was a divine technique? It was a foolproof technique that worked 100% of the time. Therefore, the principal wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he found it laughable. A woman with long hair and short knowledge. She wanted to use these lame tricks to scare him? Annie, I know a few friends in Shanghai's education department. I'll help you call for help. Wang Zijin took out her phone from the pocket of her tight jeans. Only then did the principal notice that this girl had slender and tight legs wrapped in tight jeans. She was much more pleasing to the eye than the senior English teacher. Of course, the principal would never do anything indescribable with the English teacher. Ever since the article, the English teacher and the principal fought. Those who survive a disaster are destined for good fortune was exposed. The existence of the English teacher had been listed as uncommunicable by the principals. Why bother with the English teacher? The Chinese teacher could also teach. The pretty girl dialed a number. Hello, Uncle Zhou. It's me, Zijin. Chapter 251. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. Zijin, why do you have time to call me? You joined the National Development and Reform Commission at the beginning of the year, right? Are you adapting to the work? No, I quit. Wang Zijin smiled and said, I'm in Shanghai. When did you come to Shanghai? Which department are you in? I didn't even hear from your father, Uncle Zhou said in surprise. No, I'm just out to relax. The principal listened to the conversation between Wang Zijin and Mr. Zhou and did not care at all. He thought that this girl was addicted to acting. What was this? A fox pretending to be a tiger? A bluff? Did she think that this could give him pressure? Come, please start your performance. By the way, Uncle Zhou, has the Education Bureau been rectifying recently? Focus on those school leaders who violate the rules and regulations, such as accepting red packets, privately holding training classes, and exchanging lessons with female teachers. There's such a thing, right? Hey, isn't the meeting about to start? Respond to the call of the central government. Coincidentally, I encountered something here. Wang Zijin was all smiles. I have a friend's cousin who often suffers from school violence and has a huge trauma in her heart. But the student who hit her is a relative of the school affairs director. The police didn't care about this matter, and the school made all kinds of excuses. The parents can't even find a place to reason with. Which school? Jianan High School. Wang Zijin sighed and said, That child just came out of the hospital. Sigh, she's quite pitiful. I just saw her. Because of long-term school violence, she's autistic and doesn't like to talk to people. She's a good girl, but she hasn't even entered society, and she's about to be ruined. Auntie was stunned. The principal was stunned. What was going on? Just came out of the hospital, long-term school violence, autistic, psychological trauma, ruined life. It sounded normal, but why did it suddenly feel like the nature of the matter was on a higher level? Uncle Zhou's voice suddenly sank. Did you take a video? It didn't go online, right? In this day and age, everything was afraid of being exposed. Once exposed, public opinion would be overwhelming. The nature of the matter was completely different. Wang Zijin sighed. I'm not sure about that, but I heard that they even asked her to kneel down. It just happened today. If it goes online, it won't be so fast. We need to take precautions, Uncle Zhou. Also, Uncle Zhou, it's not just the school affairs director. The principal is also involved. I'll ask someone, then I won't disturb you any further. Wang Zijin hung up the phone and said without looking at the dark-faced principal, Auntie, let's go. I'm not sending you off. The principal said with a hint of mockery. The principal was very calm. There were people in the Education Bureau who knew him. Hee, if your position isn't high enough, you really can't control me. Jianan High School is a key high school after all. Unless you have connections with Shanghai's Education Bureau, I'm like a breeze blowing over a mountain. Soon after the two women left, the telephone in the principal's office rang. Annie walked down the long corridor and turned back to look at the principal's office. Shall we wait in the dean's office again? There's no need for that, Auntie. Let's go find Ace. He should be done with his business, Wang Zijin said. By the way, where did Ace and Yia go? Annie was worried. She had asked her nephew and niece to come over to boost her morale and cause trouble. In the end, not only did her niece not come, but her nephew also kidnapped her daughter. In the end, there was only a strange girl accompanying her. Your name is Tissue, right? Are you A's girlfriend? I hate the southern accent. Wang Zijin shook her head. I'm Bao Bao's friend. We happened to come together. Annie nodded and thought to herself, I was right. Ace couldn't possibly have such a beautiful girlfriend. Annie knew that Qin Bao Bao was now a big celebrity. This phoenix of a Qin family had already flown up to the sky. Qin Bao Bao had been outstanding since she was young. She was good-looking and smart. Annie wouldn't be surprised if she stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun one day. Annie didn't do live streams or stocks, so she didn't know that Ugly Duckling's nephew had turned over a new leaf. Her impression of him was still the little rascal who followed her sister around. Auntie, why didn't Uncle come over for such a big thing? Wang Zijin asked. Auntie's expression was a little unnatural. She sighed and said that bastard went out for a whole year and didn't come back. He used to know how to make a few calls, but now he doesn't even have a phone. Auntie's heart felt tired at the mention of that bastard. Why is that? Wang Zijin asked curiously. She was very interested in learning more about the Qin siblings' family matters. He wants to make a lot of money and make a name for himself. Before he left, he told his old mother that life is full of ups and downs. I won't be poor for the rest of my life. It's my misfortune to have a husband like him. Auntie sighed. Wow, I didn't expect Annie to be so generous. He's much more ambitious than Ace. That's a good thing. Shouldn't men go out and make a name for themselves? Wang Zijin didn't understand Auntie's resentment. You'll understand when you get married and reach my age. Auntie patted Wang Zijin's shoulder. Wang Zijin understood immediately. Greater than over equal to / Don't worry, Auntie. Uncle will definitely make a lot of money and go home. Auntie snapped. I'm not counting on him anymore. If he's reliable, he wouldn't have squandered all the family's money. He's a classic example of someone with high standards but little ability. He keeps saying that he won't go home until he's rich. Who knows where he's hiding now? He'll come back when he's had enough. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that Qin Bao Bao once complained. Her original words were, when my father married my mother, our family was poor, and Grandpa didn't like us. Later, when our family became rich, we had to clean up their mess. We really owe them. Ace could have had 2 houses. As she spoke, Bao Bao was full of resentment toward her mother. Did something happen back then? Was it related to the siblings' uncle? When I married him, his family was rich and handsome. When my father saw him, he said, Io, this young man is good. Then, he married me off. Auntie sighed. He's been unreliable his whole life. But he's right. Every dog has its day. He used to be rich, but now he's a pauper. Wang Zijin thought, Io, your father is too careless in marrying off his daughter. On second thought, she felt a little sad. My father should have married off his daughter as well. But this isn't the era where parents' orders and matchmakers' words are needed anymore. Auntie, let's walk slower, Wang Zijin said. Annie was stunned and slowed down. What's wrong? Wang Zijin smiled. If we walk too fast, how are we going to step on people? Qingge, the soft voice, there was no need to guess. It was Chen Qingyuan. Qinze turned around and smiled gently like a big brother. Chen Qingyuan, what a coincidence. Chen Qingyuan swayed her waist as she walked over. Her eyes automatically ignored her best friend and the surrounding scenery. She said happily, Ziki texted me. Qinze, why didn't you look for me when you came to my school? Why should I look for you, girl? We don't know each other well. Qinze turned his head and glared at Pei Ziki. The latter looked at him with a gloating expression. She raised her chin and smiled provocatively at him. Chen Qingyuan stared at Su Yu, who was wiping her tears in her cousin's arms. She was jealous. Who is this? Qingge, your little girlfriend? Su Yu felt a murderous gaze locked onto her. She's my cousin. Qinze pressed on Su Yu's thin shoulders and pushed her away. Just then, the bell rang. Hey, you guys go to class, Qinze said happily. Pei Ziki joked. It'll be a few minutes sooner or later. It doesn't matter. Let's watch the show first. Su Yu shook her head. I'll go to the administration building with my cousin later. My mom is still at school. Chen Qingyuan stared at him. Class is not important. Qingge, I'll walk with you? You guys are so lucky. When I was in school, the class bell was like a death knell. The teacher even liked to drag the class. I would take up a little of your extracurricular time, then take away 10 minutes of your class, leaving only 3 minutes for the students to go to the toilet. Sometimes, they wouldn't even have time to pee before the bell rang. They would rush back to the classroom. Those who were late had to stand at the back of the classroom for the whole class. It was inhumane. Pei Ziki, you go back first. You, wait for me here. Qinze glanced at Qinxing Yuan. I'll walk with her. Qinze walked down the stairs, and Qinxing Yuan followed behind him. The sun was warm and shining on them. Qinxing Yuan narrowed her eyes and stared at Qinze's tall and straight back. In everyone's teenage years, there would always be a few people who would leave a deep mark on your life. It could be a sunshine boy in the basketball court, or a pretty and quiet schoolbelle with a ponytail. Of course, it could also be a coquettish bitch with heavy makeup. In Qinxing Yuan's teenage years, Qinze was the one who left a deep mark on her heart. Before she met Qinze, she, who came from a wealthy family, was arrogant and indulgent. She wore short skirts and smoky makeup. She wanted to write, "I'm not a good girl," on her face to take revenge on her parents. She gathered a group of henchmen in school and deliberately caused trouble. She beat up all kinds of disobedient people and then let her parents clean up her mess. She had seen many handsome guys. Some were good students who studied obediently. Some were good athletes who were good at playing basketball. And some were campus evildoers who were full of vulgarities. None of them could move her heart. Qinxing Yuan liked a man who could control her and make her willingly loyal to him. First of all, he must be handsome. Second, he must have the ability to show off, but not be arrogant. When he was low-key, he would be very low-key. When he was arrogant, he would shout, "I Long Ao Yin specialize in dealing with all kinds of disobedient people," and then suppress everyone. Well, he was probably a combination of a domineering CEO and a ruffian boyfriend. Then, Qinze appeared, at the most helpless and frightened moment. He was like a ray of light that shot into Qinxing Yuan's heart. She still remembered the scene when he appeared. He had both hands in his pockets, a cigarette in his mouth, and said calmly with a "everyone here is trash look, I want to fight 10 people. In a burst of pa-pa-pa sounds, he overturned the whole room with his own strength. Because of the disharmonious family relationship, she learned to be a delinquent girl. Then, because of Qinze's words, she played the role of a good girl again and turned over a new leaf. At first, her parents were very surprised and wanted to see the charm of the man who made their daughter turn over a new leaf. But their daughter hesitated a few times when she asked him to come home for dinner. After asking her friends, they found out that it was their silly daughter's unrequited love. Then, they dismissed the idea of meeting the amazing man. Her friends all said that she was crazy and that she was a love-struck fool. But Qinxing Yuan didn't care. If you like someone, you should work hard to become the kind of person he likes. But Qinxing Yuan never thought that the kind of person Qingge liked was the kind of person she couldn't be at the moment. "Qingge," Li Donglai said that you have a depression complex. Is it true? Qinxing Yuan said with grievance. Chapter 252. Qinze's heart was heavy. Why does everyone know that I have a depression complex? Homophone. When did Li Donglai see through me? This kind of shameful private matter is not like "I am handsome," where everyone knows at a glance. I have disguised myself very well. I have not kissed my sister for a long time. Why do you say that, miss? Qinze sighed. Qinxing Yuan pursed her lips. Li Dong said that he doesn't like you. Maybe it's just that he doesn't like this type of girl. But he doesn't like my sister and doesn't like you either. This means that master's taste isn't with you girls. Qinxing Yuan continued. He also said that Qin Bao Bao is his sister. A person who has lived on Mount Everest for a long time suddenly came to the grassland. Will he be able to adapt? I think I should get rid of this disciple. I feel that he is telling the truth. Speaking of which, when did I start to have a depression complex? I did not notice it at all. Since you already know, I have nothing to explain. Qinze reached out and wanted to pat her shoulder. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. You are really not my type, he said. Although Qinxing Yuan had already noticed Qinze's hint, she was still a little depressed. She lowered her head slightly and was sad for a few seconds. She pulled herself together and proudly puffed out her chest. One day, I will also grow up to be the kind of woman you like. Will you accept me then? The girl was too full. No matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to stand out. No. Xianxia shook his head. Chun Qingyuan was about to cry and said, "Why? Could it be that you have become a mommy complex by then? Did this young lady watch too many Japanese educational films?" Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. At that time, I had become a lowly complex. Think about it. I'm still young, so I'm a sucker. By the time you've grown into a sucker, I'll already be an uncle. Uncles should like lowly. Otherwise, why would they be called weird uncles? According to a psychological analysis, it's because you've eaten too much of something and want to change your taste. The little girl was petrified. After a moment of silence, she sniffled and said with a sobbing tone, "I know you're lying to me. Qingge, you just don't want to reject me and make me sad. You're a very considerate person. It's clearly the first time we've met. You could have ignored me, but you still stood up for me. You didn't have to tell me that, but you still did. I know it's all for my own good. Do you like me because I'm considerate? Fine, I'll change. Other than being handsome, I can't change anything else. I know that a little girl like me is very laughable in your eyes. You like big sisters because they are good at work and because they will shake the bed with you. I looked it up on the internet. But I'll be an adult next year. F***CK. Chun Qingyuan, wake up. Don't read too much nonsense. You're still young. Please take back what you just said. Don't read it without limits. Chun Qingyuan shook her head vigorously. I know that I'm insignificant in your eyes. A little girl like me who doesn't know anything is not attractive in your eyes. She paused and shed a tear. But Qingge, do you know? In my eyes, you're a scenery that I can only see but can't reach. I can only look at you from afar. I'm attracted and obsessed by the beautiful scenery, but I can only watch forever. In your world, there's only big sister you. There's no place for little girls like me." At this point, the conversation had turned into a monologue and a confession by Chun Qingyuan. She must have been holding these words in her heart for a long time. It was not easy to say it in a text message, and she did not dare to say it over the phone. It was not easy to catch Xianxia, so how could she not say it out loud? Xianxia listened silently and did not interrupt. He just treated it as accompanying the little girl in her sadness. I've already said what I need to say. I've already sent out the good guy card. You're so stubborn. What can I do? Time can make grapes purple and wood black. Naturally, it can also heal the wounds in a girl's inexperienced love. Then let's leave it to time. So many great emperors have been destroyed by time. Can't I cut off your hair? I'm done. Chun Qingyuan sniffled and stared at him with moist eyes. Qingge, can you not get married before I grow up to be big sister you? Xianxia, Chun Qingyuan blushed and said softly, "It's okay to get married. We can get a divorce." Xianxia, the thoughts of you girls are even weirder than mine. On the other side, Wang Zijin and her aunt had just stepped out of the administrative building when they heard a shout behind them. Balls are in the sack. The principal stood at the top of the stairs, panting. He showed his two big nostrils and raised his hand to ask them to stay. Wang Zijin turned around with a smile. "Oh, principal, don't send us off." The principal ran down the stairs, his stomach shaking. Don't go, don't go. Don't send us off. We're about to leave. Don't go, don't go. Let's continue talking." The principal wiped his sweat and said with a frown, "Our school was not proactive enough in handling this matter. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Don't worry, don't worry. Let's get Sun Wenwen's parents to come over and apologize and compensate." Her aunt was dumbfounded. She did not understand the principal's sudden 360-degree change in attitude. Wang Zijin sneered. "Who wants you to compensate? Who wants you to apologize? Why did you do it earlier?" Her aunt tugged at her sleeve. The principal was not angry at all. Instead, he said humbly, "It's the school that did not do its job well. I'll reflect. I'll reflect. Female comrade, I promise that similar incidents will not happen again. The school will resolutely deal with school violence." Wang Zijin said coldly, "It's not that I want to criticize you, but you old comrade, you need to improve your thinking." The principal was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. "Female comrade, you're right. I'll reflect. I'll reflect." The meeting was about to start. During this period, the slightest incident would be magnified infinitely. The principal could only admit defeat. He still wanted to climb up the ranks. At this moment, Wang Zijin saw Xianxia return with her cousin. She immediately smiled brightly and left the principal aside to welcome them. "Why didn't you stay upstairs?" Xianxia glanced at the principal and whispered, "I've settled the matter. No one will bully my cousin in the future." Wang Zijin smiled. "A's is the best. Let's go home." The principal came up to them. "Well, about this matter, can you?" Wang Zijin pulled a long face. "What's the matter?" "Nothing." The principal was stunned. What did she mean? Did she mean that this matter was over? Wang Zijin smiled. "The principal has already agreed to settle this matter. Annie, you may have to stay here for a while to wait for the girl's parents. A's, let's go first. I still have work to do." Xianxia looked at her thoughtfully. "Annie, wait a little longer. We'll go back first. Call me if there's anything." Xianxia and Wang Zijin left in the direction of the school gate. Wang Zijin waved fiercely, not caring whether her cousin could see it or not. As soon as they left, on the principal's side, the dean who went to fish in troubled waters was summoned back by a phone call. It was a chubby middle-aged man with a big belly. He had a big round face and looked quite dignified. The dean glanced at the clingy mother and daughter and said in an unhappy tone, "Principal, I'm assigning work. Why did you call me back?" The principal slammed the table and said loudly, "The matter here hasn't been resolved. What work are you assigning? What work are you assigning?" "Headmaster, what could possibly happen here?" The academic affairs dean was confused. The principal pointed at him and said righteously, "How do you intend to deal with your relative, Sun Wenwen? She bullied a classmate and violated the school rules. I think she should be kept in school for observation." The dean was stunned and said loudly, "Principal, how can you say that she bullied a classmate? This is a fight. Both parties are responsible. You can't just say whatever you want." The principal said in a disappointed tone, "The higher-ups have called. Old Liu, you'll be punished." The principal's meaning was clear. He was telling him that the other party had connections. The school affairs director was dumbfounded. "Did you call someone to ask for help?" Xianxia and Wang Zijin walked side by side. They returned the badge to Uncle Qin and took the time to ask. "Yeah, I knew I couldn't hide it from you," Wang Zijin said with a smile. "I didn't bully you. I said it's official." Xianxia thought to himself, "I called you here to bully you. You don't have to explain. That dean will definitely be responsible. The principal can't run away either. There will be trouble. But I didn't tell him any of this." Wang Zijin stopped abruptly. Oh no, she exposed her bad intentions with just a few words. The principal isn't a good person either. Officials protect each other. Xianxia didn't notice her strange behavior and said to Uncle Qin, "Uncle Qin, it's boring to be a guard in a high school. Go to a university. That's a better place." Uncle Qin laughed and said, "I just called my connections a few days ago. Maybe I'll really be a guard in a university." Xianxia gave him a thumbs up and left the school. His sister's little red horse was parked on the side of the road in front of the university. She was playing with her phone with her head down. Xianxia knocked on the window a few times before she heard him. She lowered the window and asked, "Is it settled?" "It's nothing." Xianxia went to the other side and sat in the passenger seat. He picked up his sister's short, dark red windbreaker. Qin Bao Bao was wearing a dark green V-neck knitted sweater. Her breasts were perky and her waist was slim. Her legs were long and smooth in pencil pants. "Then I'll encourage you." Qin Bao Bao smiled like a flower. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw Wang Zijin looking at her. She paused and said, "Zijin, there's no water in the car. Can you help me get some from the trunk?" "Okay." Wang Zijin had to get out of the car. "Sister, I'll reward you with a kiss." With the annoying light bulb gone, Qin Bao Bao was no longer afraid. She leaned over and kissed Xianxia hard on the left side of his face. "Give me a kiss on the right side." Xianxia's OCD was acting up. He turned his right face. His sister gave him a kiss on the right side of his face. "Then give me a kiss here." Xianxia pointed to his mouth. The trunk was tilted up, so Wang Zijin couldn't see the situation in the car. "No, get lost." Qin Bao Bao pushed his face away. When Xianxia said no, his sister liked to play rogue. When Xianxia said yes, his sister pretended to be shy. Women were so pretentious. Xianxia grabbed a palm-sized Rem figurine and threw it in front of his sister's chest. The Rem was bounced away by the amazing elasticity. "I threw Rem at you." His sister was furious. She lowered her head, picked it up, and threw it back. "If Rem doesn't speak, I'll throw a hammer at you." The Rem smashed on Xianxia's head and bounced away. The siblings went to snatch the Remington. The sister wasn't as agile as the brother, so she didn't succeed. Xianxia said, "The other party caught the Rem and had a good time. Then he threw a knife at you." He smashed the Rem on his sister's chest again. Wang Zijin came back with 3 bottles of water. She heard the sound of pa-pa-pa in the car. The siblings had already started fighting. They were fighting in the small space. Biting ears, poking nostrils, spanking, and all kinds of martial arts. It was very tragic. "What are you doing?" Wang Zijin said helplessly. "I wasn't paying attention and you guys started fighting again." The brother and sister pair immediately gave up. Xianxia rubbed his face. "No, I was just bitten by mosquitoes." Qin Bao Bao snorted. "My butt was rubbed by pigs." She rubbed her butt. Chapter 253. October 7th, the 19th of the lunar calendar. Lidong. Qin Bao Bao entered the dance studio at 10 in the morning. It wasn't a large dance studio that could accommodate dozens of people, but a studio reserved for B-list celebrities and above. She needed to make an appointment because there were no noisy girls here, nor were there any employees who used the excuse of passing by to admire the girl's graceful figure. The only person who could appreciate Qin Bao Bao's hot and graceful figure was Li Yanhong, who was sitting in a lounge chair in the corner. At first, she accompanied her because of her duties as her manager. Later, she gradually realized that admiring Qin Bao Bao's dance was a huge benefit. Even though she was already a middle-aged woman with fat on her belly, it didn't stop her from using her eyes to find beauty. Practicing dancing made Qin Bao Bao's figure more and more well-proportioned and stylish. When she wore a tight-fitting dance costume, her long legs were lethal. There was also her small waist that could be held with one hand, but had a strong explosive force. Then there were her round parts that couldn't be written now, twisting and turning flirtatiously. In the end, Qin Bao Bao was troubled by the fact that her chest size was too big, and it was a complete burden when dancing. Nowadays, there was no need for her to practice dancing. She wasn't a singer, and singing and dancing weren't popular now. She persisted in practicing dancing just to exercise her figure. Qin Bao Bao learned a variety of dances, such as ballet, jazz, and more casual modern dance. Occasionally, she would add a few moves herself, the kind that was especially seductive and enchanting. Li Yanhong asked her if she wanted to develop into a singer, and she said no. Then, she asked why she added these seductive poses. Qin Bao Bao blushed and didn't say anything. Recently, she was obsessed with classical dance and practiced the famous Silk Road flower rain. Unfortunately, she couldn't dance with an ethereal and graceful air. Instead, she looked seductive. In the afternoon, she practiced in the recording studio. A person's memory was unreliable. Even if it was an original work, it would be forgotten if she didn't practice for a long time. At the end of the month, her concert would be held at Shanghai Xinyu Stadium. Qin Bao Bao had been practicing hard these days, which made Li Yanhong admire her. Usually, Qin Bao Bao was like a lazy cat. When she was tired from work, she would frown and be unhappy. Every time a commercial performance ended, she would secretly hide in a corner and call someone. She would say coquettishly, "I'm so tired. I'm working so hard to earn money to build this society." Calling herself sister, she should be calling Xianxia, but it didn't seem like it. Her coquettish tone didn't seem like the right way for an elder sister to communicate with a younger brother. Li Yanhong thought that she should have a boyfriend. It was not strange for lovers to address each other as brother or sister. Li Yanhong pretended not to hear it. The contract forbade female stars from dating, but how could they really forbid them from dating? It was too inhumane. As long as it wasn't exposed, it would be fine. The management company had strict requirements for female celebrities. They were not allowed to date, but they were allowed to have rumored boyfriends because they wanted to create hype. However, They were not allowed to announce that they had a boyfriend on public platforms or occasions. Li Yanhong's biggest dissatisfaction with Qin Bao Bao was that she didn't work as a model. She would accept any job she had and rest if she didn't have any. She never took the initiative to fight for jobs. She didn't know what Qin Bao Bao's younger brother was like in the past. He ate his sister's flowers and had no qualms about being a salted fish. Qin Bao Bao hung out with her younger brother all day long. How could she be expected to work hard? However, her older sister's salted fish style was a little different from her younger brother's. When it was time to work hard, she would still work hard. For example, during the college entrance examination, she stayed up late to do practice questions a month before the examination. For example, when she participated in the program Singer, she practiced until her throat was hoarse. In this concert, Qin Bao Bao practiced until 7 in the afternoon. It was dark outside. She curled up on the leather sofa in the office and excitedly sent messages to her younger brother. I want to eat egg yolk dumplings, shrimp dumplings, and beef dumplings. Wipe sweat. You want me to make dumplings into a Manchu Han imperial feast? If Ace knows how to make it, I'm very willing to eat it. Take your balls and get lost. Sister Ziwei is already home. Why aren't you coming back? I'm in good shape today. I practiced a little late. I want to drink throat-soothing tea tonight. No problem. I'll add a few drops of nutrient solution for you. Funny. What nutrient solution? Confused. It's just throat-soothing tea that I made with great care. A's is the best. Moi. Qin Bao Bao put away her phone and planned to go home. The office door was pushed open. An unexpected visitor came. Sister Sue, are you still in the company today? Qin Bao Bao looked at the visitor and put on an impeccably sweet smile. Aren't you still in the company too? Su Lu smiled. Su Lu was dressed exceptionally sexily today. Her makeup was exquisite. The two women didn't have any friendship at all. They even had conflicts. When Qin Bao Bao had just risen, Su Lu had once suppressed her. In the workplace, there were many examples of old people suppressing newcomers. There were countless cases of celebrities fighting for resources. But later, CEO Huang announced that Qin Bao Bao was under his protection. It was difficult for Su Lu to suppress Qin Bao Bao with her connections and qualifications. Su Lu gave up for a while. I'm here on behalf of CEO Kong. Su Lu sat down elegantly on the other side of the sofa. There's a dinner party tonight. CEO Kong is treating a few big clients to dinner. Bao Bao. If you're free, you can go and accompany them. I'll go too. In the entertainment industry, it was common for big shots to have female celebrities accompany them for dinner. Of course, this wasn't free. It was one of the important sources of income for many female celebrities. Qin Bao Bao sat up straight and narrowed her eyes. She had been in the entertainment industry for 4 months. Other than the normal jobs, she hadn't encountered any messy rules. First of all, she was just singing and running jobs. The scope of her business was relatively narrow, and she didn't touch the film industry. Second of all, she had Huang Yitsung to protect her, so she pushed away all the messy things. After getting married, CEO Huang went on a honeymoon. It was said that he was having fun in Australia. Before he left, he even joked that he would eat all the carbs there and play boxing with a muscle kangaroo. With his body hollowed out by alcohol and women, he would probably be KO'd by the kangaroo. She didn't expect that after a week, some people couldn't sit still and showed their ferocious fangs. I never accept these messy jobs, Qin Bao Bao said lightly. CEO Kong is in charge of your concert at the end of the month. Isn't this a good opportunity to interact with him? Su Lu's smile hit a knife and implied a threat. Qin Bao Bao stared sharply at Su Lu. The latter looked back at her with a smile and didn't seem to be afraid. Forget about the interaction. You can go by yourself. Qin Bao Bao looked away and packed her things expressionlessly. Su Lu seemed to have expected Qin Bao Bao's reaction. She said happily, "Don't be impulsive. I've been through it before. If you stick to those unnecessary bottom lines, you won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry." Qin Bao Bao laughed and said sarcastically, "You're good, okay? I'm not as good as you. Whether it's eating with the big boss or CEO Kong, it's better to go home and eat dumplings with my brother." She carried her Louis Vuitton bag on her left shoulder and walked straight to the door. When she opened the door, she turned around and said, "By the way, I don't know if I should say something." Sulu looked at her with a cold smile. She seemed to have forgotten her words. Qin Bao Bao thought for a while and said, "My brother said that if you're ugly, you can go to Korea. If you're black, you can't get back your looks. Take care of yourself." Bam! She closed the door and left. Sulu was hit where it hurt, and her face turned gloomy. At this moment, the door opened again. Qin Bao Bao poked her head out and said, "Are you leaving or not? This seems to be my office." Star Art Vice President's office. Kang Xian stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of whiskey in his palm. The golden liquid was soaked with high-quality ice cubes. Under the light, the ice cubes reflected a diamond-like light. Kang Xian felt the ice cubes in his palm melt. In a few minutes, the glass would turn into a water-cut whiskey that he was satisfied with. He was waiting for news. Waiting for the news that Sulu brought back. The night view outside the window was beautiful. The neon lights intertwined into a dreamy light that extended to the camera lens. But in the end, he was tired of it. He would get tired of anything, and women were the same. For example, Sulu. What was the saying? Behind every goddess, there was a something man. Kang Xian admired Qin Bao Bao very much. He admired her appearance and figure. He felt that it was simply impossible for such a fine woman like Qin Bao Bao to survive in the entertainment industry without a single speck of dust. Why did Huang Yizong keep protecting Qin Bao Bao? In Kang Xian's eyes, it must be for the same reason. It was just that he didn't have time to eat her. That's not right. You can't eat alone. It's fine if you want to eat alone, but you're still protecting your food. You're heartless. The office door opened, and Sulu came in. There were only a few people in the company who could come in without knocking. Sulu was one of them. She didn't agree. Sulu said, "Forget it. If the client didn't specifically ask Qin Bao Bao to accompany him, I wouldn't even bother to look for her." Kang Xian smiled nonchalantly. He was a little disappointed, but it was expected. This invitation was the client's request. It was also his test for Qin Bao Bao. "I'll make a call and ask for a female artist," Kang Xian said. She still needed to grind down her pride. Chapter 254. If it weren't for Sulu's words, Qin Bao Bao would be in a better mood today. There were often chicken soup articles on the internet that said, "Don't let your good mood be ruined by people you don't care about." But things weren't that simple. You don't care about shit. But what if you stepped on it? Could you still maintain a good mood? People who said such things were all bullshit. Since her school days, Qin Bao Bao had felt the deep malice from various peers and salty uncles. One more Kang Xian didn't matter. She was currently doing well in Star Art and had Huang Yizong's protection. At first, she thought that the president was also one of the deep malice people. Later, she found out that someone from the Shanghai SARFD had helped her. Qin Bao Bao's clever brain easily guessed that her best friend was behind it. She didn't expose it. Between ordinary friends, it wasn't good to involve too many favors. And between her and Wang Zijin, there was no need to be too calculative about favors. "My brother is about to be seduced by you, and I still want to talk about favors with you?" Back then, Wang Zijin called and said that she had a falling out with her family and wanted to come out to relax. She came all the way to her. Qin Bao Bao patted her chest and agreed. Now, her intestines were green with regret. Prevent fire, theft, and best friends. The person who said this was 2F** King cultured. She wanted to give her a big red packet. "Sister is back. A's, come out and receive." The word Joe was stuck in her throat. Qin Bao Bao saw an unexpected guest. The guest had a delicate face that didn't lose to her, a cold temperament, beautiful long black hair, and a mature and coquettish office lady suit. "Why did this white lotus come to my house?" "Yo, you came to my house." Qin Bao Bao put on a fake smile. Although Suyu was a rare girl who could compete with her in terms of looks, Qin Bao Bao still despised her. She despised all women without a D. "Today is the winter solstice, and Xianxia invited me over to eat dumplings." Suyu gave his old enemy a zombie face. Shanghai does not have the custom of celebrating the winter solstice, but Qinma does. Xianxia and Qin Bao Bao would eat a bowl of hot dumplings on the winter solstice since they were young. When Qin Bao Bao was young, She only ate the stuffing and not the skin. However, if she wasted food, she would be beaten by her grandfather. Therefore, she gave all the skin to her younger brother. Another example would be eating watermelon. Don't hold the petal and eat it. You should eat half of it, but you only like to eat the middle part without seeds. Xianxia always complained that his parents loved his sister too much, causing her to develop all kinds of bad habits. In fact, many of these bad habits were raised by him. It was also because of him that his sister, who was already an adult, would always whine to him. Suyu didn't want to come, but the great god invited her. She couldn't refuse, so she came. The original dialogue. Today is the winter solstice. I'll get off work early to prepare the dumpling fillings. Dumplings for the winter solstice? Yeah, you don't even know that. No one makes dumplings for me. At that moment of bitterness and sadness, Xianxia's heart softened. Do you want to go to my house for a meal? Forget it. I'll go home today and try to break through to the Silver Realm. What Silver Realm? It's better to eat dumplings. Well then, let's go and eat. You see, in order to invite me to eat dumplings, the great god even swore. The line, "Your father is not your biological father," came from the living room. It was Wang Zijin watching a certain ethical drama. The sound of clattering came from the kitchen. It was Xianxia chopping the dumpling fillings. Qin Bao Bao looked around. Hey, where are my slippers? Where did my slippers go? Suyu was surprised. She lowered her head and looked at her pink slippers. Is it this pair? She stretched out her feet. No wonder when she came in just now, she felt something was wrong. Guests should wear disposable slippers. Why are you wearing my slippers? Qin Bao Bao's face was angry. She felt that this was a provocation from Bai Lianhua. Wang Zijin gave it to me to wear. Suyu said innocently. They looked together at Wang Zijin, who was curled up at the other end of the sofa, watching a TV series with great interest. Perhaps feeling a murderous gaze, Wang Zijin shivered and pretended to be at a loss. It seems that there are no disposable slippers at home. Obviously, there are. Qin Bao Bao opened the shoe cabinet. Oh, maybe I remembered it wrong. Wang Zijin sat up from the sofa. I'll go to the kitchen to help Ace chop the dumpling fillings. She slipped away. This little bitch is so scheming. Qin Bao Bao and Suyu had this thought at the same time. As soon as Wang Zijin left, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Qin Bao Bao sat on the single sofa expressionlessly, holding the remote control. Suyu was bored and playing with her mobile phone. Normally, the two of them would definitely fight, and at the worst, they would fly all over the sky. But both of them are clever girls. After perceiving Wang Zijin's deep malice, they restrained the primitive force in their bodies. Wang Zijin, this black-hearted maggot, must kill her at night. Qin Bao Bao thought. Wang Zijin's mind is too deep. Later, I have to find a way to get back at her. Suyu thought. Why don't you help? After a long silence, Suyu asked. Help with what? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Suyu pointed to the kitchen. The meaning was very clear. Wang Zijin went to the kitchen to help. You, as the sister, have the nerve to stay here and watch TV? Besides, why is the brother cooking and the sister enjoying? The style doesn't seem right. Also, why does Wang Zijin live with them? Rent together? The relationship between a man and two women seems to be very complicated. She's more of a hindrance. At most, she'll join the fun. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. In the kitchen, Wang Zijin leaned back against the refrigerator and played with her mobile phone. Xianxia chopped the dumpling fillings. 4 large plates, namely beef fillings, shrimp and pork fillings, egg yolk fillings, and leek fillings. Leek, also known as yang grass, is a good thing. This thing is prepared by Xianxia for himself. The sisters certainly don't like to eat leek and think it's too tasty. The sea-stabilizing needle is still inserted in the eye of the sea, temporarily useless. But this does not prevent Xianxia from accumulating the foundation for it. One day, the stick will come out like a dragon and sweep away all the demons in the world. What demons and ghosts, what beauty's painted skin, what mountains of knives and seas of fire, what traps and tricks. Can't stop the stick that ate the leek. White dragon horse, the neck bell is anxious. Bumpy Tang, Xuanzang, and the 3 brothers. It's not easy to go to the West. Easy to not be a female demon. Xianxia hummed a brisk song and struggled to chop the dumpling fillings. Wang Zijin looked up at him and said, "What are you humming? Is it a new song?" The sound of chopping fillings was too noisy to hear. "No, it's a children's song." Xianxia said, "Why did you come in? Aren't you afraid that they will fight in the living room? Then why did you invite Suyu home for dinner?" Wang Zijin said angrily. Xianxia was speechless. He couldn't say that it was because of pity. It was not convenient for him to talk about Suyu's family affairs. "Don't worry, they won't fight." Wang Zijin had a well-thought-out plan. "Because you gave Qin Bao Bao's slippers to Suyu?" Xianxia smiled. Wang Zijin, "Oh, hey, my little trick was seen through by him. What should I do? Will he think that I'm very scheming and insidious? In this way, they will be wary of me and won't fight. I'm doing it for your own good." Wang Zijin said. Xianxia squinted and gave her a funny expression. Wang Zijin clenched her small fist and hit him. If his sister hadn't revealed Wang Zijin's two-faced nature, he would have believed it. The little sister of the Wang family looked dignified and generous, not a woman who would play tricks. On the way back, Xianxia was still worried about how to stabilize the small waist and the cross-dresser. Su Teddy liked to make trouble and hated Qin Bao Bao to the bone. His sister was a jealous jar, or perverted possessive, hostile to all women who approached him. Battle of Fame. "Hubby, is this the coquettish bitch you provoked outside?" The triangle was the most stable. This saying was too correct. At 8:30, the dumplings were ready. Xianxia put the dumplings with different fillings on their respective plates, and a large pot of pork bone broth boiled in the pressure cooker. Wang Zijin poured a stack of vinegar and let Xianxia break a few pieces of garlic. The three of them soaked the dumplings in the soup and drank the soup while eating the dumplings. "Do you want some soy sauce?" Xianxia asked. "No, girls shouldn't eat soy sauce. It will cause melanin precipitation, and the skin is easy to darken." Wang Zijin refused. Xianxia thought, was it just afraid of dark-skinned skin? Was there anything else? "Eating soy sauce won't cause melanin precipitation. Your statement is unscientific." The student Suyu retorted seriously. "You talk too much." Wang Zijin glanced at her. "Then why can't you eat soy sauce with wounds?" Qin Bao Bao also retorted. Suyu felt the hostility from the two women and was not afraid at all. She opened her mouth. "Your statement is the same as her point of view just now. There is no scientific basis. Melanin precipitation is related to endocrine and has nothing to do with soy sauce." Xianxia coughed. Eat dumplings. But his words didn't play any role and were automatically ignored. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin attacked Suyu. The scene was very embarrassing. In the end, there was no reason to argue. In the eyes of women, what the right answer is not important. "I can't eat anymore." Qin Bao Bao peeled the skin in the bowl into Xianxia's bowl. Xianxia ate it quickly, and Qin Bao Bao sipped the soup. Wang Zijin was a little helpless. Getting along with the siblings, she felt isolated from time to time. The reason was that they had a high tacit understanding of life habits and had long been integrated. This is a habit that has been precipitated over time. She can only envy. Suyu is also very envious. A warm and loving way of life is not what she desires most. She felt that she had been fed a stomach full of dog food. "Xianxia, I can't eat anymore," Suyu said. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt two sharp gazes that seemed to have materialized. These two women are terrible. Chapter 255. After eating the dumplings, Suyu sat at home for a moment and got up to leave. Xianxia sent Suyu out, thinking about the recent chaos around, and it was 10 o'clock in the evening. He sent her to the underground parking lot. Suyu took out the key and remotely unlocked the door. She, who was always cold, finally smiled. "Thank you. I had a good time eating this meal. I can't see where you are happy." "That's good. Come back later," Xianxia said politely. "Well, I will come next time." Suyu nodded vigorously. Xianxia, he watched Suyu's Ferrari drive to the garage exit. He always felt pity for Suyu. When he first saw her, he thought she was the legendary iceberg beauty. Xianxia often saw the setting of iceberg beauties in novels, but in fact, they're almost extinct in reality. A beautiful girl has a good EQ. Three women and iceberg women are characters in novels and cartoons. Since knowing that the small waist is Su Yu, the fantasy of my beautiful president and my iceberg beautiful president collapsed. Later, he learned about Su Yu's bitter childhood, bitter adolescence, and bitter youth. Adolescence, youth, refers to people at this stage, not only to men or women. This is a poor girl who hovers on the edge of schizophrenia and autism. Having a home is equivalent to having no home. Having parents is equivalent to having no parents. What kind of feeling is this? Xianxia can't understand. At present, his family is very complete, a strict father, a gentle mother, and a sister who is very dependent on him. Su Yu's birthday is on November 20th, and Xianxia plans to buy a cake for her to celebrate, just to show his appreciation. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the sky was lead gray, and a winter rain has been falling since the early hours of last night. The cold wind rolled the drizzle, and the chill came. Because of the weather, Xianxia and Wang Zijin did not meet in the small park. It is good to keep exercising, and there is no need to be stubborn. Running outside for an hour in the wind and rain? Those guys who insist on exercising in the wind and rain are either Chinibu or pretentious. He did several sets of push-ups and sit-ups in the room, the former to exercise the ability to rise and fall, the latter to exercise the waist strength. Then he practiced the second set of primary school radio gymnastics. At 8:30, she went out and bought breakfast for her sisters. Qin Bao Bao was dragged out of the bed by him. The happiest thing in winter was to be entangled with the quilt until the end of time. Qin Bao Bao babbled and refused to get up no matter what, calling him a black-hearted maggot. His eyes were still closed, but his mouth was already cursing. He was very angry when he woke up. It was reasonable for her sister to throw a tantrum. She didn't have a clock into work, so why should she wake up early? Wang Zijin took advantage of the fact that Xianxia was grabbing Qin Bao to spank her a few times. Wang Zijin woke up this morning because her neck was almost broken by Qin Bao Bao's long legs last night. Of course, she had to take revenge. Qin Bao rubbed her eyes and pouted. "You're so annoying." The little girl acted like a spoiled child. Cute. Damn it. Sleepy in spring, weak in summer, weak in autumn, the best sleep in winter. Qin Bao Bao stretched, revealing her snow-white belly and little belly button. It's a pity that there's a little pervert at home. Sad, sad and pitiful. He finally woke up. During breakfast, Xianxia scrolled through the news on his phone and found a very interesting piece of news. A cultivator undergoing tribulation at the Oriental Pearl Tower. Hundreds of people watching. Oh my God, there was such a thing? System, didn't you say that cultivation is not allowed in this world? What's going on? System, cultivation is still possible. There are so many people cultivating every day. But cultivation doesn't increase one's strength. It will only bring you one step closer to heaven. Then how do you explain this? Maybe it's a certain hacking system. Because of a disagreement, it activated national cultivation, or it could also be national evolution. System, why is your voice trembling? System, host, let's wait and see. You've been showing your divinity recently. What use do I have for your system? This is so troublesome. What should I do if I offend a big boss? The Shang stage urban cultivator? Urban super soldier king? Master Chun who loves to show off? Or hack to the heavens? A lowly system host like me will definitely be defeated. I can't even defeat the shock demon. My system is so trashy. I'm full. I'll send you guys to work. Qin Bao Bao poured half a bowl of soy milk into her brother's bowl. Let's go. A real man gulped it down. Let's not think about it for now. Star Art Entertainment. Qin Bao Bao came to her office. Li Yanhong sat on the sofa, drinking coffee and writing a proposal. She had her own office, but she usually stayed at Qin Bao Bao's place as a part-time assistant. Qin Bao Bao's assistants were sent away by her. She only brought them along when she went out for work. There were often female celebrities online who needed two assistants to help them put on their boots. It felt like an ancient aristocrat. They had maids to serve them when they bathed and undressed. Qin Bao Bao was not used to that kind of lifestyle. Going to dance practice? Yes. At this time, someone came in without knocking. Qin Bao Bao, this is your schedule. There are some changes. Take a look. The marketing staff put the new schedule on the glass coffee table. Li Yanhong opened it and looked. The schedule was no different from before. The advertisements and performances were all signed and would not change. The only change was that the concert plan was canceled. It was changed to a small role in a movie that Star Art Entertainment invested in. Where's the concert? The concert at the end of the month? Li Yanhong angrily asked. It's been adjusted. Su Lu is going to have a concert at the end of the month. The promotion work has already started today. The staff said. What concert? I didn't hear about it before. Li Yanhong said angrily. Go ask the marketing department leader yourself. I'm just a small role. The staff waved his hand and left. Li Yanhong said, What's going on? The concert was canceled for no reason. What are these people doing? Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips. Someone wants to beat me up. Believe it or not, after this month's schedule is over, I'll be rotting at home and have no work to do next month. She was furious. What happened? Li Yanhong looked at her. Qin Bao Bao told her what happened yesterday. Li Yanhong, she didn't know what to say. From a standpoint of manager, she had to persuade Qin Bao Bao not to be stubborn and not to go against the leader. Although celebrities were glamorous, they were still employees of the management company. From past experience, no celebrity could be alive and kicking after going against the company. But from the perspective of a friend, she agreed with Qin Bao Bao. If she took a step back with her appearance, there would be more and more messy things in the future. I'll go ask the marketing department. Li Yanhong said. Qin Bao Bao didn't stop her. There wouldn't be any results even if she went. It would just be useless. 10 minutes later, Li Yanhong came back, her face full of unwillingness and frustration. The concert is still going on. Everything is going according to plan, but the singer isn't you. It's Su Lu, Li Yanhong said dejectedly. Su Lu has snatched all your things and those songs. She placed a song list in front of Qin Bao Bao. 1/3 of the songs for Su Lu's concert were Qin Bao Bao's songs. Blue and White Porcelain, Farewell Song, The Most Familiar Stranger, Legend, Time Boils the Rain, and Fairy Tale. This is too much. They didn't leave you any face. What will the company think of you? Are you deliberately letting others know that the company is trying to beat you up? I'll call President Huang. Qin Bao Bao dialed Huang Yitsong's cell phone. It was better to talk to Huang Yitsong than to argue with the company's leader. Bao Bao, what's the matter? Huang Yitsong's voice was a bit tired and weak. President Huang, you're a newlywed. You have to take care of your body. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. In just a few days, the president's voice was so weak. She thought, there's no need to be so crazy. Anyway, they're married. There's still a long way to go. The old driver smiled and didn't care. He said in a weak voice, My body is a bit weak. I'm still lying in the hospital. What's wrong? There are kangaroos everywhere in Australia. Just now, I was playing with a kangaroo and was punched by it. That fellow did not let me off and strangled me tightly, pressing me down on its crotch. It nearly broke my waist. Damn it, I nearly lost my life. Huang Yitsong laughed. Those damned aboriginals. Not only did they not help me, they even laughed at me from the side. Fortunately, my wife was reliable. Without saying anything, she rushed up and punched the kangaroo in the face and saved me. Then how are you now? Qin Bao Bao asked with concern. If you keep looking for trouble, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. I'm fine. My nose isn't broken, but my neck is twisted. I feel like my body has been emptied. Huang Yitsong said. You still haven't said what happened. It's about the concert. Qin Bao Bao was angry at the mention of this. She said angrily, Kongshan canceled my concert and gave it to Su Lu. He want me to be an extra in some film crew. That son of a bitch is restless. Huang Yitsong sighed. How should I say this? He and I were both appointed by the board of directors. I have more power than him, but I don't have the power to directly order him. If I was in the company, this matter would be settled for you. But I'm overseas, and the emperor is far away. He can completely ignore me. Qin Bao Bao was silent. She remembered that Huang Yitsong and Kongshan's father were both shareholders of Star Art. How about this? When I come back, I'll arrange another concert for you. Huang Yizong said. Thank you, CEO Huang. Qin Bao Bao couldn't say anything else. Li Yanhong was listening on the side. When Qin Bao Bao hung up, she sighed. That's the only way. Chapter 256. Qin Bao Bao said in a low voice, This tells me something. What is it? There are no tricks to being the CEO. The biggest shareholder is the king. She muttered, I'll invest some money in him another day. I want to catch up with Teddy Su in terms of shares. Li Yanhong. 19th floor, marketing department. Su Lu came to the marketing manager's office and did not see the argument she expected. Qin Bao Bao didn't come to make a scene. The marketing manager got up and poured a glass of water for this popular vice president. He pointed to the door and said, She came to make a scene, but she knew it was useless. She went back. I wish she wasn't so tactful. Su Lu sounded disappointed. The marketing manager was a wily old fox. He smiled and did not express his opinion. Is it okay if I sing her song? Su Lu asked. It's okay. Have you forgotten? Her songs are all licensed to the company. You just need to pay Qin Zhe a sum of money after the event. The marketing manager crossed his arms and gave an affirmative answer. Su Lu nodded in satisfaction. Start the promotion work as soon as possible. The concert will be brought forward to 13th of November. I still have a brand endorsement contract in the middle of the month. The marketing manager smiled and said no problem. 1 week was enough for promotion and setting up the venue. It was not a national concert tour. It was not that troublesome. Soon, the company knew that Qin Bao Bao's concert was canceled and Su Lu was going to perform. The gossip of 2 A-list celebrities was the most attractive. Everyone was talking about it. Some said that Qin Bao Bao was too arrogant recently and offended the company's higher-ups. Some said that Qin Bao Bao wanted to jump ship, but the company found out and decided to freeze Qin Bao. In short, there were all kinds of rumors. Therefore, wherever Qin Bao Bao went, there were pairs of meaningful eyes looking at her. Don't you have anything to do? Gossiping. I give you so much free time, and you talk about this? If you have time, you should improve your self-cultivation. Qin Bao Bao, who had just come out of the office, heard Li Yanhong shouting in the next room. That was the office for her manager and assistant. Li Yanhong was teaching Qin Bao Bao's 2 assistants a lesson, while the female assistants straightened their necks and didn't speak. Sister Li, what's wrong? Qin Bao Bao knocked on the door. Let's talk in your office. Li Yanhong turned her head and reprimanded. If I hear you again, you can quit your job. She left with Qin Bao Bao. The 2 female assistants curled their lips and rolled their eyes. They said in disdain, You're about to be frozen, yet you're still so arrogant. In the office, Qin Bao Bao asked, What's going on? Those 2 little B asterisk cheese were talking about you behind your back. They said that you were too arrogant and were going to be blacklisted by the company. He said something like, It's just that you're developing too quickly. You're probably starting to be arrogant, so you should keep a low profile. Otherwise, we'll be finished. I'm so angry. You're not bad to them, but they're talking about you behind your back. Li Yanhong gritted her teeth. Those who were talking about Qin Bao Bao in the company were jealous because she was indeed climbing too fast. She finished the journey that others took a few years in a few months. Who wouldn't be jealous? Dismiss them. Qin Bao Bao was very decisive. Let them go back to where they came from. Li Yanhong nodded and went out to deal with it. Time passed, and soon it was the day before the concert. With the company's strong promotion, the news of Su Lu's concert caused a heated discussion on the internet. Concert tickets were sold on major websites, and Entertainment News was constantly promoting the news. Su Lu's fans were excitedly chatting on Tieba and forums. This is Su Lu's first concert, right? After the lip-syncing incident was exposed. After so many years, Su Lu's concert is finally here. I've already bought the tickets. The concert will start tomorrow. I've already bought the high-speed train tickets. Haha, I'm in Shanghai, at the Xianxia Stadium. It's not far from my house. I want to go, but it's too far. I envy those who live close. Don't worry. If this concert is successful, there will definitely be a national tour next year. Let's wait for next year. I heard that the concert was originally going to be performed by Qin Bao Bao. Then it was changed to our Su Lu. I heard that too, but it's just gossip. It's not very credible. I heard that Qin Bao Bao was too arrogant and offended the company's executives. Therefore, she might be frozen and the concert was changed to Sulu. I'm not sure if it's true. Let's see if she's active in the future. Haha, Sulu got lucky. The concert would start tomorrow, and Sulu practiced even harder. Her manager and assistant accompanied the sound engineer. When Sulu came out, they hurriedly served her throat soothing tea. Lulu, your singing is getting better and better. Tomorrow's concert will be no problem, her manager said. Yes, especially Qin Bao Bao's songs. I feel that she sang better than her, assistant A said. After this concert, there might be people online saying that you sang better than the original singer, assistant B said. Sulu smiled happily. I'll take a 10-minute break and practice again. I haven't stood on a concert stage for many years. I can't make any mistakes. Her manager immediately said, Yes. If you sing well in this concert, you'll most likely rise in the music industry. In Qin Bao Bao's office, Li Yanhong had already received the notice to substitute for the concert. A movie contract had been signed by Qin Bao Bao. The movie was about the old Shanghai of the Republic of China. The foreign powers separated the old Shanghai and established concessions. At that time, the Republic of China and the Japanese had just signed the Songhu Armistice Agreement. The old Shanghai was in chaos. The male lead was a small fry. He relied on his courage to fight, rape, and fight easily to climb from a small fry to the position of a gang leader. In the end, he married the daughter of a rich businessman who was entangled in love and hate. Of course, this had nothing to do with Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao played the third female lead. She was a prostitute who was abandoned by the male lead. She took things too hard and threw herself into the Huangpu River. She had 15 minutes of scenes. It's okay that you don't have much time. Otherwise, you don't have any acting foundation. If you have too many scenes, you'll be criticized by the audience, Li Yanhong said. The shooting location is at Songjiang Chendun Film Base. The crew asked us to go this week. Actually, it's also an opportunity. Maybe you can develop in the film industry. Li Yanhong nagged for a long time and was still unwilling to give up. Your path as a singer hasn't reached the peak yet. Those A-list singers, which one of them hasn't held a concert? Bao Bao, you're just going to let it go? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. She thought that you're finally done nagging. I thought you were going to nag until you got off work. Let go? How is that possible? Qin Bao Bao sneered. Am I so easy to bully? By the way, Su Lu has been practicing her singing quite diligently recently. Humph, Li Yanhong said with a look of displeasure. It's almost time, Qin Bao Bao muttered and said, Sisterly, you go out for a while. Li Yanhong was at a loss and left as she was told. Qin Bao Bao opened the drawer of the glass coffee table. She stored snacks to satisfy her cravings. She picked up a lollipop and licked it happily for a moment. Then, she slowly dialed her phone. The call went through. Qin Zhe said, Sister. A's. Qin Bao Bao's face changed in a second. She wiped her tears and said in a pitiful tone, Sister is being bullied again. It's too much, sob, sob, sob. Her sister lay on the sofa and slapped the sofa with her two long legs. For a while, there was no sound from the other side. Sister is being bullied again, Qin Bao Bao repeated angrily. Oh, I heard that. Qin Zhe was puzzled. What a strong sense of déjà vu. Did I wear it? Half an hour later, Qin Zhe arrived at Xingyi Entertainment and went straight to his sister's office. The moment he opened the door, he suspected that he had worn it. His sister was sitting on the sofa, munching on a chocolate bar. This scene was so familiar. It seemed to be the same last time. She called and said Sister's being bullied, sob, sob, sob. Then, she summoned him. When was that? Was her song stolen? Or was it her guest singer? He couldn't remember. Anyway, she was always making things difficult for her brother. If she wasn't making things difficult for him, then she was on her way to make things difficult for him. What's wrong now? Qin Zhe sat beside her calmly. Qin Bao Bao leaned over and said while eating snacks, Su Lu, that little b*** TCH is playing tricks on me again. I'm going to kill her this time. His sister told him what had happened recently. It's been almost a week, and you're only telling me now. Qin Zhe looked at his sister and was shocked. This didn't make sense. With his sister's personality, she should have said it long ago and asked for comfort. The time isn't right. Qin Bao Bao smiled like a sly little fox. I can't give the enemy a chance to prepare. This time, I'm going to kill that be asterisk TCH. Please start your performance. By the way, let me remind you that I can't help you with this matter. Qin Zhe said, Young man, you must have confidence in yourself. The young lady patted him on the shoulder. Su Lu's original works can be counted with one hand. In this concert song list, 1/3 of it is your song. Because your songs are of the worst quality, the company made this choice to save costs. When I saw the song list that day, I knew it was a done deal. Her concert starts tomorrow night. Now, it's time for you to perform. You're saying that I have to terminate my contract with Xing Yi? Does that mean I have to pay for it? Qin Zhe understood. Don't. Qin Bao Bao had a strategic look on her face. Don't forget, the contract you signed was an authorization contract. It's different from the contract you signed with the internet copyright. The latter requires compensation, but the former doesn't. You're only authorizing Xing Yi to help you with the operation. There's a difference between the two. Party A's responsibility. Since the signing of the agreement, Party A is not allowed to transfer the business operation rights to other companies within a year. Qin Zhe didn't understand. The contract was made by his sister, and he was only responsible for signing it. But he knew the difference between an authorization contract and a copyright contract. Xing Yi was only helping him with a few songs, producing CDs, karaoke services, other variety shows using his songs, etc. The profits were split, but the copyright was still in Qin Zhe's hands. The latter directly sold the internet copyright. If he broke the contract, he would have to pay for it. Then I can't use those songs to make money in the future. Qin Zhe frowned. The commercial value derived from the songs is limited, but there's no problem with using the copyright. Just like how you can still sell the internet copyright. You can also sing in concerts, but you have to make a CD and sell it to karaoke. These channels are not allowed. There are detailed rules. My sister is a scheming woman. My sister is a scheming woman. My sister is a scheming woman. Qin Zhe repeated it 3 times in his heart. He got up and strode out of the office. Understood. I'll perform for you now. A few minutes later, Qin Zhe knocked on the door of the marketing manager's office. Chapter 257. The marketing manager was in contact with the venue and reminded them about the concert. He had to go to the stadium personally later to check on the situation. When he heard the office door open, he thought it was an employee reporting to him, but it turned out to be the famous fast shooter. Io, why is Miss Qin here? The marketing manager quickly got up to serve him and ran to the water dispenser to pour a glass of water. Qin Zhe took the water and took a sip. I have something to talk to you guys about. He had seen this marketing manager before. When he came to the company to help his sister make a single, the two of them had met once. With Qin Zhe's status in the entertainment industry and his reputation as a fast shooter, he would be warmly welcomed wherever he went, especially those outdated and unrated singers who couldn't wait to hug the legs of the big shots and refused to let go. Go ahead. The marketing manager sat back in his seat. I heard that my sister was going to hold a concert, but for no reason, it was suspended by the company and replaced by Su Lu. Qin Zhe held a disposable paper cup and smiled gently. He always used such a smile to hide his salted fish nature. Over time, he gave people a very gentle and peaceful feeling. The person beside him said, Your sister is so beautiful. Qin Zhe smiled. Your sister is so smart. Qin Zhe smiled. Your sister is so outstanding. Qin Zhe smiled. You're so useless. You're completely different from your sister. Qin Zhe still had to smile and say F***. As time passed, he developed a different kind of shrewdness. The marketing manager understood in his heart. So it was because of this matter. It was obvious that Vice President Kong wanted to beat Qin Bao Bao. Anyone with a bit of foresight would know that the reason was still unknown. The marketing manager was a wily old fox. This kind of thing was commonplace. After working in star art for more than 10 years, he had seen a few artists who were once very popular get banned, frozen, or fade out of the entertainment industry. In just 2 or 3 years, they were completely forgotten by the fans. Qin Bao Bao had good potential and was rising quickly. But in terms of earning money, which of those celebrities who were banned couldn't earn money? Some celebrities were arrogant and offended the leaders. Some were disobedient and couldn't be ordered around. Some wanted to jump ship and were discovered. There were all kinds of them. If you don't want to be banned, then you have to pay the penalty. Hence, the company released him. Generally, those who could afford to pay the penalty were either very experienced big shots or companies that were willing to pay for them. Such celebrities were in the minority. Obviously, Qin Bao Bao was not. She was famous, but her connections in the entertainment industry were too shallow. She had only been in the industry for 4 months. With such little connections, she would not be able to survive after leaving the company. Therefore, Qin Bao Bao had no choice but to swallow this loss. I'm not in charge of that. This is the company's arrangement. As soon as he heard this, the marketing manager's attitude changed. It was an instinctive rejection. Why did he come to the company to denounce them? You, Qin Zhe, may have fame and status, but I, Xing Yi, am not a nobody. Just because my sister was wronged a little, you ran over to find trouble with us? You have to give me an explanation, don't you think so? After Qin Zhe finished speaking, the office door was knocked again. It was an employee reporting to him. He hesitated when he saw Qin Zhe in the office. It's about the concert, right? Wait a moment. The marketing manager said, then turned to Qin Zhe and said, Miss Qin, our company has its own arrangements. If Qin Bao Bao has any opinions, I suggest you let her talk to the management. You come to the wrong place. The employee listened with a face full of gossip. It was about Qin Bao Bao. Recently, the whole company was talking about it. I still have things to do here. Su Lu's concert starts tomorrow. Today, there's still some things at the stadium that have not been settled. The marketing manager did not want to talk too much and directly asked him to leave. I didn't come to the wrong place. Your department is in charge of the concert, right? Yes. Qin Zhe nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you to cancel all the songs that I wrote in Su Lu's concert. The marketing manager was stunned. Qin Zhe looked at him and crossed his legs. He had an arrogant look on his face. From today onwards, I'm canceling all licensing agreements with Star Art. Star Art can no longer use or operate any of my works. The marketing manager's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? In a moment, I'll send the cancellation agreement to Vice President Kang's office. Don't try to drag it out. If Su Lu sings my songs in tomorrow's concert, then Star Art can wait to be sued. I'll make you pay compensation and a public apology. The marketing manager thought for a moment and waved to the employee. You can leave first. I'll talk to him. The staff member turned around and left. The moment he stepped out of the door, his face was filled with the excitement of a paparazzi who had caught some exclusive gossip. He ran back to the office and said excitedly, Exclusive news, exclusive news. Qin Zhe wants to cancel the licensing agreement with Star Art. He won't let Su Lu sing his songs at the concert. What? That exciting? Are you serious? Don't play with us. That's impossible. Qin Bao Bao really dares to do that. The news quickly spread throughout the company, from the marketing department to the planning department, then to the company's internal communication group. The crowd was excited. The conflict intensified. Qin Bao Bao wanted to fight to the death with the company. The situation escalated. Just thinking about it made one want to eat chicken. Miss Qin, don't joke around. The concert will start tomorrow, and the publicity is out. It's impossible to ask Su Lu to step down and replace her with Qin Bao Bao. The marketing manager was patient. He had to calm him down first. This is a decision made after careful consideration. It's not impulsive at all. Qin Zhe put on a gentle smile, making the marketing manager want to hit him. Qin Zhe, you're too impulsive. If you do this, how will your sister face the company in the future? How will others look at her? Oh, the company has other plans, and she's stirring up trouble? She only thinks about herself and doesn't think about the company. Does she still want a reputation? Will the company give her any resources in the future? The marketing manager said angrily. I don't see the company paying much attention to her. Since singer, her songs were all written by me. Why? Because the lyricist was snatched away by Su Lu. I was the guest for the grand final. Why? Because the guest was also snatched away by Su Lu. And that PR crisis, your company handled it. Aren't you afraid of ruining her future? Qin Zhe shrugged. I think it's necessary to terminate the partnership with you. But you can't deny that the company spent a lot of resources on her. They arranged a lot of work for her. Star Art is also making money, isn't it? Just like what your old leader said, you're happy, I'm happy, everyone is happy. No one owes anyone anything. The marketing manager's face turned green. The concert was about to start. Changing the song at the last minute was very dangerous. On the other side, the sound engineer, Su Lu, was called out by her assistant. Her manager and assistant looked terrible. They waved at her from outside the soundproof glass. "What's wrong?" Su Lu said unhappily. Her singing was getting better and better. She wanted to experience that feeling more and hold on to it. But she was interrupted. Her manager opened her mouth. She wanted to say something, but didn't. She passed the phone over. In the company's artist group, Xianxia is 2F King Ruthless. I didn't expect this. The concert is about to start, and he's doing this. This was the latest message. It was from a female singer in the company. Su Lu's heart sank. She looked at the chat history. Many artists were tagging her. I heard that Xianxia wants to terminate the licensing agreement and let the company sell his songs. Is it true? I'm outside and don't know the situation. Give me a definite answer. There's such a thing? What did I miss? At Su Lu, what's going on? It's true. Xianxia came to the company today. The news came from the marketing department. My assistant just told me. There's indeed such a thing. Is it because of the concert? Su Yunhan, Qin Bao Bao, your brother came to the company? Qin Bao Bao replied concisely. Yes. Su Yunhan, Su Lu's vision darkened. Her manager said angrily, "What should we do now? The concert is starting tomorrow. Lulu, did you practice all those songs for nothing?" It was very troublesome to change songs at the last minute. A concert was not a recording studio. Anyone who had been to a recording studio knew that as long as you didn't sing too badly, you could still produce a heavenly voice. But there was no editing in a concert. It required real skill. In that case, practicing songs was very important. The rhythm and emotions needed to be practiced. A celebrity couldn't just sing well with a microphone. Moreover, Su Lu had learned her lesson from lip-syncing. This time, she didn't dare to do it again. She practiced especially hard, but now a third of her songs were ruined. Qin Bao Bao. Su Lu gritted her teeth and rushed out of the recording studio. "Lulu, where are you going?" her manager shouted. "I'm going to settle scores with her," Su Lu said angrily. Chapter 258. How dare Qin Bao Bao do this? She's challenging the company. She's too irrational. This was someone who disagreed with Qin Bao Bao. Yeah, it's just a concert. Is it worth it? We'll cancel all her events later. Let's see how she cries. This was someone who enjoyed the show. I think it's quite. Anyway, no one would be happy if this happened to them. This was someone who agreed with Qin Bao Bao, but it was not appropriate to criticize the company. Very few people agreed with Qin Bao Bao's actions. The company had its own arrangements. If she made a scene just because she was wronged, would she still want to work in the company in the future? The wind did not blow. Previously, no one had thought that Qin Bao Bao would do something like this. If she was unhappy with the company, the one who would suffer was still the artist. She was not a veteran artist with deep connections and experience. Why was she so stubborn? In the words of the workplace, do you still want to work? Qin Bao Bao sat cross-legged on the leather sofa in the office, excitedly scrolling through the company's internal chat channels. She twirled a lollipop in one hand, and the candy ball in her mouth made a sound as it collided with her teeth. Almost everyone in the department's chat group, the artist chat group, the logistics chat group, and so on were discussing. The atmosphere was thick with gossip. If there was a title for this incident, it would probably be Qin siblings tear apart Su Lu. Well, the comments were more interesting than the incident. Bao Bao, your brother is so capable. This is so satisfying. Li Yanhong was also in the office. After looking at her phone, she said excitedly, "Of course my brother is capable." Qin Bao Bao's tone was a little smug. But this is not good for your reputation. After this incident, even if CEO Huang covers for you and the company won't criticize you publicly, others will definitely leak it and take the opportunity to smear your reputation. Li Yanhong considered the consequences. Don't worry. Watch how I perform later. Qin Bao Bao grinned. Quickly write a contract termination and send it to the marketing department. Let the marketing manager sign it, then send it to the finance department to stamp it. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Li Yanhong went to open the door. She thought that Xianxia had returned, but when she opened the door, it turned out to be Su Lu. After being stunned for a moment, she immediately gave her a poker face and mocked. Yo, superstar Su, what are you doing here instead of practicing? Of course, Su Lu would not bicker with a small fry. Without Qin Bao Bao, Li Yanhong was nothing. She came to settle accounts with Qin Bao. Her eyes fell on Qin Bao, and she immediately raised a bright smile. Bao Bao, this suddenly happened. Don't you think your brother is too impulsive? Su Lu's jealousy was very strong, and her sense of crisis was very strong. Since Qin Bao Bao stood out in the singer program, she had always been deeply hostile to Qin Bao. Her intuition was right. Qin Bao Bao had been in the industry for 4 months. Her excellent performance in the singer program, as well as her long-term songs that dominated the charts, made her popular all over the country. Then, she released a single that broke the daily, weekly, and monthly sales records, pushing her to the top position. When Su Lu was planning to return to the music industry, Qin Bao Bao appeared out of nowhere. Su Lu had no reason not to be hostile to her. Take this concert, for example. If Qin Bao Bao had not been there, this opportunity would have definitely been hers. Of course, the most jealous thing was that she had a fast-shooter brother. She was really King Lucky. Although envious, jealous, and hateful, Su Lu seemed to have never spoken ill of Qin Bao Bao in front of her. After scheming against her, there was no need to show off in front of others. It was meaningless. Because of the same mentality, Qin Bao Bao would not show off at this time. Qin Bao Bao took out the lollipop and finally took a sip. She smiled helplessly. Sister Su, I'm really sorry. My brother is very stubborn and disobedient. Alas, he has been disobedient since he was a child, and his parents spoil him. I really can't do anything about it. Women were really born actors. Su Lu frowned helplessly. She seemed to be a gentle elder sister who was annoyed by her brother's naughtiness. Su Lu stared at the gorgeous face that she envied. Her heart was full of hatred, but she did not show it on her face. She said softly, Bao Bao, you go and persuade him again. I know that the concert made you unhappy, but this was arranged by the company. Sister Su can't do anything about it. Isn't this reasonable? Of course, she would not come and scold Qin Bao Bao. It was meaningless. She planned to calm Qin Bao Bao first. This concert went wrong. The one who suffered the most was not the company, but Su Lu. She would push the blame to the company and play the victim. Su Lu had already prepared a speech in her mind. She wanted to use emotions to move people. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao Bao was very straightforward. Qin Bao Bao said, Sister Su, don't worry. I will definitely convince him. We will go over now. This little B*TCH was so straightforward. Well, she would settle this matter first, and then buy news to smear her. While Huang Yizong was not back yet, she would freeze her for a while. That show-off Huang Yizong took his wife for their honeymoon. It was said that they would be away for a month and would only be back in December. During this time, Vice President Kong had the final say in the company's affairs. Kong Xian and Huang Yizong had different positions, but they were not subordinates. Their fathers were shareholders. This was Kong Xian's confidence. It was also Huang Yizong's helplessness after receiving Qin Bao Bao's call. I am abroad and can't deal with the company's affairs. If I call them, they can ignore me. Qin Bao Bao and Su Lu rushed to the marketing department and were met with a bunch of surprise gazes. Why are Qin Bao Bao and Su Lu together? Shouldn't they be fighting? They're going to the marketing department. I want to follow them. Quick, tell the colleagues in the marketing department to help us do a live broadcast. The onlookers whispered to each other. Qin Bao Bao came to the marketing department and walked into the marketing manager's office under the gossipy gazes of the employees. She purposely left the door open. In the office, the marketing manager was still persuading Xianxia. Hey, didn't you go home? You came here secretly to terminate the contract. If someone in the company didn't mention it, I wouldn't have known that you were acting on your own, Qin Bao Bao said angrily. Xianxia and his sister's eyes met. Years of tacit understanding allowed him to instantly understand what his scheming sister was thinking. I have already decided on this matter. You don't have to persuade me, Xianxia said in a low voice. His tone was like a martial arts novel, where the master of a sect passed the position to a weak disciple and then told the elders that he had already decided on this matter. Su Lu was angry. She was about to say something when Qin Bao Bao's agitated and sad voice suddenly sounded. No, I don't agree. The marketing manager was startled. Her voice was so shrill that it sounded like a helpless wife whose husband was about to take home his mistress. Pa! Xianxia slammed the table. Shut up. This time, it was Su Lu's turn to be startled. At first, you said that the company's composer didn't have time and I would write songs for you. You said that the company's artist didn't have time and I would be your guest singer. You wanted to release a single and I would write songs for you. You said that the company wanted to sell my songs. Okay, I signed without hesitation. Xianxia changed from a gentle sheep to a furious lion. It took him 2 seconds to prepare. It was obvious that his acting skills were not as pure as his sister's. In the big office, more than 10 employees stared at the manager's office. They saw Xianxia jumping up and down inside and heard his voice. But what did you get? The composer was robbed, the guest singer was robbed, and now even the concert was robbed. You have to be more careful. This stupid company is still thinking about them wholeheartedly. No matter what, I have to sign the agreement today. Qin Bao Bao said, You can't do this. You can't do this. Xianxia said, I want to do this. Get out of my way. Qin Bao Bao said, I love the company deeply. Xianxia said, I hate it so much that I go crazy. In the quarrel between the siblings, they exposed the matter without leaving a trace and pointed the contradiction at Su Lu. The low-level employees suddenly understood. Oh, so there was such a thing. It turned out that Qin Bao Bao had always been targeted. This time, Xianxia was angry. Some employees secretly turned on the recording function of their phones. Some typed and broadcasted exclusive news in the group. Xianxia and Qin Bao Bao quarreled in the marketing department. There were replies. What's the situation? Why did the siblings quarrel? Tell us, tell us. Marketing staff. It turned out that it was Xianxia's own decision to terminate the agreement. He was angry and wanted to stand up for his sister. It turned out that Qin Bao Bao had always been targeted by Su Lu. This incident was the same, so her brother couldn't stand it anymore. But Qin Bao Bao kept persuading her brother not to be impulsive and not to terminate the agreement. So the two of them quarreled in the marketing department. Onlookers, what? Always targeted? Is it true? You don't say. I heard that Su Lu couldn't stand Qin Bao Bao. Marketing staff. I heard from Xianxia that when they were at Singer, Su Lu snatched Qin Bao Bao's lyricist. She had no choice but to ask her brother to write songs. It was the same for the guest singer. In this concert, it was suddenly changed to Su Lu. We thought that Qin Bao Bao was arrogant and offended the leader. But it turned out that it was Su Lu who had been causing trouble all along. Onlookers, so that's the case. Wow, there's so many inside stories. Qin Bao Bao was treated unfairly, but she still tried to persuade her brother. If it were me, I would definitely fall out with her. Fall out with her, fall out with her. At this moment, Su Lu looked as if she had eaten a dead fly. Her face was green. If she couldn't tell that the siblings were putting on a show, she would be too stupid. The onlookers didn't know, but she knew in her heart that the conflict between her and Qin Bao Bao was tacit. So Qin Bao Bao was putting on an act, but she still pretended to be so magnanimous. There's no need to say anymore. I will definitely terminate the agreement. You can tolerate this, but I can't. Xianxia roared and then left in a huff. Qin Bao Bao chased after him. Brother, wait, don't be rash, they left. The marketing manager closed the door and looked at Su Lu, whose veins were popping out. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but felt that it was unnecessary. He sighed. Then, I will definitely sign this agreement. Our marketing department was in charge of it. We can't get sued. After the marketing manager said that, Su Lu glared at him. Why don't you change to another song to practice? Su Lu was so angry that she cried. Practice? The concert is tomorrow. How do you want me to practice? There's so many songs. Her head was shaking. She really wanted to tear these 2B asterisk cheese apart. Chapter 259. Back in the office, Qin Bao closed the door and laughed out loud. She threw herself on the sofa and rolled around. So good, so good. Little B asterisk TCH, you dare to fight with me? After enduring for so long, I finally got my revenge. She really thought that I was going to help her. How naive. Sulu wanted to hit her. Then, she looked at her brother with a smile and said proudly, "Can I be good? Good, and very capable." Qinze admired his sister's acting skills. In this way, her image was corrected. When people talked about this, they would only say that Su Lu suppressed Qin Bao, and then Qinze broke the agreement out of anger. Su Lu took the blame, and Qinze was the bad guy. Qin Bao was an innocent little girl. Your acting just now wasn't good enough. Your voice was too soft. Why did it make you sound angry? You should have slammed the table and shouted at the same time. Your expression wasn't fierce enough. Qin Bao nitpicked. Forget it. It should have been good. I'll reward you with a lollipop. She took out one from the drawer and gave it to her brother. Qinze threw it back. You should eat this. He sat beside his sister and looked at her seriously licking the lollipop. But still has an impact on you. The company's higher-ups are definitely unhappy with you. Huang Yizong doesn't have the final say in Star Art. He's only the CEO appointed by the board of directors. You won't have an easy time. Qin Bao mainly cheated Su Lu, but the company's losses were also quite big. His songs made a lot of money. Last time, when they failed with leverage, his sister donated her own money. In less than 2 months, they had more than 2 million in income. How scary. As they were talking, a leader Star Art came in. The old man was about 1.6 meters tall. He was full of smiles and sighed. How did it end up like this? Miss Qin, think about it again. Didn't we have a good cooperation? You unilaterally broke the agreement. You're also a loss, right? Qin Bao immediately agreed. Brother, think about it. She was still biting the lollipop in her mouth. She didn't have time to take it out. Shut up. Qinze narrowed his eyes. Oh. Sister obediently sat on the sofa like a duck. I don't see how it's pleasant. Qinze said impatiently. Don't look for me in the future. My songs have nothing to do with your company anymore. After a pause, he gave the other party a disdainful look. You think I'm short of money? Do you know my nickname? He still had to pretend to be angry and domineering. It was really tiring. Quick shooter? The little old man was stunned. Gotta stocks. Qinze was really angry this time. Star Art is such a bully. I can't work with you anymore. Look at what you're saying. This is a normal job transfer in the company. There's no bullying of Qin Bao. How about this? Next month? No. Next week, we'll arrange another concert for her. Qinze sneered in his heart. What AF asterisk king bastard. If I don't get serious, you won't know that Qin Bao has someone above her. When you beat her, why didn't you think that I would fall out with you? Do you think that with the contract, you can bully Qin Bao just because she's inexperienced? In the end, the little old man left unhappily because they couldn't reach an agreement. On the other side, the company's executives had a small meeting. Conference room number 3. It wasn't big and there weren't many people. There were only 6 of them. Other than the CEO and vice CEO, these 6 people were the most powerful leaders. How did it end up like this? This Qinze really doesn't know what's good for him. It's just a small matter, and he came to the company to make a scene. He even wants to terminate the contract? One of the leaders slammed the table. Young man, he's too impulsive. He doesn't even think about what Qin Bao will do in the company in the future. Another leader said unhappily, Qin Bao hasn't become a big shot yet. If she leaves the company, she won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry. What a pity. These songs are well managed. If they continue to operate in the long run, it will be a very objective income. Some classic and immortal songs could feed the singer for a lifetime. CEO Kong didn't handle this matter well. Why did he beat up Qin Bao for no reason? It's meaningless. Yeah. When CEO Huang comes back, the two of them will quarrel again. The contract hasn't been terminated yet. There's still room for negotiation. Old Chun went over to persuade them. There were also leaders who disagreed with Kong Xian's approach. At this moment, the little old man came over and pushed open the door of the conference room. Old Chun, have you convinced Qinze? Communicate with him. Everyone looked at him. The little old man shook his head. It's hopeless. Damn it. Several people slammed the table. What did CEO Kong say? He suggested that we put Qin Bao on ice for the time being. CEO Huang won't agree, but he won't be back until December. Then, we'll follow CEO Kang's suggestion and put her on ice for a period of time. The leaders began to discuss. If it's not good, then it's not good. Anyway, once CEO Huang comes back, these things won't be a problem. Qin Bao didn't care at all. But even if CEO Huang is protecting you, you still have a grudge in your heart. Qin Zhe said, you must have other plans. With Qin Bao's personality, Star Art had made things difficult for her time and again. She could still hold it in. Now that she was done with Su Lu, she should have the intention to leave. I want to go out on my own. Qin Bao twisted her waist and acted coquettishly. Ayaya, have you figured me out? Don't worry, I haven't figured you out. Qin Zhe said, do you have a detailed plan? No, the contract is a problem. I can't afford the liquidated damages. In the entertainment industry, I don't have many connections either. I only have a few celebrity friends and very few industry insiders. For a celebrity like me who only has fame and no connections, leaving the agency is the end of me. The best choice was to open her own studio. There was no point in jumping ship. Another agency might be even more disgusting than Star Art. At least Star Art had Huang Yitsong's protection. If she went to another agency, a woman like Qin Bao would have a lot of guys who wanted to be above her. I can deal with the liquidated damages. I really can't do anything about the entertainment industry. His sister's previous contract was for newcomers. After becoming an A-lister, the contract naturally changed. That's why sister is quite troubled. Wait a little longer. When I have more money, I can spend money to build a deep network. Qin said as he patted his chest. Sister didn't dote on you for nothing. Qin Bao hugged her brother's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Let me give you a stamp. That's a financial stamp. Give me a stamp too. Qin pointed to his mouth. I'm at the office. Qin Bao's face was slightly red. She was a little shy. My Qin dynasty is gone, but your tricks haven't changed. Qin said, my face is already immune to your rewards. Then just a little. Qin Bao bit her lips and straddled her brother's legs. I'll close my eyes. Qin was a little scared. Okay. Qin Bao breathed a sigh of relief. Being stared at by him made her feel awkward. Qin closed his eyes. Just as his sister was about to give him a stamp, the office door was pushed open. Bao. Li Yanhong saw the scene in the office and was shocked. What did she see? Qin Bao was straddling her brother's legs and hugging his neck. Qin Bao, after 0.1 seconds, Qin finished writing the script. My eyes hurt. There's dust in them. Help me blow it out. Qin Bao also received her brother's script in 0.1 seconds. Don't move. Sister will help you take a look. The siblings started to act again. I have some eye drops. I'll bring them over. Her skillful acting successfully fooled Li Yanhong and successfully diverted her attention. No need. It's much better, Qin said. No need to go through so much trouble. Qin Bao got down from her brother's legs and pinched his waist hard. Her cheeks were slightly red. Li Yanhong put the termination contract on the table. It's done. The contract is here. The excited middle-aged woman started to nag. Not only did she change Bao's image, but she also took the opportunity to ruin Su Lu's reputation. But the siblings were absent-minded. Neither of them cared about what she said. Chapter 260. Sure enough, in the afternoon, the news of Qin Bao and Xingyi's discord was written by unscrupulous online media editors. Qin Bao and Su Lu turned against each other in public. For the sake of a concert, 2 female stars actually did such a thing in public. Qin wreaks havoc in Xing. Qin Bao will be frozen. Fresh news articles were published one after another, and the contradictions were all directed at Qin Bao. Qin Bao's Weibo was flooded with a large number of Su Lu's fans. All kinds of shouting and cursing. I didn't expect Qin Bao to be such a person. She's too arrogant. Just because she has a lot of good songs, she dares to challenge her seniors. Her character is so bad. What a waste of her beauty. For the sake of a concert, she let her brother come to the company to terminate his contract? Haha, this kind of artist should be banned. Then Qin Bao Bao's fans angrily shouted, "Bunch of idiots, get lost. You believe this kind of gossip? Haters? Water Army." The two sides were in a heated argument, and the fans were fiercely attacking each other. At that time, Xianxia was taking a taxi to his investment company. When he saw the news on the internet, he immediately called his sister. Yes, how can the news spread so quickly unless someone took the initiative to pay for the news to defame me? Qin Bao Bao gave her brother an affirmative answer. Needless to say, it's Su Lu who did it, and maybe Kong Xian is behind it. It's the Water Army again. Didn't you say that you're going to start a real name system? Hurry up, Xianxia said angrily. Don't worry, I won't fall in the same trap twice. His sister was very confident. What are you going to do? I've already asked Wolf inside to write the article. She'll help me contact the internet media. I can't use the company's channels. Sister is really capable. Then I'm relieved. Xianxia was about to hang up when he suddenly froze. What Wolf inside? Beep, beep, beep. His sister hung up. Hey, hung up on me, you troublesome woman. He had to pay a little more attention to his sister's matter. He could afford the liquidated damages, but if he wanted to set up a studio, he would have to rebuild his team if he wanted to prosper. Moreover, in the entertainment industry, networking was very important. You had to have channels to get jobs. In this aspect, Xianxia was completely clueless. He remembered that Sister Pei had set up a management company before, but it failed. He would ask about the situation another day. Bao's investment was no longer what it used to be. The last time he pulled in 300 million, it was all investments from celebrities. The people in the entertainment industry were indeed very rich. These were also connections, but their friendship wasn't deep, so he couldn't count on them for the time being. The number of employees in the company had increased to 30, and there was also a beautiful front desk. She was a coquettish young lady. Every time Xianxia came to work, she would coquettishly say, "Good morning, CEO Qin." When Xianxia got off work, she said coyly, "Goodbye, CEO Qin." Regarding the position of the front desk, Xianxia specifically told Su Yu that he must recruit beautiful and capable girls, preferably with more than 2 years of work experience. He remembered that he had read a certain urban novel called 3 Things Between Me and the Front Desk Girl. He read it slightly. Later, he couldn't find it. The front desk of the company was a 7 out of 10 goddess outside. Unfortunately, in Xianxia's eyes, 7 out of 10 was just a passing grade. Xianxia had 8 out of 10. Su Yu gave her a salary of 7,000 a month, which was already very high. The work was also easy. In addition to entertaining customers, it was to help CEO Qin and CEO Su order takeout. Xianxia didn't dare to let Su Yu order anymore. Every time he ordered Hunan cuisine, he was almost upgraded from an ambitious youth to a youth with hemorrhoids. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market closed. Xianxia began to pay attention to his sister's Weibo. On the internet, the fans of both sides were fiercely fighting. You attack my idol's Weibo? Well, let's team up and attack your forum. You attack the forum? Let's attack Tieba. Su Lu's fans had the support of the Internet Water Army and the endorsement of the news content. What they said was reasonable and well-founded. On the other hand, Qin Bao Bao's fans had a lot of empty words and could only curse. However, the direction of public opinion on the internet quickly changed. Qin Bao Bao also began to buy news and began to fight back. There was an article that was written very frequently. Behind the falling out between Qin Bao Bao and Su Lu, is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Such a high-powered title had a magic power that made people unable to help but click on it. Why do Qin Bao Bao and Su Lu repeatedly fall out? Why did Xianxia cause trouble in Star Art? Is the termination of the contract true or false? What secrets are hidden behind the concert? Behind all this, is it the arrogance of the newcomers or the suppression of the seniors? Is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? The article also revealed, according to an anonymous employee of Star Art, the concert at Shanyu Stadium originally belonged to Qin Bao Bao. Later, for some unknown reason, it was changed to Su Lu, Qin Bao's younger brother. After Qin Zhe found out, he went to Star Art and made a big fuss. According to him, baby Qin has been receiving unfair treatment since the start of I Am a Singer. He directly accused Su Lu of suppressing newcomers, including this concert. It was also Su Lu who secretly made things difficult for him. At the end of the article, there was also a video. The video was secretly shot with a phone. In a certain office, Qin Bao and Qin Zhe were arguing. But what did you get? The composer was stolen, the guest was stolen, and now the concert was stolen. You have to be more careful. With this lousy company, you're still thinking for them wholeheartedly. No matter what, I have to come into contact with the agreement today. You can't do this, you can't do this. I want to do this, get out of my way. I love the company deeply. I hate it to the point of madness. Not long after, various articles exposing Su Lu's dark secrets appeared on the internet and were pushed and spread through the app. Qin Bao's fans' morale soared, and they turned from defense to offense. Where's the haters? Continue to scold. Please continue to perform. A thief crying thief. It's obviously Su Lu who is suppressing Qin Bao. I didn't expect Su Lu to be such a person. She's the one with a bad character. She used to lip sync, and now she's bullying my goddess. The younger brother is so good. The younger brother is so tall. It's so satisfying. Give me a stack of younger brothers like this. Su Lu's fans, MDs, idiots. They're all paid posters, disgusting. Qin Zhe browsed the news for a while and sent a message to his sister. Not bad. A beautiful counterattack. That's right. I used to be a newbie and didn't know the tricks of the entertainment industry. Now I'm a veteran. How can I continue to be tricked by Su Lu? I've long been on guard against this move of hers. Qin Bao sent an emoji of laughing with arms akimbo. She had always been a person who couldn't stand compliments. Once you praised her, she would become arrogant. Veteran, quickly take me flying. Qin Zhe clicked his tongue and said, the article was well written. The paid posters you bought were very good. The title was fresh and refined, breaking away from the shackles of the shock party. It's a clear stream in the editor's circle. You mean the article with the video? Qin Bao chuckled. That was written by Wang Zijin. I laughed for a long time. It was so interesting. A series of snickering emojis. It was actually written by Wang Zijin. The writing was sophisticated, and the killing intent was hidden. The dark was restrained, and the dark was flawless. But it was Sister Ziwei who had sex. I spent a lot of money. I paid for it myself. Qin Bao said with grievance. My heart hurts. I'm poor, not as rich as you. I had no choice but to deduct it from your wife's account. Why did my wife's account have to be used to help you solve this problem? Qin Zhe sent an emoji of 3 feet of anger. Qin Bao. If you don't give your wife's account to me, will it rot? Qin Zhe, I'll give you an emoji. Understand it yourself. Qin Zhe, epsilon equals 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 Qin Bao. I don't understand. This is awkward. My sister was born with a coquettish buff. In fact, her heart was very pure. She had never experienced love before. She didn't visit forums or tieba. Her knowledge and experience in that area were even worse than J.K., who had shaken his bed in high school. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe's brain twitched. He sent a message to Wang Zijin. Sister Ziwei, I'll give you an emoji. Understand it yourself. Qin Zhe, epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin replied, wow, Sister Ziwei really understood. This emoji was very in line with Wang Zijin's character. By the way, try Suyu's reaction again to see if she understood. Qin Zhe, Suyu, are you there? Suyu, what's the matter? I'll come to your office to talk. Qin Zhe, no, I'll send you an emoji. You understand it yourself. Qin Zhe, epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals. There was a long silence over there. Suyu replied, oh, greater than over equal to V. Oh, Qin Zhe. He couldn't bear to look at it. Qin Zhe suddenly had a bold idea. Why don't he try to see if Sister Pei understood it? The next second, he rejected the idea. Whether it was Su Yu or Wang Zijin, although they didn't have a thorough understanding of his sister, they knew more or less the depth. Nanman Pei was too deep, and he couldn't grasp that degree for the time being. It was better not to court death. Chapter 261. In a certain online media company, Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat when she saw the instant understanding emoticon on her phone screen. What did he mean by sending this emoticon? A hint? How could there be such a blatant hint? It didn't fit his lazy and cowardly personality. But why did he send this emoticon? A normal man wouldn't send something like this to a normal woman. Wang Zijin panicked. Are you serious? Delete. Are you serious? Delete. Are you at home or at the hotel? Delete. She held her phone and didn't know how to reply. Just then, her phone rang. It was an unknown number. The caller ID showed that it was from Beijing. Wang Zijin changed her phone number after she came to Shanghai. She only told Zhang Ling her number. Her friends and family in Beijing probably didn't know her number, but Zhang Ling might have leaked it. Hello, who is this? Wang Zijin picked up the phone. It's me, Missy. It's your loyal follower. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, it's Go Dai? No. Then it's Qin Shou. Could it be Ji Songyang? Wang Zijin's face turned serious. I'm not playing anymore. Sister Ziwei, your mouth is so sarcastic. The man said gloomily. Zhao Taizhu, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm at work. Wang Zijin said in a huff. Zhao Tiezhu's original name was Zhao Biao. She was Wang Zijin's childhood playmate. When Wang Zijin was very young, before her grandfather retired and her father took up a post outside, she lived with her grandparents in the military district. It was what the outside world called the big courtyard. There were many children in the military district, and Zhao Biao was one of them. There were many children, so there were many hills. 3 or 4 children formed a small group to play marbles and fight with each other with wooden swords. Today they bullied you, but tomorrow you came back for revenge. The children's Jianghu could be said to be a bloody mess. Wang Zijin, this kind of young lady, was the kind of person who would be teased and bullied by the king of the children when she had nothing better to do. The first child who lifted Wang Zijin's skirt was called Zhao Biao. He had a strong personality and was the devil incarnate in the military district. In Zhao Biao's eyes, all the girls in the military district were part of his harem. He didn't only lift Wang Zijin's skirt. He even lifted the skirts of several girls. But he had kicked an iron plate. Wang Zijin didn't cry like the other girls. She was very calm. But the next day, while Zhao Biao was playing with his friends, she stuffed the fat girl that she had prepared in advance into Zhao Biao's school bag. Then, she ran home, took off her clothes in her room, and cried for her grandfather. He accused Zhao Biao of his evil deeds. Her grandfather lifted his granddaughter's skirt and saw his granddaughter's little butt. He exploded on the spot. He took a Red Star 54 and went to Zhao Biao's house. Poor Zhao Biao's father. He was beaten up by the old general for no reason. He cried for his parents and begged for mercy. Then, Zhao Biao was miserable. That night, Zhao Biao's screams lasted until midnight. Those who heard it were sad, and those who heard cried. At that time, Wang Zijin was 9 years old. She was in the 3rd grade of primary school. Since then, Zhao Biao was willing to be Wang Zijin's lackey and became the queen's loyal subordinate. After that, Wang Zijin started her great career of ruling the military district. Wang Zijin learned how to kill with a borrowed knife and bully with numbers without a teacher. First, she had the advantage of numbers and swallowed up the scattered soldiers. Then, she used the borrowed knife to kill with a borrowed knife. She used all kinds of methods to frame people and hold on to their weaknesses. She frequently wrote reports and borrowed the hands of their parents to teach a lesson to those who were difficult to deal with. Zhang Ling's brother, Zhang Mingsheng, was captured by Wang Zijin during this process. He and Zhao Biao were known as the Second Tiger General. The old general of the Wang family admired his granddaughter's black-bellied and scheming. He secretly taught her to suppress others with power and tempt them with benefits. It was the art of using virtue to convince people. His smart granddaughter opened a new chapter in her great career of ruling the country. She successfully integrated the 18 warlords of the military district before she was in primary school and successfully ruled the country. If Wang Zijin's childhood were to be written into a book, it would be called How to Become a Female Bad Guy, or The Black-Bellied Lady's Coquettish Style. At that time, the group of children who were more rebellious were all taught a lesson by Wang Zijin. She had all their weaknesses in her hands. Later, many of the children left the courtyard one by one, following their father's transfer. However, Wang Zijin left a psychological shadow in their hearts. Many years later, they still couldn't help but scold her for being black-hearted. During Wang Zijin's era, Zhongling was still a little girl with 2 lines of snot running down her nose. Even after many years, she still didn't have the courage to challenge Wang Zijin. "I'm in Shanghai on business. Sister Ziwei, come out for a meal. I'll be very grateful." Zhao Biao was 30 years old this year. He had a family and a career long ago. He was currently working in the government. Over the years, they met less often, but they still kept in touch. The henchmen who followed Sister Ziwei in the past were still very loyal. The memories of their childhood, whether it was nightmares or beautiful dreams, were still fresh in their minds. If it's possible, ask your little lover to come too. I really want to see what kind of hero he is to be able to subdue Sister Ziwei and get rid of a big threat for us. I know that Zhang Mingsheng has no chance. He liked you since he was young. Back then, he was secretly competing with me. TSK. Actually, the outcome was already decided. How can a henchman marry the boss? It's not realistic. I'm not free. Wang Zijin curled her lips. Let's meet again when I'm back in Beijing. My life is very peaceful now. I don't want to interact with a bunch of second-generation heirs like you. Wang Zijin's life now was like a famous song. I haven't been a boss for many years. Forget it then. I'm meeting a guy in private equity tonight. I want to do some shady business with him. If you agree to have a meal with me, I'll turn him down. Let's meet tomorrow. Zhao Biao said disappointedly. You want to get involved in the stock market? We are also ordinary people. We can't lack money. We have to live. But it's not convenient for me to do such things in public. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. Then let's have a meal together tonight. I can talk to you. Zhao Biao, what do you mean? Wang Zijin smiled. Turn down the guy in private equity. I'll introduce you to someone who might do it. After a moment of silence, Zhao Biao asked for a sky-high price. Okay then, but I want a bigger share. No less than 50%. Zhao Taizhu, are you too arrogant? Or am I? Wang Zijin, too weak to do anything? Wang Zijin sneered. I'm taking a big risk. How can I not take a bigger share? Sister Ziwei, you don't have to do this. This is a matter of principle. I won't back down. Zhao Taizhu said firmly. This was the main reason why he had come to Shanghai. Okay, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Does your sister-in-law know about your affairs outside? There's one in 4th Ring Road and another in 2nd Ring Road. That charming sister of yours is asking for a divorce. She's dead set on being your lover. Does your sister-in-law know about this? If she doesn't know, I'll talk to her later. Zhao Taizhu said everything. Fortunately, Wang Zijin was well versed in the art of carrots and carrots. She said earnestly, Taizhu, don't do too many PY deals. It's not safe. Work hard and serve the country and the people. Listen to me. If you cooperate with him, the risk you have to take is very small. If you give him a tip at a critical moment, you'll have a lot of money. Then ask him to bring the quarterly report. Otherwise, I'll be worried. Wait for my news. I'll call him and ask for his opinion. If he agrees, we'll sit down and talk. If he's not willing, then you can continue with your work. There's no need to eat. It's over. My sister Ziwei is really being taught a lesson. I'm going to write in my diary and send it to my friends in the circle. You don't want to live anymore? Try it. Dinner was booked at a local restaurant in Jia Province in Suhui. Wang Zijin made the reservation and sent the address to Xianxia. Xianxia took a taxi here after work. Wang Zijin had already told him about it. Xianxia was a little hesitant at first, but Wang Zijin said, it's not a big deal. Don't think too much. My friend knows what he's doing. He won't cross the line. At most, he'll make a little money. Xianxia thought, the business is getting bigger and bigger, so there must be someone above. This was an inevitable trend. As long as he controlled it, there would be no problem. He agreed to today's dinner. I didn't expect that the first dirty PY deal in my life was facilitated by Sister Ziwei. Led by the waiter, he came to a big private room. There was a big table big enough for 10 people. Wang Zijin and a strange man sat there. Including him, there were 3 people in total. The moment Xianxia entered the door, he immediately felt Zhao Tieju's dignified gaze. It was the gaze of a big shot sizing up a rookie. On the internet, it was the group leader sizing up a little rookie. Chapter 262. These arrogant, disdainful, and aggressive gazes made Xianxia recall the first time he had entered a chat group. The big shots had all sent him disdainful expressions. You're Xianxia? You don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Other than being a little more handsome than me and having a better figure, you don't have much charm. A short-haired man in a casual suit snorted. The first time he entered the group, the bosses also used the same arrogant tone to say, "Newcomer, quickly dress up as a girl." "Hello." Xianxia nodded at the boss, but the boss ignored him. "Zhao Biao, nicknamed Taiju, my childhood friend." Wang Zijin considerately warmed up the atmosphere for Xianxia and kicked Zhao Taiju under the table. Zhao Biao took a mouthful of food. "I've heard about you. You're good at writing songs. You're a fast shooter, right? I've heard that you're good at trading stocks, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. All right, you also have a beautiful sister." He was a little handsome and energetic. He had a sharp look between his brows. This was honed in the military. Unfortunately, this guy's heart was not in the military. He liked the outside world. In the end, he went into politics through his family's connections. The first time she heard of Xianxia's name was in September. After she came back from trip to Shanghai, Xianxia's big name spread in a small circle in Beijing. Zhao Taiju did a simple check on Xianxia's background. King's man. That was how her friends teased Xianxia back then. Wang Zijin was the king of the children in the courtyard, so there was nothing wrong with it. He was the king's man. Actually, strictly speaking, we are love rivals. I was Zijin's boyfriend when she was in elementary school. Now I'm not. I didn't catch up and was eliminated. But I'm still working hard to be Zijin's boyfriend. Zhao Biao looked at the young man in front of him provocatively. Wang Zijin didn't explain. She gazed at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see how he would respond to this matter. Xianxia asked curiously, "Do you know a guy called Zhang Mingsheng?" "Yes, he's my childhood friend." "Then can you eliminate Zhang Mingsheng first?" "Why? Am I not handsome?" "Not as competitive as that guy." Zhao Taiju was unconvinced. "All right, stop messing around." Wang Zijin sighed. Sometimes the little pervert was stupid, but sometimes he was very smart. Zhao Taiju was still acting. "I'm not messing around. How am I not as good as this guy? Is it because I'm not good at Two-Finger Diana? Or is it because I'm not as good at talking as him?" Wang Zijin rolled her eyes at his glib tongue. "Because of your name." Xianxia held back his laughter. Zhao Taiju, in Sister Ziwei's heart, this name alone is enough to send you to the 18th level of hell. Wang Zijin was a female hipster. Although she was a bit two-faced, for a female hipster, it didn't matter if your name wasn't Long Outyin. If your name didn't have Shi, Mo, Yi, Bai, and so on, she could make do with it. But if your name was Taiju, that wouldn't do. Even if you looked like Long Outyin, we could only meet in the next life. He suddenly remembered that according to his mother, if he was named Qin Hao or Qin Xiaofan in Sister Ziwei's heart, wouldn't he be sent to the death prison? After all, Sister Ziwei had already graduated from the team of network veterans. The word Hao was no longer high and mighty. Instead, it was easy to associate it with teddy bear. Zhao Taiju, who grew up together, also understood, but he was still unconvinced. "My name is Zhao Biao." Xianxia thought to himself, Zhao Biao and Fat Tiger have the same meaning. Zhao Taiju looked at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was too embarrassed to be too direct, so she said tactfully, "Your name is actually okay. It gives you a sense of security." Is she saying that I'm like the Azure Dragon on the left and the White Tiger on the right? Is that what she means? Zhao Taiju understood, painfully understood. According to the rumors about the two of them in a certain circle, they were in the same boat, and he was the outsider. She said that she would cooperate with him, but as soon as her little lover came, her elbow turned to his side. Qin Zhe chatted with Zhao Taizhu. Since he was Sister Ziwei's childhood friend, he must be either the son of an official or a rich man. He understood that Sister Ziwei was introducing him to people. With more friends, he could walk a wider path and go further. Compared to insider information, he was more interested in making friends with rich men. He didn't need insider information to make money. He had the system, and he was proud of it. Cheating was better than cheating, just like how permed hair couldn't beat tattooed hair. If not for the tense situation, he could still dominate the officialdom. If there were immortal cultivators in the world, he could still dominate the immortal realm. Unfortunately, he couldn't become a demon after the founding of the country, and he couldn't ascend after the founding of the republic. Halfway through the meal and several bottles of wine, Qin Zhe got up to go to the toilet. As soon as he left, Zhao Taizhu stopped smiling and said seriously, "Do you really plan to have an indescribable relationship with him?" "What's indescribable about a proper relationship?" Wang Zijin finished and sighed. "We haven't even started yet." "What do you mean? You two haven't reached this stage yet?" Zhao Taizhu was stunned. Wang Zijin's face was full of resentment. She muttered to herself, "Far from it. There's a jealous lover at home, and there's a flirtatious bitch outside. Both of them are very troublesome. The one at home is nothing to worry about, and he's not a real threat. But the teddy outside is a bit dangerous, and it's quite good-looking. Also, that Nan Man Pei needs to be on guard at all times." Zhao Taizhu listened to her muttering and was dumbfounded. "What's going on? Why does my sister Ziwei's love life sound so bumpy?" "Wait, what do you like about him?" "He's quite handsome, but if you Wang Zijin like handsome guys, you can't even pick them with both hands and legs. If it's not because of his looks, then it's because of his temperament." "Please, he has no temperament at all. Can he make money? Does my sister Ziwei lack money? Write songs?" "Unorthodox methods are not attractive at all. Not to mention Zhang Mingsheng. Even I can't take this line down." "Why? Why?" Zhao Taizhu slammed the table. "It's just a feeling," Wang Zijin said softly. "What? What did you say?" Zhao Taizhu was in disbelief. "When I'm with him, I feel very relaxed and happy. I don't know why, but there's always a natural sense of closeness." Wang Zijin said blankly. "I'm also very confused. What do I like about him? Why do I like him? I can't explain it, but I just like him. Maybe it's because we were born together. Isn't this the legendary saying, 'Do you need a reason to like someone?'" "Okay, let's not talk about this topic for now. Later, I'm going to test him. I'll help you check him out." "How are you going to test him?" Wang Zijin frowned. "Let's skip this topic again." "Zijin." Taizhu was glared at by Wang Zijin, so he changed his words. "Sister Ziwei, don't you feel that this guy is acting a little cold? I've already extended my strong legs to him, but he's not excited at all. Maybe it's because you're paving the way for him too obviously. You're clearly telling him that your sister is feeding you. Open your mouth." "Ah." A man's self-esteem is hurt. Now that he said it, it seemed to be true. Qin Zhe wasn't excited at all. He's just a little calmer. In this kind of situation, there's absolutely no such thing as his self-esteem being trampled on. Based on his understanding of Qin Zhe, with his lazy and sometimes cheap personality, he wasn't a straight man. Qin Zhe came back from the toilet. Zhao Taizhu pondered for a moment and said, "Qin Zhe, this time I'm planning to find someone to work with to earn some extra money. If it weren't for Zijin's recommendation, I definitely wouldn't have chosen you. Let's not talk about some things that will die in the light of day. You know the business. Secondly, I could be the person above you. If you run into any trouble with the government, I'll solve it for you. As long as you follow me, I'll take a bite of meat, and you'll take a bite of soup. As a reward, I want 10% of your profits. It's not much. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even want to cry and beg for money." After saying that, Zhao Taizhu looked at him like a big boss looking at a newbie. The meaning of his words was very clear. "Kid, follow the big boss. The big boss is giving you a chance to suck up to him because of Wang Zijin." He gave himself full marks for this wave of ridicule. Zhao Taizhu looked forward to seeing Qin Zhe holding back his anger and forcing a smile. It would be even better if he fell out with him. "Look, Sister Ziwei, this is the man you chose. Speaking of which, Comrade Taizhu and Zhang Mingsheng were both capable henchmen who knelt down for Sister Ziwei. They opened up new territories for Sister Ziwei, and they were both men who once wanted to be kings. Who wouldn't like such a fierce girl? He remembered that when he graduated from primary school, Zhao Taizhu made a scene at home and threatened his father to go to the Wang family to propose marriage. If he didn't, he would kill himself and let the Zhao family have no descendants. Zhao Taizhu showed that if he didn't marry Wang Zijin, he would kill himself. But his father, who was born in the military, raised his hand and slapped him left and right, scolding him as he hit him. Is this the reason you lifted her skirt? So many years had passed, and his childhood ambition of marrying no one but Wang Zijin had long been annihilated by time. This feeling could be regarded as a memory, but it was already lost at that time. Comrade Tieju's feelings were quite complicated. He wanted to slap this kid to death, but he also hoped that he was a good man. This way, he could barely be worthy of his sister Ziwei. Qinzhe smiled very sincerely. Thank you, Brother Taizhu. Brother Taizhu, please take care of me in the future. Zhao Taizhu was speechless. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. Epsilon, Qinzhe had self-esteem, but he didn't have arrogance. He was used to going through the back door. His father helped him get into the Qaeda because his grades were at the bottom. During every final exam, his father also slapped a stack of important content on his desk. It could be said that his father was worried sick for his good-for-nothing son. Therefore, when Wang Zijin opened the back door for him, he didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust and quickly got in. This was the first time Wang Zijin opened the back door for someone. There was a poem that described it very well. The flower path has never been swept by the guest, but the door is now open for the gentleman. Take out the quarterly report for me to see. Since I promised Zijin, I don't care about your company's current profit situation. If it's a little worse, then it's a little worse. Anyway, just listen to my instructions in the future. Kid, if it weren't for Zijin's face, you wouldn't have the chance to get it, Zhao Taizhu said. Qinzhe took out a document from his bag. There's no quarterly report. My private equity company has been established for less than a month. This is the summary I asked someone to compile. It's the profit for the past half a month. What? Half a month? What are you doing? A new company, a private equity company that has only been established for half a month. Are you sure you're not a general without an army? How much capital do you have? Even if I take the risk and give you a bunch of PY transactions, how long do you need to accumulate capital to take off? The bull market will be long over by then. Zhao Taizhu felt that he had been tricked. He turned his head to look at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin nodded and confirmed Qinzhe's words. Let's drink, let's drink. Zhao Taizhu sighed and didn't take the report for half a month. Mountains and rivers were still feelings. He would just treat it as doing Zijin a favor. Fine, this trip to Shanghai was a waste. Chapter 263. Qinzhe felt awkward. Although he didn't refuse to be a freeloader, this brother was not giving him any face. Wasn't this forcing him to be a freeloader? He was about to take back the report when Wang Zijin took it and handed it to Zhao Taizhu. Take a look. If you don't look, how can he act cool? Qinzhe, it was just a company that had been established for half a month. What is there to look at? There was nothing to see in the report. At most, it would earn a few million. No, a few 100,000 at most. He had checked Qinzhe's background. His family was very ordinary, and he could freeload off his sister. The company's total assets were only 2 to 3 million. To be able to earn a few 100,000 in half a month was already not bad. Young Master Zhao was too lazy to even look at such a small company. But since his childhood friend had said so, Zhao Taizhu couldn't refuse. He looked at the report, and his gaze froze. There were more than 10 projects on the report, and the profits were clearly written. Zhao Taizhu naturally wouldn't look at them one by one. He just glanced at the total funds and profits. What did he see? About 500 million in total funds. Half-month profit rate, 63. 8%. Half a month, profits of more than 300 million. Zhao Taizhu was stunned for a while. After a long while, he looked at Qinzhe. You already have someone above you? No, you're the first person above me. And it's because of Sister Ziwei. Qinzhe, he shook his head. I don't believe it. The report is fake. Zhao Tieju's expression was serious. Wang Zijin took it and looked at it. In half a month, You only earn this much money? Xianxia said embarrassedly. It's mainly because I have a lot of things to do recently. I will work hard next month. Wang Zijin said unhappily. The performance has dropped so much. Bastard, treat it seriously. Xianxia was embarrassed again. I will try to triple next month. Zhao Taizhu. What were they talking about? He didn't understand at all. They seemed so powerful. Were they sure they weren't bragging? Was this the latest way to act cool? Do you know the popular goal of making 100 million yuan recently? Wang Zijin smiled with satisfaction when she saw the effect. Well, it's all over the circle. This kid is really good at bragging. Zhao Taizhu nodded. He still admired the guy who could create a trending phrase on the internet. I'm not bragging. He had 4 million in capital and 10 times the leverage. He earned 100 million in a month, Wang Zijin said with a smile. It was rare for Zhao Taizhu to feel a sense of helplessness. Is this the man that Wang Zijin likes? He didn't know why, but in his heart, there was always the goddess of his first love, a crush. She would bring her boyfriend to the poor loser of the past, smile and say, "How have you been these few years?" "Oh, this is my boyfriend, 30 years of river flow." Usually, the role of the goddess boyfriend was played by him, young Master Zhao. Zhao Taizhu thought sourly. Although Long Outyan is convinced, I, Zhao Ritian, am not. A sharp light flashed in Zhao Tiezhu's eyes. It's good for a man to be able to earn money, but the thing that can give a woman a sense of security is still developed muscles. He gestured to his biceps. Xianxia could guess what he was thinking. So you want to fight him one-on-one? Wang Zijin looked at her childhood friend. After so many years, Zhao Taizhu hadn't changed at all. Although he had been trained in the system to be shrewd enough to hide a dagger behind a smile, as well as the hypocrisy of speaking human language when meeting people and ghosts when meeting ghosts. But when he saw the queen that he used to work for, Zhao Taizhu became the fat tiger of the past, who liked to solve things with his fists. Xianxia finally felt the malice from the rich dog, just like Zhang Ling, but the former made him feel disgusted. Zhao Tiezhu's displeasure was written all over his face. You stole my primary school girlfriend, so I'm going to give you some trouble. Wang Zijin thought. Taizhu, this idiot, begged me to bring Xianxia for a meal just to show his power. Xianxia smiled. Brother, I agree. Muscles give a woman a sense of security. Muscles give a woman a sense of happiness. He raised his wine glass. Let me toast to you, brother. Zhao Taizhu didn't raise his glass and looked at him calmly. At this moment, the wine cup suddenly cracked and a spiderweb-like crack appeared on it. Zhao Taizhu was stunned. Wang Zijin was stunned. Xianxia's face was expressionless. He placed the cracked glass to the side and filled a porcelain teacup with wine. When he raised the cup, there was another crack, and the porcelain teacup cracked. This time, Zhao Taizhu saw it clearly. The teacup didn't crack because of the quality. He clearly saw Xianxia's hand holding the teacup, suddenly exerting force. His fingers tightened and veins popped out. Then, the teacup cracked. Vibrating essence. Xianxia sighed. Looks like we can't drink this wine. Brother Zhao, let's have a few rounds. Zhao Taizhu stood up abruptly, picked up the wine glass, and drank it. He said seriously, a man should be all-powerful at the table. Brother Zhao, you were just joking. He thought about it and drank 3 more glasses. It wasn't safe. That's right. Xianxia smiled. He was indeed the king's man. He couldn't afford to offend him. Wang Zijin, the meal lasted until 7:30 p.m. Xianxia and Wang Zijin hailed a taxi by the roadside. He was a big shot with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. After attending a social event, he actually took a taxi. This made Xianxia want to buy a car. As for buying a car, his sister said that she would buy a good car for him as a birthday present. In the end, she only accompanied him to watch the fireworks that day. At that time, Xianxia was tight on money and couldn't afford to buy a car. Now it was different. He could buy a lot of luxury cars, Ferrari, Bugatti, Lamborghini, Porsche. He could buy whatever he wanted. But he felt that it was too ostentatious to drive a luxury car, and it wasn't cost-effective for him. It was better to put a few million yuan in the stock market. His personal idea was to buy a car worth 100 or 200,000 yuan. He wouldn't go to the entrance of the university to sell drinks. Why would he buy such a good one? He wasn't familiar with cars. If he bought a vehicle, he would be too lazy to go out himself. His sister had experience, but if Qin Bao went to buy it, she would definitely drag him along. This matter could be handed over to Su Yu, and the secretary would do it. No problem. Sorry, Zhao Biao's character is like this. He's actually quite loyal. Wang Zijin said. Qin Zhe nodded. Better than Zhang Ling. Speaking of that girl, Wang Zijin's face fell. He hadn't been a big brother for many years, and his majesty was not as good as before. When he returned to the capital, he must teach her a lesson. A's, my friend, maybe in the future won't be too kind. Wang Zijin silently added in her heart, if I become your girlfriend. If the two of them really went to that point, the Wang family's attitude was obvious. They definitely wouldn't like this son-in-law. And most of her friends would also silently criticize him. A toad eating a swan's meat. If it was a friend, then it would be fine. Zhao Taizhu, for example, was unhappy. He didn't have the qualifications to break up a couple, but he was afraid that Qin Zhe would be unhappy. Although this man was a little salted fish, he still had self-esteem. Was he really going to fall out with the Wang family? Since ancient times, marriage would be very difficult if the social status was not the same. The most famous example was the cowboy who married the weaver girl who came down to earth. They only had one day a year to do what they wanted to do. Wang Zijin's question was very vague. Qin Zhe shouldn't have understood, but at this time, he didn't know why, but he understood. Maybe his EQ was successful. He whispered, "Don't be afraid. I will strive to make money in the future and be the man above you." Wang Zijin blushed and whispered, "So, the expression you sent in the afternoon, was it serious?" Qin Zhe was stunned. The expression he sent in the afternoon was purely on a whim. He wanted to see if other women besides his sister could understand it. Thinking about it, it was indeed rude to the beauty. No, I was playing with Qin Bao Bao. She didn't understand. I think Sister Ziwei must be smarter than her. I also sent Su Yu. Probably the amount of recharge was not much, and his EQ was lacking. I also sent Su Yu, Wang Zijin, MMP. Don't send random expressions in the future. Those who don't know will think that you and Su Yu have some secret relationship. Wang Zijin said faintly. Oh, Chapter 264. Sister Ziwei and his sister didn't seem to like Su Yu. His sister didn't mind, but Sister Ziwei didn't like Su Yu. Was it because women were jealous of each other? Sister Ziwei was generous and straightforward. She gave people a comfortable feeling. She shouldn't be jealous of each other, even though Su Yu is beautiful. I don't understand. I don't understand. I really don't know what's going on. Ding. Qin Zhe waited for a while, but there was no response. He asked System, "What's up?" System. "Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard. It's a message from me." Qin Zhe reacted and changed the message ringtone. Every time he received a message, he would mistake it as a mission from the system. "System, you're trying to make my presence known. Well done." The system was so scared that it didn't dare to show up for a few days. It didn't dare to issue missions because it was afraid that a big shot from the system world would come. "You can continue to hide. I'll let you know when I'm sure there's no big shot." Qin Zhe opened the message and saw that it was from Zhao Taizhu. They had already exchanged phone numbers at the dining table. When Qin Zhe asked for his phone number in the tone of a big boss, Zhao Taizhu turned into a little newbie. He bowed his head to the big boss while reading out his phone number. The message said, "Qin Zhe, have you practiced martial arts before? I used to be in the military and have seen people like you who have a few strong moves. Although people weren't allowed to become spirits after the founding of the country, Chinese martial arts were real. It wasn't that mysterious. It was just the use of strength and speed, coupled with years of hard work. The military also had a set of special fighting skills. For example, the special forces should have no problem beating up 4 or 5 adults. I've practiced," Qin Zhe replied. "What was that move just now?" Zhao Taizhu asked. Qin Zhe thought for a while and replied, 23 years of Qilin Arm. His original intention was to make a joke. The fame of Qilin Arm was something that all veterans had heard of. However, he had forgotten that he and Zhao Taizhu were not from the same world. How could young Master Zhao be proficient in internet memes? While the keyboard warriors were busy conquering the major forums, Young Master Zhao was also conquering the bed of one goddess after another. They were from completely different worlds. Iron Pillar believed him and asked, "Do you have a gang?" Qin Zhe's brain twitched. "Yes, I learned from the Exploding Heavens faction." Exploding Heavens faction? Young Master Zhao didn't understand. Yes, there aren't many of them, but all of them are elites. Impressive, impressive. At this time, Zhao Taiju was in a pure, black BMW sedan, dialing the phone of an old comrade in the army. This comrade in arms was very powerful. Henan was from the Shaolin Temple. When he was a child, he had learned martial arts for a few years. He could split bricks with his hands and smash tiles with his brain. Fortunately, the call went through and she was not in training. "Hey, old ma, I met a martial arts expert." "A martial arts master? Breaking a rock with his chest or bending a steel bar with his throat? You're just messing around. This friend of mine is too powerful. With one hand, he could break a thick glass." "What kind of concept is that?" "With that grip strength, if he shook hands with me, he could break my palm in minutes." "Impossible." The comrade in arms didn't believe him and said in a firm tone, "There were such videos on the internet. An ordinary person could easily break an egg. But if it was a palm grip, even if you used all your strength, the egg would still be intact." Of course, they didn't know that Qin Zhe had cheated. The second set of elementary school gymnastics, gifted to him by the system, was beginning to show results. If he couldn't even break a cup, how could he be a man comparable to Teddy? I can swear that this is absolutely true. I just had dinner with him and even provoked him. He broke 2 cups on the spot for me to see. The comrade in arms was silent for a moment. "If that's the case, then congratulations." No, you're mistaken. I didn't accept him as a bodyguard." No, you're mistaken too. I just want to congratulate you for escaping a disaster. If what you said is true, he can slap you to the wall. Young Master Zhao's life as a stallion is over. Zhao Taiju laughed. "That won't happen." "All right," he said, "he's from the Exploding Heavens faction. Have you heard of it? Exploding Heavens faction?" The comrade in arms thought, which idiot would dare to come up with such a brainless name? Isn't he afraid of being beaten up? Maybe it's some folk sect. I've never heard of it. He hung up the phone. Zhao Biao asked the driver, "Is there a club nearby?" The driver was a local and sighed. "The checks have been strict recently. The world is tough." Zhao Biao laughed. "No cost. No loans. We bring our own equipment for production." The driver said, "Brother Zhao's political awareness is high. Where are we going now?" "Find a bar. I want to go to the bar." Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin returned to the neighborhood and took the elevator upstairs. Before entering, Wang Zijin suddenly said, "Ayy, my leg hurts. I might have sprained it somewhere. Can you carry me?" They were already at the door, and he still wanted to carry her home. Based on his understanding of his sister, she must be sitting on the sofa, waiting for them to come home unhappily. Based on his understanding of Wang Zijin, this was definitely not a simple matter of carrying me home. Qin Zhe charged himself with an intelligence card of 250, then rejected Miss Wang's request and decisively took out the key to open the door. In the living room, his sister sat upright and looked at her black-hearted maggot and the wolf who had broken into her house. Both of them returned home. Qin Zhe was glad that he was quick-witted. If he carried Wang Zijin home, his sister's face would not be expressionless. It would be as dark as the bottom of a pot. There was once when Qin Bao asked Qin Zhe to carry her home in the car. He was too young at the time and thought his sister was just being coquettish. Now Wang Zijin had her revenge. His sister's tricks were as deep as the sea. The little cutie trembled with fear. The air conditioner was on in the living room, and it was very warm. "Yo, you're going on a date," Qin Bao said sarcastically. She seemed to have just taken a shower and washed herself clean. She was wearing a loose t-shirt that reached her thighs. She should be wearing a plump bra inside, but with the t-shirt covering it, it made people feel that she was wearing nothing below. Originally, Qin Zhe had a chance to see if his sister was wearing a plump bra. But the moment her brother and best friend came in, Qin Bao changed from her posture to a lady's sitting posture with her legs together. "Yeah, I had a lot of fun. By the way, Bao, have you eaten dinner? If you haven't, order takeout. We didn't bring you any." Wang Zijin smiled. If it were 2 months ago, Qin Bao Bao would definitely have denied it with a red face if she teased her like this. Qin Bao Bao did not throw a tantrum. She hugged the pillow and watched TV. Qinze told her that he was meeting friends and discussing business. Of course, he did not tell his sister that it was a deal. However, there was still a strange atmosphere in the air. Qinze saw the murderous intent between the two sisters when they looked at each other. He felt that he was done for. He did not know when it started, but the quarrels between the two of them became more and more frequent, and their schemes became more and more cunning. She remembered that when Sister Ziwei first came, she was watching from the side while her sister was fooling around with her. Now that the tables had turned, this did not seem to be something to be happy about. This damn brother complex. He's jealous even when eating a meal. Wang Zijin thought to herself, this wolf in the house is already known to everyone. The pressure is huge. Qin Baobao thought. Qinze pretended as if nothing had happened. He pressed the remote control and randomly chose a period drama. Have you heard? Little Ling said that Empress Gao is going to be reinstated. Don't talk nonsense. What if Li Guiran hears it? She's just a noble. If the Empress is really reinstated, you and I will have to change the limelight. How can we care about her? I heard that Li Guiran has some bargaining chips in her hands. Unfortunately, it was a palace drama. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Ace, the food in that restaurant is quite delicious. Let's find a chance to go there next time. She emphasized the words, find a chance. Qin Bao Bao immediately looked at her brother pitifully. Her soft eyes hid her grievances. Shamefully cute. Qinze said, it's just a business deal. Let's eat another day. Let's go together. Wang Zijin's stupid teammate. The elder sister cast a provocative look at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin knew that normal methods would not work against this damn brother complex. She had to come up with a killer move. Sister Ziwei, are we going next week? Qinze asked. Wang Zijin was expressionless. Don't call me Sister Ziwei. The Wang Zijin from back then is already dead. Now, I am called Mayuklu Zijin. Qinze. Chapter 265. The next day, Qinze came to the company, and the glass door opened automatically. The girl at the front desk stood up with a big chest and smiled sweetly. Hello, Boss Qin. During this time, the girl at the front desk showed off in her circle of friends every day, saying that she worked in a new company and the boss was Qinze. Then she posted the photos of Qinze secretly taken. Immediately, there were little sisters who liked it and replied sourly, I envy the boss who touches the little fresh meat up close. Is your company still recruiting? I could do anything. Quick, give me an autograph photo. She has become a popular person in her circle of friends. In the past, if it is a photo of other little fresh meat, the male comrades in the circle of friends must be jealous of a few words, but Qinze is different. He has a beautiful sister. The male comrades have asked her to help them get Qin Bao Bao's autograph photo. The girl at the front desk refused one by one. She was just bragging. So far, her communication with Qinze is limited to, good morning, Boss Qin, goodbye, Boss Qin. What would Boss Qin like to eat today? Qinze stared at the stock in the office, and sometimes went to the staff office to guide the traders. The traders held a small notebook and carefully recorded every word of the stock god. Under the company's strong performance results, the employees worshipped Qinze as a god. If the opinions and insights of the stock god were written in secret books and spread out, it would definitely set off a bloody storm in the underworld, just like the Nining manual in the past. At noon, Suyu came in with a delicate takeout meal in her hand and swayed her small waist to have lunch with the president. The two sat opposite each other. You eat chopsticks, I eat chopsticks. During the meal, Qinze said, I found a friend to join, and he took 5% of the shares. There is no agreement, just a verbal promise. His identity is not convenient to go through the formal procedures. The shares are not real shares. Only dividends are enjoyed. Suyu's chopsticks paused and raised her beautiful and refined face. Don't play too much. No, I have a sense of propriety. Qinze laughed. Suyu nodded and lowered her head to eat. At this moment, she scratched her head. It was unknown whether it was intentional or intentional, but a strand of hair hung down and hung above the food. Xianxia tucked her hair behind her ear. You're very similar to Qin Bao Bao. You like this kind of messy hairstyle? Sister Ziwei isn't like this. She wears her hair in a ponytail when eating. She doesn't have this kind of trouble. Although a woman deliberately keeps this long hair, it will look very charming and moving, especially a woman like Suyu. But it is also very troublesome. When eating, she has to keep the hair behind her ears. Xianxia, what are your arrangements for the evening? Suyu suddenly asked. Yeah, I'm watching a movie with. Xianxia said. Suyu said, oh, and was a little disappointed. What happened? Nothing. She glanced at Xianxia's cigarette on the table and said on a whim, I want a cigarette after dinner too. Xianxia pushed the lighter to her. If his sister wants to smoke, Xianxia will let her know what it means to have a butt blooming. But Suyu wants to smoke. Xianxia thinks it's fun. She bit the cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Cough. After living for 27 years, she tried smoking for the first time. What Suyu experienced was not a cigarette after dinner, but a violent cough and a sore throat. Women should not try men's things. Xianxia pushed the teacup in front of her, took off the cigarette, and put it out in the crystal ashtray. Suyu, I have something to ask you. Xianxia saw her slow down, and her face was no longer red. He put forward his plan to buy a car. Buying a car is the same as buying clothes. You need to test it yourself. Suyu finished, and suddenly found that the tea she drank was Xianxia's. She immediately raised her eyebrows. Did you do it on purpose? Xianxia took a sip of the teacup and said, It's even. You can buy it without worry. I don't care about the model, brand, and don't be too expensive. I just want to find a means of transportation. He thought about it and added, Don't want that kind of car. The space is better to be comfortable and spacious. He always felt that sports cars were not cost-effective except for showing off, especially the co-driver's seat. The space was too small and his legs were sore. Moreover, if one day he had a whim, he would like to shake it. I don't have a partner now, but it doesn't mean that I won't have one in the future. The sports car was not up to the task at all. At most, it would take a bite. Oh, I'll help you look at it another day. Suyu generally did not refuse his request. If she refused, Xianxia would slap the table and put on a sour face, and she would be obedient. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xianxia left immediately. He was always like this. He generally did not stay in the company for long. The working hours were the opening and closing time of the stock market. Usually at this time, the company was only left with Suyu to guard for him. She watched the employees for him. She studied the market for him. She reviewed his performance for him. In the empty office, there was only the sound of her flipping through the documents. Then she worked silently until she got off work and returned to her lonely nest. Today was a little different. Today was her birthday. She wanted to ask if he had time. If he had time, they could go out for a meal and simply celebrate. It didn't need to be so grand. In the name of the company's benefits to the employees, she was already very happy. But he had to watch a movie with his sisters. He didn't have time to accompany a passerby. The sisters were graceful, the sisters were attractive, and the sisters were charming. Maybe they would shamelessly shake their buttocks at you. Suyu remembered a very heart-wrenching joke on the internet. The general meaning was that you were eating instant noodles at home, watching the computer, and chatting with the goddess. The goddess occasionally replied to you with a few words, and you felt very warm. But you didn't know that at this time, the goddess might be kissing or having sex with her boyfriend. The boyfriend was conserving his energy. The goddess grabbed the phone and replied to you with a smile and went to take a shower. Forget it. Don't think about him. It was getting dark. Suyu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the traffic coming and going outside. They all had a clear purpose and couldn't wait to go home with their families. She was really envious. Hey, Nan Man, do you have time tonight? I don't have time. Hey, Nan Man answered without hesitation. Hey, are you a fake best friend? Today is my birthday. I really don't have time. My shameless ex-husband is here again. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Nan Man Pei's voice was full of annoyance. Remember not to kill him. Bye. Boring. Let's go home and eat chicken. Her phone rang again. It was her father, Su Tong. Since she left Julie, her relationship with her father had become much colder. But her father would occasionally call to ask about her daughter's situation. Suyu bragged to her father that her life was so comfortable with this god. She made hundreds of millions a month. Was he afraid? Dad, are you off work? Su Tong's voice was very kind. I'll be off work soon. Come home for dinner tonight. Today is your birthday. I always remember. Without warning, Suyu's eyes turned red. Like a prodigal son wandering outside, she received a letter from her mother from afar. Suyu's heart had drifted outside for so many years. Suddenly, she heard her father's words. Her father said that he always remembered her birthday. Yes, she choked. Yangpu, a villa area. This villa area had been completed for more than 20 years. Just looking at the outer wall, one could clearly feel the traces of time. But the security system was very well done, and the property management was first-class modern. Suyu's luxury Ferrari stopped at the gate of the community. The window was lowered. The guard glanced at her and let her go. Her face was a success. Of course, the guard knew the eldest daughter of the Su family. The Su family lived in the king of this community, a villa by the artificial lake. Not to mention her identity, just her beautiful face alone was enough to make the guards unable to forget her. Perhaps knowing that the eldest daughter was going home, the iron gate of the Su family was open, and the villa was brightly lit. Suyu parked the car in the garage, carried her bag, and walked into the villa expressionlessly. Suyu always felt that she was Snow White, and there was a vicious queen living in her home. In fairy tales, she always wanted to feed her a poisonous apple when her father was not there. Now the tables have turned. The man behind me is called the God of Stocks. I don't need to rely on the Su family for a long time. Chapter 266. In the bedroom on the second floor, Su Hao was talking to his mother. His father, Su Tong, was waiting for his daughter in the living room downstairs. The nanny was busy preparing a sumptuous dinner in the kitchen. That wretched girl is really something. She went out to set up her own company and made a name for herself, Su Hao's mother said. Su Hao's mother was a woman who still had the charm of the past. She took good care of herself. Decades of living as a rich wife had made her lose the temperament of a pretty girl from a humble family. However, in her bones, she still could not get rid of the short-sightedness and narrow-mindedness of a commoner. She had bad taste, but she was able to pick Su Tong, who had great potential, out of many suitors. She was willing to be his mistress and even gave birth to a son. Xianxia suspected that old man Su was gifted in some way, but he could not find out the truth for the time being. However, she had good taste, but she was narrow-minded and could only see what was in front of her. She was deeply hostile to her stepdaughter. She just got lucky, Su Hao said in a jealous tone. With such a mother, how good could Su Hao's taste be when he was influenced by her? Since he was young, his mother had told Su Hao that the wretched girl would steal his family property in the future. That wretched girl was his enemy in his previous life. That wretched girl, she's still better than you. Su Hao's mother poked her son hard with her finger and said in an exasperated tone, How old are you? You're not promising at all. Your father worked hard to pave the way for you, but what about you? You can't even run an investment company well. 2 years ago, you didn't make any achievements at the headquarters. Your father asked you to go to the branch company to expand, but you're still the same. The board of directors doesn't approve of you being the president. Your father can't help you even if he wants to. When he retires to the second line, will you still have a say in the company? The company invested so much money to amass profits, but you didn't make any achievements. A few days ago, at the shareholders' meeting, many shareholders wanted to withdraw their investment. Su Hao looked embarrassed. Last night, I heard from your father that the wretched girl's company's performance was excellent. In just half a month, the profit was 60%. The wretched girl was so proud of herself. Your father said happily, Oh, my daughter is so promising. It's heartbreaking to hear. But if you can hitch a ride with her and do well in your business, your father will be able to speak up for you on the board of directors. Mom, if you get Dad to invite her back for the birthday. Su Hao's eyes lit up. Then he shook his head and said, Will Dad agree? Your dad thought that I wanted to reconcile with her and was overjoyed. I didn't tell him about this. A cunning look flashed across Mother Su's eyes. Watch my performance later. At this moment, Su Tong's laughter could be heard. You're back. Let's go downstairs for dinner. The mother and son went downstairs and saw Su Tong and Su Yu sitting at a long, solid wooden table in the spacious and bright hall. Mother Su smiled kindly and gently. Is it so difficult to come home? If it wasn't your birthday today, I don't know when I would be able to see you again. Yes, you're beautiful again. Su Yu also smiled. Sister-in-law hasn't come back yet? Although it was indeed wrong for Big Brother to stir up trouble outside, how long would he be sulking like this? Doesn't Big Brother know to bring sister-in-law back? Su Hao's wife went back to her mother's house in a fit of pique because of his affair with his secretary. She also took away their 2-year-old daughter. Speaking of this matter, Su Tong was angry and said angrily, "If your brother was half as sensible as you, I wouldn't have to worry about him." Mother Su's face stiffened. The wretched girl had really grown up. She was no longer the little girl who was bullied by her in the past. The family of 4 sat down and began to enjoy the carefully prepared dinner. Su Yu and Mother Su drank red wine, while Su Tong and his son drank Mao Tai. It was rare for the family of 4 to get together, and Mother Su did not mock them, which made Su Tong very pleased. Unknowingly, they drank half a bottle of Mao Tai, and Father Su's face was red. "Dad, don't drink so much. Your fatty liver is still there." Su Yu said. Su Tong pressed his hand. "Today is my daughter's birthday. I'm happy." Su Yu's delicate face finally showed a smile. What she yearned for the most was fatherly and maternal love. It was a terrible feeling to be invisible when someone took her heart. Mother Su suddenly said, You recently opened an investment company with a friend. Is the performance very good?" Su Yu frowned and suddenly became alert. "It's okay," she said. "Honey, I told you. Yu has been clever since she was a child. You don't have to worry about her. But our Hao is stupid. Alas." Mother Su sighed. Su Yu thought, "Oh, it's rare that my stepmother has self-awareness. It's okay. I just hitched a ride with Xianxia." Su Yu said. Su Tong's face was unnatural. That boy was a fine horse, and he had run away from him that day. I'm very comforted to see you grow up and have a bright future. It's not right for your birth mother." Mother Su played the family card whenever she felt uncomfortable. "But your brother is a good-for-nothing. In the future, you need to take care of him." Su Yu was silent. Mother Su said again, "I heard from your father that your company has just been established. You must be short of funds, right? Your brother wants to invest. Do you think it's okay?" Su Tong frowned. "Why are you talking about this? Today is Yu's birthday. Let's not talk about this." Mother Su looked sad. "Honey, although Hao is a good-for-nothing, he's my son after all. He's the only male in the Su family. If he can't take over your position in the future, how will he behave in the company? Many people will laugh at him behind his back." Her words hit old Su's sore spot. Su Tong looked at his daughter. Su Yu hated this woman from the bottom of her heart, but today was her father's birthday. She didn't want to fall out with this woman. She said lightly, "Our company will launch a new project before the end of the month. You can come over and buy some. I won't charge you a management fee." Su Hao opened his mouth to speak, but his mother glared at him. Mother Su said, "What I mean is invest. Auntie, I don't have the final say on this. In fact, our Bowser company is not sure of startup funds. It's not worthwhile to invest." Su Yu said, "You still won't help your brother. Did I do something wrong and offend you?" Mother Su looked sad. This woman was still so good at acting. Su Yu sneered. "How much do you want to invest? How many shares do you want?" Mother Su's eyes flashed with joy. "This money has to go through the account of profits. It's an investment for the company. You don't know, but how it didn't do well in several investments. Some of the funds are stuck. If you can't take out more, you can invest 100 million and take 50% of the shares. What do you think?" Su Yu laughed. 100 million yuan for 50% of the shares? Was she dreaming? Bowser now has assets of 500 million yuan. "Auntie, you want half of the shares for 100 million yuan?" She smiled and said, "Or I'll give you all the shares. I'll work for you. What do you think?" Mother Su was very good at negotiating. She deliberately raised her request and bargained. "I don't understand. How much do you think is appropriate? How is your brother after all? You have to help him." In this way, Su Yu fell into her trap. Now, they were not discussing whether she could invest, but how much was appropriate. Su Yu sneered. "I don't have a single cent of shares." Mother Su was stunned and felt sad. I told you. I told you that she was still angry about what happened back then. She blamed me for forcing her mother away. I'm a shameless mistress. As Mother Su spoke, she began to cry. Su Hao comforted her and did not forget to glare at Su Yu. Su Tong's face was livid. These words were hurtful. He was the one who divorced and brought back the woman outside. Su Tong said in a deep voice, "Don't mention the past. Help your brother. Invest 100 million yuan in Zhu Li and 20% of the shares. As for Xianxia, give me his number. I'll talk to him." This was an order given as a father. Su Yu was stunned and looked at her father. Her voice was a little hollow. "Dad, today is my birthday. Can we not talk about this?" Su Tong's face was sullen, and he did not speak. Su Yu said sadly, "Dad, do you think I should agree? Your company has just started. Why don't you accept the investment?" In order to get investment, I went around begging people. Su Tong said. Unconsciously, the family of three united. All of a sudden, the pressure was on Su Yu's side. In the brightly lit hall and the fragrant dinner, the original warm and harmonious atmosphere suddenly disappeared without a trace. In a trance, the memory of the fairy tale was overturned in her heart and flashed by. Her mother left decisively. Her stepmother's disgusted eyes, her illegitimate son's insults, and her father's favoritism and indifference. Su Yu suddenly understood that it was not that she was not good enough. It was not that she was not good enough. Since the day her parents divorced, her family had been broken. For so many years, she had moved from China to the United States and returned from the United States in disappointment. She had been looking for illusory family affection. Whether it was the father or the mother, they all had new families. They had wives, husbands, and other children. Only she was redundant. It was not that they did not love her. It was just that the care they could give her was so little that she could not feel a trace of warmth. So you took a deep breath and said in a calm tone, "Auntie, your son is really a good-for-nothing. With such a big company behind him, it was ruined by him. Why should I agree to invest and let him tell me what to do and let him ruin my company? I tell you in your dreams." What do you mean by this? Is this your attitude? Do you still want to go back to this home?" Su Yu's mother was furious and glared at her fiercely. Su Yu glanced at her father, who was already furious. She said, "I'm not happy with this meal. Don't call me back if there's nothing." She was really unhappy. She was disappointed. After Su Yu finished speaking, she got up, picked up the bag on the sofa, and left without looking back. Behind her, there was the loud sound of Su Tong slamming the table and her stepmother scolding. The Ferrari sped out of the villa, out of the community, and stopped on the side of the road. Su Yu leaned over the steering wheel and sobbed.